Γεια σας!
Γεια σας!
Ήρθαμε εδώ μετά από 2 ώρες μάχη με τον υπολογιστή για να παίξουμε το The Longest Journey. Λοιπόν, τελικά για να το παίξουμε το έχουμε αγοράσει από το Good Old Games και το παίζουμε με Residual VM, το οποίο δίνει πιο high definition και καλύτερα γραφικά, γιατί είχαμε μεγάλα προβλήματα με το κανονικό εκτέλεσμα του παιχνιδιού, τρομερά κρασαρίσματα σε 32 bit. Με το 3D acceleration είχαμε πρόβλημα. Λοιπόν, για να δούμε τώρα. Πατάμε και ο Θεός βοηθάει.
Μετά από πολλά δάκρυα.
Ποιος Θεός δηλαδή, λέμε τώρα.
Ναι. Αυτός.
My God is better than yours.
So, you've come to hear me tell a story, have you?
If you please, we would love to hear one of your stories. You have seen so much. You have lived so long.
Oh, so good of you to remind me of my age, child. No, don't worry. I am an old woman, but I've lived a long and fulfilling life, and I do have stories to tell. Which story would you like to hear?
A true one. A true story.
All my stories are true, child. There are enough fairy tales in the worlds already. There's no need for me to make up more, believe me.
Tell us the story of the balance, then.
You want the story of the balance? Oh, that's a long story, child, and not one I'd venture to tell at this hour. But perhaps I could tell you a story that I heard a long time ago. A story that became a crucial turning point in the history of the balance. And that set in motion wheels that to this day are still turning.
Please, yes, that does sound like a story we'd like to hear.
Very well. This story, like all good stories, begins where it ends. In a tower, in a realm that is no more.
It begins where it ends. Interesting.
Spoilers!
Εδώ να πούμε ότι είναι από τα αγαπημένα παιχνίδια της Ευαγγελίας.
Ναι!
Και από τα δικά μου, αλλά όχι τόσο πιο αγαπημένο σαν τις Ευαγγελίες. Εμένα, ας πούμε, είναι στα top 10-20, της Ευαγγελίας είναι στα top 3, ξέρω εγώ, adventure.
Κάπως έτσι.
Για να δούμε. Low key video, low definition. Δεν πιάνει full screen.
Επίσης να κάνω ένα comment για ακόμα μια φορά που ένα από τα αγαπημένα παιχνίδια είναι πάλι βορειοευρωπαϊκό.
Ναι, είναι Νορβηγία αυτή που το φτιάξανε.
Ναι.
Η Funcom. Η οποία δεν ξέρω τι απόγεινε. Μετά φτιάξε και το 2, μετά δεν ξέρω αν έκανε κάτι άλλο. Ή αν πήγε άπατη.
Ποιος ξέρει.
Το ίντερνετ. Υπάρχει ακόμα. Κάτι μου έλεγε αυτούς τους δύο δράκους πριν.
Α, ναι.
Και είναι κάποιος θρύλος.
Υπάρχει, τώρα δεν θυμάμαι από ποια μυθολογία είναι.
Λογικά νορβηγική θα είναι.
Λογικά νορβηγική. Ότι υπάρχουν τα δύο φίδια, δράκοι φίδια που το ένα πάει να φάει την ουρά του άλλου, αλλά ποτέ δεν το πλησιάζει αρκετά, με αποτέλεσμα αν για κάποιο λόγο όντως το ένα φάει το άλλο, τελειώνει ο κόσμος. Επίσης πρόσεξε μια πολύ ωραία λεπτομέρεια με νορβηγικό σχέδιο στα σκεπάσματα.
Για να δούμε. Για πήγαινε, συγγνώμη λίγο, να δω λίγο κάτι στα settings. Υποψιάζω.
You know, for once, just once, it would be nice to have a decent night's sleep without waking up screaming from a bad dream at 4 a.m.
Σε νιώθω, Google μου, σε νιώθω.
Α, μόνο έτσι σώζεις. Ναι.
Hello,
Αυτό ήθελα
testing.
να δω. Έχουν πειραχτεί αυτά.
Ναι.
Ας τα βάλουμε εκεί που τα είχαμε πριν. Για να ακουγόμαστε πιο καλά, μην έχουμε.
Ναι.
Να πούμε εδώ επίσης.
Postcard.
Θα παίζει η Ευαγγελία το Longest Journey.
Ναι.
Εγώ θα παίζω το Gabriel Knight, τα παλιά, την τριλογία, όταν σιγά σιγά στο κανάλι. Μαζί θα παίζουμε δηλαδή, απλώς η Ευαγγελία θα χειρίζεται τον Longest Journey.
Επίσης...
Ακόμα λέει και ο καιρός είναι χάλια στα όνειρά μου.
Έτσι, μάλλον κάτι θέλει να μας πει ότι πάντα βλέπει εφιάλτες και ότι κάτι δεν πάει καλά με την πάρτη της.
Επίσης να πούμε ότι αυτό το font εμφανίστηκε τώρα που βάλαμε το
αυτό
VM,
το engine,
το residual
ναι.
VM, το engine για να το παίξει. Με το παλιό engine, λίγο πριν σκάσει, γιατί στην επόμενη σκηνή έσκαγε στο παλιό engine. Είχε εντελώς άλλο font, πολύ κοινότυπο. Τώρα δεν ξέρω αν αυτό είναι το πραγματικό font που είχε το παιχνίδι. Δεν θυμάμαι. Όχι. Ταιριάζει πιο πολύ στο font.
Ταιριάζει πιο πολύ. Επίσης, ένα άλλο που βλέπω με τα γραφικά είναι ότι τα καθάρισε τόσο πολύ που δεν φαίνεται πλέον ρεαλιστικό λόγω του ότι οι σκιές δεν κρύβουν τα λάθη. Το ίδιο πρόβλημα που έχει συμβεί και σε άλλα παιχνίδια. Σε remakes.
Υπάρχει ένα mod που δεν έχουμε βάλει.
Ίσως το δούμε.
Oh, perfect. I guess if I don't do something to save that egg, I'll suffer 7 years of bad karma or something.
Αυτό που καταλαβαίνει ότι είναι σε όνειρο, άρα είναι σε ένα φανταστικό κόσμο, πρέπει να κάνει quests, ας πούμε.
Για δοκίμασε, βλέπω και ένα ξυλαράκι που προεξέχει.
Αχα.
Ναι,
να το. Twig.
Look.
It's as dry as a bone. It'd probably snap right off in a second.
Oh, the suffering we must endure.
What?
Why do you take such pleasure in torturing us?
Torturing you? Who are you?
We are the voice of all trees, the spirit of wood and leaf.
You're a talking tree?
No, a tree does not talk. At least not in your tongue. The tongue of trees is the language of wood, root, and leaf.
Σε άλλη συχνότητα.
Who are you then?
Like we said, we are the voice of all trees. Whenever an injustice is done, we must speak for the tree if we are present.
It's the branch. I shouldn't have broken the branch off.
Oh, what does it matter anyway? There is nothing more to be done for us. We are simply here to provide comfort in the final passing to Earth.
We? I only see one of you.
We are one with our host, as we are all one spirit, but legion.
Yeah, thanks for clearing that up.
We do not expect you to understand. You are human.
Λοιπόν, κοινώς στο δέντρο είπε ότι υποφέρουμε γιατί μας το έκανες αυτό και είμαστε λεγεώνα και είμαστε ένα πνεύμα και πολύ, αλλά σιγά μην καταλάβεις είσαι ένας άνθρωπος ρατσιστής στο δέντρο. Λοιπόν, τι θα ρωτήσουμε τώρα?
Πάμε με τη σειρά.
Οκ, τι συνέβη στο δέντρο?
Ναι, γιατί ήρθε λέει για να δει το δέντρο να πεθαίνει ουσιαστικά.
Για κάνε κλικ.
What happened to the tree?
Oh, the pain. As the battle raged,
battle?
Between the mother and Black Chaos. She was only protecting her child, but it would not back down, and the force of their battle shook the mountain. The brook that fed us was led astray, and without water, we began to wither and die.
Κάποιο ριάκι με νερό λέει έφυγε όπως η γη πολέμαγε με κάτι.
Λέει η μητέρα.
Η γη δηλαδή.
Όχι, η μητέρα του αυγού πολεμούσε με το χάος, το πνεύμα του χάους. Και έτσι ταρακούνησε, λέει, το βουνό με αποτέλεσμα το ριάκι που τροφοδοτούσε το δέντρο να κουνηθεί και να μην το τροφοδοτεί πια.
What's the deal with the egg?
Egg? What egg? Oh, of course. Whenever the mother was absent, we were entrusted with the safety of the child. But now, withered and without strength, we can do nothing to help. We have failed the mother, and we despair. Our shame knows no bounds.
Who are you again?
We are the wood spirit. We come to all trees in the hour of great need to provide comfort and aid in the passing to earth, and to give a voice to those who suffer. Our time is running out as we speak. The passing to earth is about to begin. Leave us now.
What about the egg?
Oh, it is too late. Without sustenance, we do not have the strength to bring it safely home.
Πάτε να φύγει, ναι. Το είδαμε αυτό. Το είπε αυτό.
And the earth will know our shame for all.
Isn't there anything I can do to help?
Oh, we do not expect a human to come to our aid.
Lose the attitude, okay? Just tell me if there's anything I can do.
It is futile. We need water, but there is none. Not after the brook changed course.
I'll find a way. Don't panic.
We do not panic. Unlike you, we accept our destiny. If, however, against all odds, you do succeed, we will carry the child safely back into its nest. Do not make a foolish attempt on your own. It would spell certain misery.
Ουσιαστικά λέει γιατί ουσιαστικά θα πέσει στον κρεμό και θα πεθάνεις, οπότε διπλό το κακό σε εμάς.
Φωλιά, για πάμε προς τα εκεί. Ακούω ριάκι όμως.
Ναι, και εγώ το ακούω, άρα υπάρχει κοντά το ριάκι.
It's a nest, padded with large scales, very large scales.
It's a big dragon.
For some strange reason, I have a feeling I should get the hell out of here before the tenants return.
Για πιάσε τη φωλιά.
In my undies.
Oh, ναι, sorry.
So, this is interesting. I've never seen a scale this size before.
Για να δω λίγο κάτι. Δεν δουλεύει.
Άρα πήραμε ένα scale.
Για πάτε λίγο το inventory να δούμε τι.
Ναι. Έχουμε το κλαδάκι και το scale.
Για πάτε το scale.
It's a large,
για κάνε το use.
And somehow disturbingly reptilian scale.
Ναι. Για κάνε το με το κλαδί πως κάνει τίποτα.
I think I just made a funnel. Cool. I'm so proud of myself.
Είμαι MacGyver.
Τώρα χρειαζόμαστε νερό. Για πήγαινε από εδώ.
Ναι, από εκεί που τα ακούμε ουσιαστικά.
Ναι, έχεις και στερεοφωνικός.
Να το ριάκι!
Ωραία, βάλε το φάνελ.
Fresh mountain water. Back in the real world, they probably charge $15 a bottle for this.
Oops.
Έχει και ροκ. Για πήγαινε κάπου λέει και ροκ. Να, για πάτε στο.
According to the spirit, there was some kind of battle that split the rock and changed the course of the stream.
Α, ναι. Έκανε απόσταση ουσιαστικά από το ριάκι και το δέντρο.
Όχι, ναι.
Έκανε τη χαράδρα.
Σχίσμα, ναι. Αλλά εκεί θα βάλουμε αυτό εμείς. Και θα το λύσουμε.
Να το...
όχι,
στο stream θέλουμε.
Okay. Α, ναι, αναβοσβήνει κιόλας.
This should do the trick.
You puny human, you did it.
Κοίτα πόσο μεγάλο ήταν.
Nice video. Για πάμε να δούμε τα αυγότα.
Έχει ζωή τώρα.
Για μίλα στο
Talk
δέντρο.
about instant rehab.
Και πώς μπορείς να μιλήσεις στο κεφάλι.
Talk about instant
Όχι.
rehab.
Από εδώ μπορούμε να μιλήσουμε.
Όχι, για μίλα. Talk. Ωραίο
Hello?
inventory, μ' interface.
Hello.
Talk.
Leave us be.
Are you okay?
We find our strength returned, and so we have no time for idle conversation. We must drink and rejoice.
Aren't we forgetting something?
Hush, listen. The song of ancient wood. Is it not sweet?
Silly.
Sweet. Definitely. Yeah. The baby's probably ready to boogie down as well.
The baby. Oh, the egg. Thank
Ah,
you.
ναι, ναι,
We
ναι.
almost forgot.
Τι θες ρε χάριστε, εμείς σου είπαμε.
Uh-oh.
Είναι τόσο αιώνια και καλά αυτά τα πνεύματα που δεν τους ενδιαφέρει. Ορίστε, ορίστε, πάλι πίσω.
Όκολα ρε.
What?
Fuck.
What was that?
The mother.
Uh-oh.
Oh, hi!
It is you. You have come.
You know me?
April, daughter. I have
Daughter.
been waiting for you.
Waiting. Why?
Δράκος.
Because it begins here, with you, as it always has.
What do you mean?
The breach and the mending, the pain and the joy, the end of the old and the dawn of the new. A different world. I am the mother of what is, but you are the mother of a future that may yet be.
How will I know? How will I know what to do?
I will guide you, and I will protect you as much as I can. But in the end, you are on your own.
I'm afraid.
You always were, my child, my daughter.
Okay.
Αυτή
This
είναι...
is probably not a good thing.
Μιλάει λίγο σαν τον Doctor Who αυτός ο δράκος.
Ναι. Είναι λίγο. Βέβαια επειδή είναι δράκος, ίσως ξέρει παραπάνω πράγματα. Oh. Nice.
Τι... Το χάος.
Ναι. Και πέθανε.
Chapter 1. Λοιπόν, εδώ θα σταματήσουμε για σήμερα.
Ναι, ξεκινάει
Ήταν
το
ένα
παιχνίδι. Πρόλογος.
Intro.
What a nightmare. I'm completely exhausted. I must have been tossing and turning all night.
I know the pain.
So hot in here too. No wonder I keep having these weird dreams. I've basically been simmering in my own sweat every night this past week. Doesn't look like it's gonna cool down anytime soon either. It's another sunny day in Newport.
Newport. Τέλειο μέρος.
Λοιπόν, μόλις μας αφήσει θα κάνουμε ένα save και θα δούμε το πρώτο
Well,
κεφάλαιο.
it's a good thing the studio's got proper air conditioning. I promised myself I was gonna spend most of the day working, and I don't intend to break that promise. Not this time.
So, μπορούμε επιτέλους να σώσουμε.
Ναι, ναι.
Save game.
Yes.
Και τα λέμε την επόμενη φορά με το πρώτο κεφάλαιο. Γεια σας!
Bye.
What? I got something on my face? Is my hair okay? What are you looking at? Big surprise. I'm still here.
Oh. Ah.
I've been keeping a diary intermittently since I was 5 years old. Not the same one, of course. I started this one, I think, April of this year.
April λένε και αυτοί. Και η April, look. Η April ξεκίνησε το ημερολόγιο της τον
There's a
Απρίλιο.
little sheet of paper in here.
Για να δούμε.
Hey, it's my timesheet from the cafe. I completely forgot I put it in here. Good thing I found it because I'm broke.
Και πώς θα τη βοηθήσει το timesheet να πάρει λεφτά?
Να πάει στη βαρδιά της, φαντάζομαι.
It's a list of the hours I worked this past week at the cafe.
Για να πάει να διεκδικήσει τα λεφτά. Οκ. Ποιες
Shelves.
ώρες δούλεψε?
That's my desk. So, theoretically, that's where I'm supposed to do my work. I think my muse has departed me for greener pastures, though, because lately, inspiration's been fleeting at best.
Δεν έχει έμπνευση για να κάνει τη δουλειά της. Εγώ λέω το σύνοψη επειδή δεν ξέρω
That's
αγγλικά.
my work. It's supposed to be a portrait of my life study teacher, but I think he might disagree.
Οκ, κάνει και πίνακες λοιπόν.
It's a picture of me and my friends.
Μια φωτογραφία με τους φίλους.
Για να δω.
Περίμενε. Αχα.
It's a picture of Charlie, Emma, and me in Florence Park. Marcus took it about a month ago before it got real hot.
Οπότε πήγαμε Τσάρλι, Έμα και Μάρκους. Είπε ότι την πήρε πριν αυτός γίνει hot.
Όχι, πριν ο καιρός.
Α, ο καιρός. Νομίζω ότι είναι...
It's been too hot to sleep with a cover.
Απ' έξω δεν μπορείς να δεις.
I'm not good at taking care of living things, but this plant's doing just fine despite months of neglect. Nice view, if you're into brickwork.
Γιατί τα τούβλα είναι ωραία αυτή την εποχή. Άνοιξε το.
Τυπικό αμερικανικό διαμέρισμα.
I don't know, δεν έχω πάει Αμερική. Oh, τι είναι αυτό?
It's a rubber ducky, helplessly trapped under that rusty old grill.
Okay, αυτό μοιάζει με
It's a rusty old
γρίφο.
grill
Ναι.
kept afloat by a rubber ducky. It's a clothesline.
Μπορεί να το πιάσεις?
I still haven't figured out what runs through the canals in Venice, but I'm sure it can't be water.
Στη Βενετία είναι.
Στη Βενετία την αμερικανική.
Α, που έχει γίνει στη Βενετία την άλλη. Ωχ, το άφησε.
Δεν ξέρω
τώρα?
γιατί.
I don't know what that chain's for, but it's connected to some kind of mechanism at the bottom of the canal.
Για σήκωσε το να φύγει το καπάκι.
Μπα, τίποτα δεν κάνει.
Αυτό δεν μπορούμε να το ξαναπιάσουμε
I
τώρα που το κάτω.
still haven't figured out what runs through the canals in Venice, but I'm sure it can't be water.
Το clothesline,
Α,
το έπισε
αυτό.
κάτω. Δεν μπορούμε να το
It's a
ξαναπιάσουμε.
clothesline.
Τι αυτό ήτανε?
Ναι.
Τι έχουμε στο inventory, για να δω λίγο κι
It's
εγώ.
a seagull. The poor guy looks quite hungry.
Για να δούμε λίγο τι έχουμε.
Α,
Να δω λίγο τι έχουμε στο inventory.
δεν έχουμε κάτι. Χαρτιά
Τις
έχουμε.
ώρες, το ημερο... Αυτό τι είναι?
Cash card.
My cash card at the moment is really quite useless. There can't be more than $1 or two left in it.
Θυμάσαι ποια χρονιά είναι το παιχνίδι στο μέλλον και καλά?
Είναι-
Γιατί θυμάμαι είδα ένα
Ναι.
cover card.
Δεν ξέρω ακριβώς πότε είναι, αλλά είναι πολύ μπροστά νομίζω στο μέλλον.
2300 και έτσι φάση.
Μπορεί και ίσως πιο πριν, αλλά κάπου εκεί.
Έλα,
I
βγες
had to
αυτή
borrow
τη
some
δουλάπα,
posters from the
April.
cafe because I just can't afford to buy any of my own. When I think about it, that's so depressing.
Η τύπισσα πήρε τις αφήσεις από τη δουλειά, γιατί δεν έχει λεφτά να αγοράσει δικές
Είναι
της.
τυπική καλλιτέχνηδα στην Αμερική.
Δεν ξέρω.
Δεν έχει λεφτά.
Ας μην μιλάμε για την Αμερική τη στιγμή που δεν έχει πάει κανείς αυτό και είναι λίγο... Εντάξει, δεν έχουμε εμπειρία της χώρας. Δεν είναι σωστό.
Όχι, αλλά ξέρουμε
Ας
ότι είναι δύσκολο.
Ας σταματήσουμε.
It's Constable Guybrush, my toy Oh, ape. He doesn't much like being called monkey.
Guybrush.
Guybrush Threepwood.
Monkey.
Reference. Monkey Island.
I could only carry one suitcase with me when I left home. There was so much I would have loved to bring, but c'est la vie. At least it was a clean break with my past.
Το άλλο τι είναι στο
I
κέντρο,
guess when all
που
my
σαν
hard work
καπέλο.
starts paying off, I'll get a house and fill it with all kinds of new junk. The past, who needs it? It's a bunch of drawings I drew when I was a kid. I don't even know why I brought them here. They mean absolutely nothing to me. Alright, so my wardrobe's sort of chic deficient, but I can't afford to be cutting edge. Useful, practical, and cheap is my shopping mantra.
Χρήσιμο, πρακτικό και φθηνό. Δεν μπορούμε να πιάσουμε τίποτα από εκεί μέσα, εσύ.
Όχι.
Okay.
I'd better head over to the studio to do some work. Only 2 weeks until the big show opens, and my contribution is in serious
Είναι
need
όντως
of attention.
καλλιτέχνης,
Ναι.
Might be a good
η
idea to
δουλειά
get
της θέλω να
dressed
πω.
first, though.
Ναι.
Α, θέλει να ντυθεί. Γιατί μωρέ, πήγαινε με τα εσώρουχα κι εσύ. Σιγά. Ωχ.
Hey, babe.
Babe.
Babe, you're looking real sexy today.
Zach, listen, I've got to run, and...
What's going on, April? How you been?
Εγώ θα έλεγα το πρώτο, αυτό δεν θέλουμε να του μιλήσουμε προφανώς.
I don't really have time to hang around.
Then how about hanging out with me tonight? A few raptures, some hot dancing. Did I tell you I got a VIP pass to the pavilion?
Huh?
Those things are hard to come by, babe.
Όχι, εσύ διάλεξε. Εσένα στην πέφτουνε.
Oh.
Sounds like good fun, but not tonight.
Hey, whenever. Just don't expect me to be waiting around for you forever. No chick is worth that heartache. See you around.
Έτσι.
Συμφωνώ, επαυξάνω και good riddance!
Bye.
Creepy dude.
What an asshole. Organic plastic. It grows, and it converts carbon dioxide into oxygen, just like real plants, but it doesn't need nourishment of any kind. Convenient, but disturbing.
Του μέλλοντος.
Να σου πω. Τι πήραμε.
Ένα φλαράκι. Από αυτό το πλαστικό.
Θες να δοκιμάσουμε να το δώσουμε. Α, είναι πλαστικό.
Organic plastic.
Δεν μπορούμε να το δώσουμε στο γλάρο.
Όχι.
Κάτσε λίγο, δεν τα κοιτάξαμε. Πήγαινε λίγο στο inventory, σου παρακαλώ. Για δες λίγο το...
It's a leaf of organic plastic. It grows,
it
converts carbon dioxide into oxygen, but it doesn't need water or sun. No nourishment of any kind.
Άτσα.
Constable Guybrush is a strange hybrid between man, ape, and musician. In addition to being an officer of the law, of course.
Μπορεί να το κουρδίσεις. Αχα.
It's a wind-up mechanism.
Δεν να δούμε. Hey, you hands up. Κάπου θα σημαίνει αυτό, είμαι σίγουρος.
Mildly amusing, but irritating as hell. I'll shut him up now.
Οκ. Κάπου θα χρειαστεί, είμαι σίγουρος.
Ναι.
Σε κάποιο γρίφο. Πάτα όσο που θες. Λες, πάμε λίγο στο δωμάτιο. Μου φαίνεται κουλό να έχει γρίφο έξω το παράθυρο και να μην μπορείς να το λύσεις. Σίγουρα δεν μας λείπει κάτι.
Τώρα νομίζω μας λείπει κάτι. Δεν νομίζω ότι κάνουμε κάτι τώρα.
Όχι το παράθυρο, το δωμάτιο. Είπα να σου ξέφυγε κάτι που μπορεί να κάνουμε κλικ. Αυτό το έκανες.
That fan is supposed to keep the room nice and cool in the summer. Sure. Yeah. It's at least, 1/4 of a degree cooler in here when it's on.
The books,
I'm part of the should be reading more but life's too short generation. We embrace our illiteracy. The last book I read was How to Seduce the Man of Your Dreams. Now, if I can just find a man to dream about, I'll be all set.
Καλό.
Το τελευταίο λέει βιβλίο που διάβασα ήταν πώς να πλανήσει έναν άντρα.
Αλλά πρέπει πρώτα να ονειρευτώ αυτόν τον άντρα.
Και ο άλλος απ' έξω έχει αποπλανηθεί μόνος του, ας πούμε.
Ναι.
Τίποτα εδώ, όντως, για να δω λίγο το παράθυρο κι εγώ. Συγγνώμη, απλώς μου φαίνεται πολύ κουλό, δηλαδή να μην υπάρχει κάτι.
It's a clothesline.
Αυτός εδώ, άμα είχαμε κάτι να τον ταΐσουμε, δεν έχουμε τίποτα,
Όχι ακόμα.
I still haven't figured out what runs through the canals in Venice, but I'm sure it can't be water.
Okay. Πολύ κουλό μου φαίνεται. Never mind me. Κάτσε να σε ξαναβγάλω εκεί που ήσουν. Πώς μου κάνει εντύπωση. Αυτό και κάτω τι είναι κάτι.
Όχι.
Οκ. Τέλος πάντων, ό,τι βρούμε σε κουλουράκι...
Free access terminal.
It's a fact. As in F-A-C-T. Free access terminal.
Όπως είπα, άμα βρούμε κάτι σε κουλουράκι, ψωμί ή οτιδήποτε, κάτι που να τρώγεται, τι του μιλάς?
Computer.
Voice interface is not installed. Please use the touchscreen interface to communicate with this free access terminal.
Oh, okay.
Why not consider a very reasonable... In addition to a voice interface, true holo display technology and Instacredit compatibility.
No, I'll just use my hands, thanks.
You are missing out on a great opportunity.
Δεν έχει voice recognition, αλλά μια χαρά σου λέει.
Ναι, να πάρεις το upgrade, εννοείται.
You have a voice interface installed already. Why would I pay to have another one installed?
Current voice interface is for sales purposes only. If you take advantage of this very affordable upgrade today...
No, really. This terminal doesn't belong to me.
Noted. Please refrain from voice communication in the future. or you will be reported to the FACT FUB and charged for processing time.
Hop.
FUB?
Fair Use Bureau. They are authorized to carry deadly arms.
Λοιπόν, για όσους δεν καταλάβανε.
Whatever. Sorry.
Έχει voice interface, διεπαφή φωνής, αλλά. Περίμενα να μιλήσω. Αλλά για να τα χρησιμοποιήσεις, υπάρχει μόνο για λόγους πώλησης, για να σου πουλήσει τη διεπαφή φωνής. Και μόλις είπε ότι δεν είναι αυτή η υπεύθυνη, της είπε φύγε όσο φωνάξω την αστυνομία.
Αυτό.
Τσάρλις.
Ναι.
Charlie's apartment. His place is twice as big as mine, with a private bathroom.
Αυτή δεν έχει bathroom.
And a
Μπορώ να μπούμε
huge
μέσα.
bed. I guess he likes his creature comforts. Nobody home.
Μήπως του Ζακ.
Δεν νομίζω να θέλουμε να χτυπήσουμε τον Ζακ.
Αφού έφυγε, μήπως είναι ανοιχτά.
Δεν έφυγε.
I'm not knocking on that door unless it's absolutely necessary.
Okay.
And frankly, I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Α, δεν έφυγε, μπήκε μες στο διαμέρισμά του. Οκ, λάθος μου. Οπ. Αυτό φαίνεται υποσχόμενο. Και φυσικά η χύπησα στον καναπέ.
It's a matchbook.
Sorry, καλλιτέχνης.
It's a chair.
No shit.
That's Fiona, my landlady. She's all right.
Α, η Νικάρης. Όχι η Νικάρης, το τίθεται. Η ιδιοκτήτρια. Hey.
Morning, Fiona.
Good morning, darling. You're up early.
Darling.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep.
Are you feeling all right? You look a little pale.
Το πρώτο.
I had a bad nightmare.
Again? Well, you're not the only one, darling. Mickey woke me up screaming in the middle of the night. She wouldn't go back to sleep until I made her a cup of herbal tea.
Nightmares?
Apparently. But she refuses to tell me what they were. I think she's embarrassed.
Ποια είναι αυτή η κόρη της?
That doesn't sound like Mickey.
I know, darling. Don't tell her I said so. But I've never seen her so agitated in my life. She scared the hell out of me.
Μίκη, δεν ξέρω.
I don't know why I have nightmares. I guess they could be stress related. After all, the exhibition's right around the corner.
Could be.
Oh yes, the school exhibition. How's that
Α,
going?
είναι της σχολής της.
God, don't ask. I have no idea how I'm going to finish my painting on time. I haven't felt inspired in ages.
I think you work too hard, darling. You need to relax once in a while. Live. Enjoy your youth. There's inspiration to be found in hedonism, you know.
No, I don't know, but apparently you do.
I'm an authority on the subject, darling. Ask Mickey.
Άρα είναι
She'll tell you
εγκομενά
I
της η
won't lift
Μίκη.
a finger around the place unless I absolutely have to.
Ό,τι θες.
Where's everybody this morning?
Mickey's tied up in the basement.
What?
Mind you, she's not literally tied up, of course. Although that is a tempting thought.
Είναι λίγο BDSM,
Είναι
Are you
λίγο.
getting into your sexual fantasies here, Fiona? Because it's a little too early in the morning for that, don't you think?
Sorry, I just can't help myself. Anyway, the plumbing is... You probably noticed when you took a shower, yeah? There's no hot water. So Mickey's working on that. Getting knee-deep in putrid canal water is her job. Thank God.
What about
Είναι άντρας
Charlie?
σπιτιού.
He up yet?
No, he's still sleeping. And Emma just went to bed. I saw her come in when I was making breakfast. Do you know who she's seeing now?
Κουτσομπολιά.
I don't know. Some guy?
Those lads I see her with, darling. She's too good for those arseholes. I wish she'd find herself a man who'd treat her right for once.
Τα κλασικά.
Ναι.
He hasn't had much luck with love, no?
She's a magnet for creeps. And she's so pretty. They prey on her, you know, bastards.
I've tried to talk to her about it, but Emma's impulsive. She doesn't listen.
She's just as headstrong as you and me, darling. But I'm sure she'll be all right. She's smart and resourceful. And not afraid to speak up for herself.
Οκ, τι έχουμε μάθει μέχρι τώρα?
Μέχρι τώρα.
Η Μίκη είναι η κόμενα ακτινής μάλλον και έχει BDSM φαντασιώσεις μαζί της. Η Έμμα βγαίνει με ρεμάλια.
Ναι.
Η Charlie είναι η κόμενα ακτινής μάλλον και έχει BDSM φαντασιώσεις μαζί της. Η Μίκη είναι η κόμενα ακτινής μάλλον και έχει BDSM φαντασιώσεις μαζί της. Η Έμμα βγαίνει με ρεμάλια. Η Charlie είναι η κόμενα ακτινής μάλλον και έχει BDSM φαντασιώσεις μαζί της. Η Μίκη είναι η κόμενα ακτινής μάλλον και έχει BDSM φαντασιώσεις μαζί της. Η Έμμα βγαίνει με ρεμάλια. Η Charlie είναι η κόμενα ακτινής μάλλον και έχει BDSM φαντασιώσεις μαζί της. Η Μίκη είναι η κόμενα ακτινής μάλλον και έχει BDSM φαντασιώσεις μαζί της. Η Έμμα βγαίνει με ρεμάλια. Η Charlie είναι η κόμενα ακτινής μάλλον και έχει BDSM φαντασιώσεις μαζί της. Η Μίκη είναι η κόμενα ακτινής μάλλον και έχει BDSM φαντασιώσεις μαζί της. Η Έμμα βγαίνει με ρεμάλια. Η Charlie είναι η κόμενα ακτινής μάλλον και έχει BDSM φαντασιώσεις μαζί της. Η Μίκη είναι η κόμενα ακτινής μάλλον και έχει Ο Τσάρλι κοιμάται. Αυτά. Okay. Ναι. Πάρ' το άλλο με τη σειρά λογικά. Adventure είναι.
Επίσης η Μίκη φτιάχνει τα υδραυλικά.
Bollocks to that. I'll stay inside until September, thank you very much. It's really hot.
Σε νιώθουν.
Ναι.
Can I ask you a few questions?
Τρώω κόλλος, τι πες.
Δεν μπορεί να κάτσει καλά.
About what?
Τώρα θα μιλήσει για όλους. Πάμε.
Tell me
Τα
about
πάντα
Emma.
από την αρχή.
Exposition.
Why, she's your best friend, darling. I don't know what to tell you that you don't already know. You girls are so close.
Από ό,τι φαίνεται είναι η καλύτερη μας φίλη.
The day we met, we clicked instantly. It was strange, but cool.
Like me and Mickey then, except for the sex, of course.
Φυσικά.
That's a pretty big except for, Fiona.
Oh, I guess so. She's the crazy one, Emma is. Not crazy as in mad as a hatter, but crazy in a good way. Fun to be around.
Emma's always been a little weird.
Exactly, darling. She's a flirt too, and the boys seem to drop like flies at her feet. No wonder. She's a real looker, I don't have to tell you. I'm sure she could have been a model if she'd wanted, but she's an artist, and a good one too. I really think she'll be a successful artist. Her sculptures are getting a lot of attention.
Γλυπτική Emma. Oh my god. Όχι, προχώρα, αλλά όχι το πάλι με τη σειρά.
Anything else you can tell me about Emma?
She ought to be a little more careful sometimes. She's a flirt, and although she doesn't mean any harm, some lads don't take too well to being teased and rejected. You should tell her that, though, being her best friend and all.
I have told her. She won't listen.
No. She does worry me a little, but she's a big girl and she can take care of herself. I'm certainly happy to have her living here, next to you and Charlie. She's my favourite tenant.
Εν τω μεταξύ στην τηλεόραση παίζει τέτοιο screen saver.
Ναι, εντελώς. Περνάνε οι οθόνες.
What did you think of me when we first met?
That's a peculiar question, isn't it? I thought you were quite lovely. I still do, darling.
Do you remember the day I arrived?
Of course, darling. It wasn't that long ago, and I'm not senile quite yet.
Oops.
It was in May, wasn't it? Charlie referred you to me, and you were quite at a loss. First day in the city, wasn't it? I remember. You looked like a lost puppy.
Puppy? Me?
Me?
When I saw you lugging that suitcase across the bridge, my heart went out to you. I'm glad you came here. You could have been lost anywhere else.
Δεν είναι ιδιοκτήτρια, αυτή είναι ψυχολόγος.
Έλατε.
How long have you known Charlie?
Έχει πολλά να μάθουμε.
Oh, he's one of our oldest tenants. It's close to 3 years, I believe, since he moved in. Charlie is always in a good mood and he's such a gentleman.
I agree. He's an actual genuine gentleman.
And you don't see a lot of gentlemen these days, trust me. You have a very good friend in him, darling. Perhaps even more than a friend.
What do you mean, more than a friend?
Έλα τώρα, δεν
Not for me to
κατάλαβες.
say,
Wing, wing,
darling.
nudge,
If
nudge.
you don't realize it yet, you will.
What's up with Zach Lee?
Lee.
Zach? I think we both feel the same way about him, darling. He's not actually a bastard. If he was, I'd have had him out of here in an instant. But he is an arse, and a stuck-up, pompous, arrogant wanker.
Wanker? Πώς αγγλίδα είναι?
Exactly. Aside from that wanker bit.
Still, he pays his rent on time and he doesn't make a lot of noise. He keeps to himself. And most importantly, he's shit scared of me. So I can't just kick him out.
Δεν τον διώχνει επειδή τη φοβάται. Τι λογική είναι αυτή?
Όχι, επειδή ουσιαστικά θέλει να πει ότι τη σέβεται και ότι δεν υπάρχει πρόβλημα ουσιαστικό ανάμεσά τους.
Tell me a little bit about yourself, Fiona.
Me? Why? There's not much to say, darling. I love my job. I love Venice, and I love being with Mickey. I'm a happy girl.
Happy, happy,
I wish
happy.
I could go back to England to see my family, but
είναι Αγγλίδα γι'
water
αυτό.
under the bridge, so to speak. I'm very happy with myself and my life here in Newport.
Άρα Newport λέγεται η πόλη.
Ναι, Newport Venice ή κάτι τέτοιο.
How long have you and Mickey been
είναι συνοικία
together?
στο Newport.
Μπορεί.
Mickey and I have been together since I was 19. She was in her late 30s then.
The older, wiser, worldly woman. I found her sweet and charming and intriguing. When I finally realized she was neither of those things, it was too late. I was in love. She stole me away from my dreary British inner-city life, and she brought me here. She was no knight in shining armor, that's for sure. But she knew how to treat me like a woman.
Ha! You guys make a great couple.
You
think so, darling? Yes, I guess we do. And the sex is amazing.
You never get tired of talking about your sex life, do you?
Άμα είναι τόσο καλή.
Never. And if I ever do, please shoot me.
The border house.
Can you tell me something about the border house?
That's one of my favorite topics, darling. What precisely do you want to know?
Όχι, όχι τεράστια λίστα. Oh my god.
Okay.
Για να δούμε τι θα πει για το σπίτι αυτό που λέγεται border house.
What made you decide to run a boarding house?
That's a long story. One of the reasons Mickey and I got together was that we shared a passion for the classic English country inns. You know, quaint, weathered buildings, funny old ladies, and oddly suggestive names like the Lazy Cock.
So why come here to the big city? To America?
We wanted to create a place with a similar atmosphere and hospitality here in Newport. Like a safe house for people like you and I to call home, if only for a short while. So we discussed different options for a few months, and then we decided we wanted to start a boarding house for young, penniless students and artists.
You decided you wanted to do that here in Venice?
We knew that Venice was the place for us long before we came here, but the hard part was finding a building cheap enough.
And this building was available?
Not at first. Like most of the buildings in Venice, this one used to be a factory, but when we first looked at it, a local company was planning to turn it into a bar and nightclub. It was so perfect for our purposes, though, that we appealed to the Venice Borough Council, and after outlining our plans, they gave us the go-ahead at a reduced price, provided we kept our promises regarding our tenants.
Καλά τους έκατσε.
Ναι.
What inspired the name Border
δικαστική
House?
απόφαση.
That came quite naturally when we saw the place. It's on the border between two worlds, isn't it? Between Venice and the city itself.
Foreshadowing!
And at the same time, I also believe we're on the border between two more abstract worlds.
More foreshadowing!
Art and spirit on the one hand, and science and technology on the other.
Even more foreshadowing.
That's very poetic.
Και στα ελληνικά όμως.
Yes, I've practiced. I may be an inner city girl, but I can philosophize and bullshit with the best of them.
Είπε τόσες φορές ανάμεσα σε δύο κόσμους.
Που είναι προοικονομία.
Που είναι τελείως προοικονομία για το τι θα γίνει.
Επίσης, η Βενετία τελικά είναι συνοικία του Newport. Το καταλήξαμε αυτό.
Ναι.
Ωραία.
Do you and Mickey own the place together?
Υπάρχει το μέρος.
We own it together, yes. And we've shared the responsibilities between us. Mickey takes care of the maintenance of the building, and I busy myself with the administrative tasks. I also take care of the day-to-day management of our tenants, like deciding whether or not to let someone rent a room. And, of course, the unpleasant business of booting someone out.
Έτσι. Ο ένας κάνει τις δύσκολες δουλειές και ο άλλος κάνει το PR.
In some cases I do, but not always. It can get quite messy.
Thanks for the information.
I'm glad I could help you out, darling.
Κοιτάζω κεντρική διάλογο.
What can you tell me about Venice?
Έχουμε ακόμα.
I don't really know much about the history of Venice. You should really ask someone with an interest in local affairs.
Local.
What I do know is that this whole neighborhood used to be an industrial area, and that about 100 years ago they converted most of the buildings into residences for students and the homeless.
That's good.
And it's a nice place to live, certainly. Friendly people, liberal attitudes, great clothing stores, quite perfect, aside from that dreadful stench from the canals in the summertime.
Κάποιος μάλλον στεναχωριέται που μένει εκεί.
Είπε βασικά ότι ήταν βιομηχανική περιοχή που την κάνανε και καλά σπίτι για καλλιτέχνες και φοιτητές.
Ναι.
Για να δούμε την ιστορία από το διαμέρισμά της.
What's the story behind my apartment?
Your apartment? It's more a room than anything else. Not much more than a large closet, really.
It's not that small.
It's one of our smallest rooms, but it's cheap and it's on a nice floor. I hope you're happy there.
I like it. It's convenient. And it's got, an interesting view.
That's nice to hear, darling. As for the story behind it, no unexplained deaths or hidden pirate treasures, I'm afraid. Just a long string of students on a tight budget.
Τελειώνει. Άλλο ένα. Αν σ' αρέσει το Newport και τελειώσαμε.
Do you like Newport?
The city? I stay in Venice most of the time. It's easy to
Είναι
forget we're just a
προάστιο
tiny
το
little
Venice.
pocket in the middle of a sprawling urban wasteland. But do
Δεν
I
είναι
like
προάστιο, είναι
it?
το κέντρο της πόλης.
I think Newport is one of the great cities of our age. Love it or hate it, you can't argue with that.
And which one is it? Love or hate?
I haven't decided yet, darling. Ask me again in another 15 years. Perhaps I'll have an answer then.
Θεέ μου,
I don't have any more
τελείωσε.
questions right now.
Don't hesitate asking if there's something else you want to know.
Ήθελα να πω
Ναι.
ότι είναι λίγο lazy writing αυτό του να βάλουμε ένα χαρακτήρα στην αρχή του παιχνιδιού να σου εξηγήσει τα πάντα.
Ναι.
Θα ήταν πιο ωραίο να ανακαλύπτεις μόνος σου σιγά σιγά από διαλόγους με άλλους. Τώρα βάλουμε ένα χαρακτήρα που σου μιλάει. Έχουμε κλείσει 18 λεπτά που μας μιλάει αυτή.
Ναι. Βέβαια αυτό
και
θα...
στα είπε όλα.
Ναι.
Τους χαρακτήρες της πόλης, τα τέτοια. Είναι λίγο lazy, δεν ξέρω, λίγο τεμπέλικο.
Για την εποχή του βέβαια, άμα το κάναμε, αν αυτό το βάζανε να το βρίσκεις μόνος σου, που μπορείς βέβαια να το βρεις και μόνος σου, είναι με extra data, οπότε δεν ξέρω αν...
Δεν είναι, απλώς όπως θα μιλήσεις τους χαρακτήρες θα τους μάθαινες.
Ναι,
Yeah, there are no more classes this semester, but I have to finish my painting by next Thursday.
For what it's worth, darling, good luck. And don't work too hard, all right?
Εδώ είχε το γελίο διάλογο, πες μου για την Έμα, μα τι να σου πω, η Έμα είναι φίλη σου. Οκ,
Ναι.
δηλαδή λίγο... Λες το καταλάβαν ήδη ότι κάπου κάνουμε κάτι γελίο, ξέρω εγώ.
Ναι, αλλά...
Τι έχουμε εδώ, μπορούμε να πάρουμε τίποτα.
Be considerate. Keep the volume down after 11 p.m. Fiona. San Francisco. Love to go there someday. Someday soon, hopefully.
Είναι το κίτρινο, όχι τίποτα. Για πάρε τα όλα ένα σιγά σιγά να το δούμε.
Common room duty roster, July 27th. April and Emma. Oh joy, manual labor, my favorite. Look, it's Monkey Boy. Pizza and movie night, Monday, July 31st. BYOS. BYO what?
Bring your own. Αυτό σημαίνει φέρε το δικό σου.
Bring your own...
Sodas?
Maybe.
Εδώ έχει τέτοιο.
I can't tell what that note's saying as long as it's up there. Fiona's handwriting is not particularly legible.
Για να δούμε.
Found. A gold ring under the common room sofa. If it's yours, let me know. But no false claims, please. Fiona. I did lose a gold ring a few weeks ago. I hope this is the one. I'll have to ask Fiona about it.
Η Fiona ποια είναι, αυτή που μιλάγαμε τώρα?
Αυτή που μιλάγαμε τόση ώρα.
I'm sorry, but big sweaty jocks do not turn me on. I'll take a nerd any day.
Κάποιος πραγματιστής βγάζει τα αποθυμένα του.
Ναι.
Annual summer blowout at the Fringe Cafe, Friday, August 4th, 8 p.m. Free food. Live performances by Roy Dale. Harlequin Master.
Πάμε
Ναι,
να μιλήσουμε κι άλλο στη
Νομίζω την ίδια μέρα με το Pizza Night. Νομίζω έχουμε να κάνουμε διάφορες επιλογές.
Escape, πάτε το Escape όμως.
Πάμε να μιλήσουμε στη Fiona.
Να μιλήσουμε ή να κάνουμε use το σημείο μας αυτή?
Έχεις δίκιο.
Hello, darling.
Darling. Όχι. See you later.
See you later, Fiona.
Οκ, δεν μπορείς απλά να το ρωτήσεις, πρέπει να δώσεις το σημείωμα. Noted. See what I did there? Noted.
Καλό.
I saw this note on the corkboard.
Stop.
I think the ring might belong to me.
I'm sorry I have to ask, but could you describe the ring?
Sure thing. It says Sweet 16. My dad gave it to me. I think it was the only birthday of mine he remembered, or at least acknowledged.
Ooh, daddy issues.
That's the one. I found it under the sofa when I was vacuuming. Here you are, darling.
Thanks. It's not worth much, but it's got a certain sentimental value for me.
It's a very pretty ring.
Yeah, it is. My dad never gave me anything pretty before or since. He must have won a poker game or something that day.
Τόσο άσχημα.
I don't hate him. He's a bastard and he treated me like crap almost every single day of my life.
What the fuck?
But I don't hate him. I feel sorry for him.
Κοινώς ο πατέρας φέρθηκε άσχημα.
He doesn't know how to love. He can't love anybody or anything. And because he'll be miserable every second of every minute of every day until the day he dies.
Σκληρό.
I'm glad that life is behind me.
Oh my god.
I never have to see him again. No, that doesn't sound right. I've made a choice not to see him again. Ever.
Οκ, για να δούμε λίγο τα δαχτυλίδια καλύτερα. One ring και έτσι.
Ναι.
Dad gave me this gold ring on my 16th birthday.
Μπορεί να το φορέσει. Μπα, όχι, γιους το κάνει. Άστο. Κάτσε, πήραμε και μία. Για πήγαινε στο inventory. Πήραμε και μία τέτοια νομίζω.
Μη πινέζα.
Ναι.
It's a pushpin.
Oh, it's a pushpin. Έτσι τις λένε στα αγγλικά, για να ρωτιόμουν πάντα.
Pushpin.
Σπροχτοπινέζες. Mural. Για δες το mural.
I love this mural. Even though the motif is a little trite. I mean, fairy tale forests and magical dragons? Still,
πολύ αγγλικό.
Όταν λέμε για προοικονομία.
Probably making a bundle from cheesy fantasy calendars and
Ναι, το λέει παντού βασικά. Μπορούν να στο χτυπήσουν και με σφυρί.
Ναι. Όχι, κάτι θα γίνει με δράκους. Cortez.
Cortez.
Για να δούμε Cortez τι έχει να μας πει.
Cortez.
That's Cortez. He sits in the same spot almost every day. I hate to admit it, but he scares me a little.
Είναι λίγο scary.
Oye, señorita.
Oh, señorita.
Yes.
How are you this morning, señorita bonita?
Bonita.
Bonita.
I'm fine.
I'm fine. And you?
Sunshine and pretty señoritas give an old man like me the blues. I like my days cold and rainy. In fact, I think I prefer the world to be in black and white.
Like an old movie.
Like all good movies. But tell me, señorita Ryan,
όλες οι καλές είναι
how would you describe
ασπρόμαυρες.
your perfect day?
Για πες, hot and sunny, cold and rainy.
Cold and rainy.
Cold and rainy like yours.
Está bien. We are alike, you and I. But this heat is not why you are unhappy, no?
Πώς το ξέρεις
You are troubled by nightmares.
What?
You are afraid of them. You even fear your dreams may be real.
Who told you about my nightmares?
Κάποιος το ξεφούρνησε.
I can tell from looking into your eyes. I see the ghosts that haunt you.
I don't know who you've been talking to, but from now on, stay the hell away from me in my personal life.
No puedo, señorita Ryan. You have a destiny.
Destiny?
Ryan.
I don't care what you think. Just
Ryan.
leave me alone.
Ναι, πώς ξέρετε το επώνυμό της.
If you don't face them, I'm afraid your nightmares will continue. Soon they will appear to you even when you're awake.
You need some serious help, you know that?
We all do, April. That's the reason we are here, you and me.
Oh.
That's it. I don't have to listen to this.
Perdóname. I've upset you. We didn't think you'd react this way.
We?
I hope we can talk again soon.
I don't think so,
My precious kids.
Please, think about it. And señorita, cuidado. Be careful.
Μην μιλάς ισπανικά ρε φίλε να το
Μήπως είναι Νοτιοαμερικάνος.
Κάτι άστρεψε εκεί.
Options, April's
Ah,
Diary.
conversation log, April's Diary. Γιατί είναι σαν το Life is Strange. Ναι.
Να, 2209.
Ναι, Friday. Αυτό είναι παλιό.
Ναι.
Για πήγαινε στο επόμενο. Ήταν τότε που πήρε το δαχτυλίδι. Όχι το δαχτυλίδι, ήταν πήγε 17 και είπε θέλω να πάω στην πόλη. Οκ, κάτσε λίγο, δεν πρόλαβα. Οκ, ναι, λέει πόσο πολύ της αρέσει η πόλη και θέλει να πάει εκεί.
Ναι. Πολύ πράγμα.
Πήρα τηλέφωνο την Ακαδημία, λέει. Μου είπα να φέρω μαζί πορτφόλιο, ναι. 1η Μαΐου, λέει. Οκ, ναι, sorry που έγραψα ημερολόγιο. 25 Μαΐου. Πέρασε, λέει, τα διαγωνίσματά της με όλο με A. Πήρε όλο τους τα λεφτά και πήγε στην πόλη. Να δούμε. Ναι, και για κάποιο λόγο πήρε μαζί και τις ζωγραφιές.
Ναι.
Because logic.
Ναι,
ούτε η ίδια δεν ξέρει.
Ούτε η ίδια δεν ξέρει, ναι.
Για να προχωρήσουμε.
Ah.
Εντάξει, οκ. Okay,
αφήνω τη μανούλα μόνη.
Τον πατέρα τον Άσχολ, ναι. Ναι, φεύγω. Και αρχίζει και λέει τώρα ότι έχω εφιάλτες.
Ναι, αρχίζουν τα όνειρα.
Οκ. Ναι, 28 Ιουλίου. Οκ, και τώρα λέει αυτό που μόλις διαβάσαμε.
Ναι, αυτό που έγινε τώρα.
Τράβα και ένα save με την ευκαιρία.
Ναι.
Να μην γίνει κανένα στραβή και χάσουμε τώρα το... Ποτέ δεν ξέρεις. Πάμε να ρωτήσουμε τι ξέρουν γι' αυτόν μέσα.
Κάτσε λίγο, θέλω να δω τι γίνεται εδώ γύρω. Γιατί έχει πράγματα εδώ.
Rust is the very definition of Venetian architecture. Think of San Francisco without the hills, Paris without the cafes. Venice wouldn't be the same without the rust. It would be better, not the same.
Οκ, το είδαμε αυτό, για πάμε πιο πέρα. Εγώ θα έλεγα να μπει στο...
Alarm!
Για δες τι μπορεί να κάνεις με αυτό. Εγώ θα έλεγα να ρωτήσουμε γι' αυτόν, είναι περίεργος τύπος.
The alarm is active, but it can't be very effective with the doors wide open like that. Still, there's always somebody around, so I guess we're safe.
Λες. Δεν θα χάνουμε τίποτα. Το μπορεί να χτυπήσει.
Oops! Was that me?
Oops! Εδώ είναι τα υδραυλικά.
Νομίζω ότι είναι νωρίς για αυτό το γρίφο. Δεν μας έχει πει κανείς για αυτό τίποτα ακόμα.
Ναι.
Μπορεί να πάρουμε το κλαμπ, για δες.
That's probably Mickey's handiwork. She's the tool gal around these here parts. I wonder why she put the clamp there, though.
Για δοκίμως να το πάρεις.
Oops!
Oh. It seems the clamp served a purpose after all. What a surprise.
Οκ, άρα δεν μπορούμε να κάνουμε κάτι ακόμα.
Να δω λίγο.
Να δεις.
It won't budge. The pressure's probably too high. What a mystifying.
Οκ, κάποιος θα μας πει γι' αυτό λογικά. Εγώ θα ήθελα να πάω μέσα να τις πειράζει.
Γιατί?
Να μιλήσουμε για αυτόν τον κορτέζ που μας είπε για τους εφιάλτες. Να δούμε αν ξέρει άλλη κάτι γι' αυτόν. Γιατί οι άλλοι φαίνεται ότι είναι το exposition thing σε αυτό το...
Είναι. Κάτσε να δούμε. Θες να μάθεις για τον κορτέζα?
Μα ξέρει για τους εφιάλτες μας.
Hi. Hello, darling.
Για δες, αν η βγήκε
Can I ask you a few more questions?
I don't mind, darling.
Ένα και δύο, καινούρια.
Where did you find my ring?
Under the sofa, darling. It must have slipped off your finger while you were watching a movie or something.
That's strange, because I've been keeping it in a box in my room. I rarely ever wear it, and I've never carried it around in my pocket.
Για κάποιο λόγο ήταν εκεί όμως.
Μυστήριο. Για να δούμε για τον Κορτέζ τι έχει να πει.
What do you think of Cortez?
I'm not sure what you mean, darling.
Do you think he's a little creepy?
Oh, he's harmless. That old hippie's been drugged up for 50 years, and he's not likely to come down anytime soon. Mickey likes him, but I'm not a big fan. But what can I do? He just sits outside the building, smoking or reading a book. He doesn't harm anyone.
How long has he been around?
Oh, I don't know. A year, maybe? He just showed up one day, and he hasn't left since.
He never leaves his spot?
He sleeps and eats, obviously. And sometimes he goes to some revival cinema uptown. Says that second to reading, old movies are his greatest passion.
Πόσο old όμως. 300 ετών ταινίες.
Έχει κι άλλα, για δες αν έχει κι άλλα, για να τελειώσει.
What else can you tell me about Cortez?
One word I wouldn't use to describe him is lucid. He's always on about some bollocks idea, and you'd never know from listening to him that he's got any sense at all. People say he's quite sharp, though, quite intelligent, well-read, multilingual, and he's travelled all over the world, apparently, but still completely bonkers, if you ask me.
Άρα μάλλον δεν είναι τόσο πρεζάκι. Okay.
Thanks for your help, Fiona.
You're welcome, darling.
See you later, Fiona.
Have fun.
Και τώρα αυτά που έχουμε δει 100 φορές μην χάνουμε χρόνο. Ήδη Πολύ διάλογος.
Οκ.
Πού μπορούμε να πάμε άρα?
Μπορούμε να πάμε στο στούντιο.
Πήγα να μας βγάλει χάρτη της πόλης. To the Bruges. Oh my god.
Newport Times. Μια υπέροχη πόλη.
Κουβόμαστε. Πώς να κουβόμαστε. Οκ, και εδώ προς τα πού πάμε άραγε?
From what I've been told, the clock stopped on the very day of the infamous Venice massacre in 2109, to the minute the police opened fire on the squatters.
Οχ.
Οκ, αυτός εδώ τύπος δεν μπορούμε να του μιλήσουμε.
Όχι, τίποτα. Είναι απλά ένας τύπος.
Ναι,
Subway, park, καφέ.
Και το στούντιο από ποια μεριά είναι? Εδώ πάει πουθενά?
Όχι.
Άρα πού πάμε εμείς? Ο bench.
Just a wooden bench.
Θα πάει να κάτσει.
Ναι.
Πάμε στο καφέ να πάρουμε λεφτά πρώτα, γιατί εμείς είμαστε άφραγγοι.
Ναι, η αλήθεια είναι ότι δεν μπορούμε να πάμε στο μετρό χωρίς λεφτά.
Οκ, σήκω το bench. Πάμε στο καφέ, να ζητήσουμε τις ώρες μας.
Ναι. Δεν είναι ακόμα ανοιχτό.
Για να δούμε τι λέει.
Ωραίο μέρος για να έχεις καφετέρια.
Ό,τι κατάλαβα, αυτή η γειτονιά δεν είναι η καλύτερη.
Closed for maintenance. Will reopen at 3 p.m. What's going on? The place was fine last night. The sign said it's closed for maintenance. The Fringe Cafe, my home away from home. I really don't mind working there. It's a nice place. I mean, it ranks nice on a scale from begging for food at the bottom to just scraping by at the top. I do not intend to make a career of it.
Huh.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody pass through that door. Isn't that peculiar? And if I was Nancy Drew, I might actually care.
Κοιτάξω κι εγώ λίγο, να σε ξεκουράσω. Άσε και εμένα λίγο. Δεν μπορώ να παίξω ποτέ καθόλου.
Rusty pipes. They're hundreds of years old, installed way back when Venice was an industrial area. See, I know some local history. Can you see Death Star?
Αυτό είναι το Death Star, μάλιστα.
Μόλις έκανε fourth wall break.
Νομίζω έκανε πιο πριν.
Where it goes, nobody knows.
Where it comes and where it goes.
Ωραία, άρα δεν μπορούμε να πάμε στο μετρό, θα πρέπει να πάμε στο πάρκο.
Καλλιτέχνη.
Από εδώ πάει στο μετρό, από εδώ πάει...
Κάτσε.
Bridges και από εδώ πάει στην Ακαδημία.
Στην Ακαδημία, σαν το στούντιο.
This guy's out here all day long, all year. He never stops painting. Ever. And I doubt he's ever finished even one painting.
Δεν βλέπω κάτι. Οπότε πάμε στην Ακαδημία.
Ναι. Που έλεγε ότι πρέπει να πάει στο στούντιο. Anne-Marie?
I don't know.
Bishop?
Bishop and Anne-Marie. He's a photography student. She's in my life study class. Nice couple. It's the official Vava notice board. Only registered students are allowed to put notices up here.
Vava.
Έτσι λέγεται από τη φαίνεται.
No, I've got too much to do right now. No, I've got too much to do right now.
Okay, too much to do right now.
That's Mary Sam. Vava's founding mother and pro-Venice activist back before the riots. She was assassinated by a corporate hired gun right after the school opened some 90 years ago.
Οκ. Η ιδρύτρια της Ακαδημίας δολοφονήθηκε από έναν επαγγελματία δολοφόνο των εταιριών.
Από ό,τι φαίνεται.
Βλέπω αντικείμενο. Έλα, βγάζει μάτι. Αυτό πρέπει να το πάρουμε.
Οκ.
Somebody's thrown away a rubber glove.
Και φυσικά εμείς θα πάρουμε τα σκουπίδια, Γιατί video games. Μα γιατί να πετάξει ένα γάντι?
Somebody toss out a perfectly good work glove with just one big hole in it.
Γιατί, I wonder.
Terrible waste.
Κάνει το ένα look.
What a terrible waste.
It's a rubber glove, but it's pretty useless with that big hole in it.
Μάλιστα.
Olaf's on a roll. Again.
Olaf.
Does that guy ever run out of inspiration or energy? Must be the cold Norwegian winters. Nothing else to do but paint.
Τώρα οι Νορβηγοί κοροϊδεύουν τους Νορβηγούς.
Ναι.
Don't want to disturb him.
Νομίζω ξέρουν τι κάνουν για να τους κοροϊδεύουν.
Εδώ δεν έχει τίποτα άλλο, να δούμε σίγουρα.
Ναι, δεν έχει κάτι.
Yes, έκανε κλικ. Holo sculpture. Αυτό είναι η Emma, λογικά.
Emma's really good with the holosculptor, and her imagination is so vivid. Good thing we're best friends, or I might be jealous. These sinks are as old as the building itself, but at least they've been renovated quite recently. Some books on color, composition, and duck hunting?
Χρώμα, σύνθεση και κυνήγι πάπιας.
The tools of my trade. The best thing about working up here is that nobody borrows my stuff.
Ένα τεράστιο στούντιο είναι, όντως.
Those sketchbooks belong to some of the other students who share the space.
Okay.
I can only think of two things more depressing than a blank canvas. Death and taxes.
Θάνατος και φόροι.
Θάνατος και φόροι είναι το χειρότερο.
I need a paintbrush and palette.
Oh, come on. Δεν τους έμαθε κανείς για automatic use. Όλα τα παιχνίδια του Lucas το κάνανε.
Ναι, από ένα σημείο και μετά ναι.
Δηλαδή τουλάχιστον τα αυτονόητα uses.
Για να δούμε. Νομίζω δεν θα μας δείξει ποτέ τι ζωγραφίζει. Ναι, δεν θα δείξει ποτέ.
Οπ, ήρθε η Emma.
Είναι μια sexy μελαχρινή.
Είναι η Looker που λέγαμε. Εντάξει, είναι τόσο low definition, low polygon.
Emma? Hi! I didn't expect to see you here today.
Me neither. Are you busy?
Nah. Well, I am. But I was about to wrap up for today anyway. Why? What's going on?
I have an important message for you.
Είναι φρικτό το μοντέλο. Για να δω λίγο ποια είναι αυτό, περίμενε, είναι περίεργο.
Yeah, from whom?
Το 1, 2, 3.
Believe it or not, girlfriend, but it's from Cortez.
Again?
Excuse me?
He said to tell you that he wants to meet you, these are his exact words, where children visualize their dreams.
Okay.
Visualize dreams? What's that supposed to mean?
Me? I was hoping you would know.
Did he say anything else?
Nope, that was it. Why does he want to meet you? Oh, don't tell me. You guys are having a secret love affair.
Σίγουρα.
Oh, yeah. We're eloping and flying to Africa tonight. It's all been happening so fast. My heart's aflutter.
How romantic. I couldn't imagine a better catch than Senor Cortez, the Latin lover.
Μας δουλεύει κι αυτή.
Ναι.
Did he talk to you about nightmares?
No. Why?
I don't know. It's just... my dreams are really starting to bother me.
There you go again with dreams. You're obsessing, April. They're just dreams. Sometimes a banana is just a banana.
Τι άλλο θα έλεγε.
And a dragon is just a dragon.
What's dragons got to do with it? Oh, don't tell me you had a dream about dragons.
Yes.
A dragon. A talking dragon.
Well, ήταν στα όνειρα.
I'm gonna regret this, but what happened in your dream?
Well, there was a dragon.
Και με είπε κόρη του.
I think we established that already. About a dragon.
Not just any dragon, though. A talking dragon.
Το είπαμε αυτό.
Yep, we've been through that. Talking dragon covered. What did it say?
She. It was a she, a female dragon.
Ναι.
What, you can tell from the skirt, high heels, and lipstick?
Don't mock me, Emma. She said something to me. Something about being the mother of the future.
She probably said time to get up and go to school, April.
If you don't want to take my dreams seriously, I'll just stop telling you about them.
Is that a promise?
Like you're in any position to make fun of my dreams? Have you looked at your sculptures lately?
Well, δράκο έχει κάνει και
That's
αυτή.
low.
Ναι.
I'd punch you out if I wasn't so hungry. You want to go get some lunch at the Fringe?
Yes. Ναι. Το 2.
I'll drop by after I clean up around here.
I'll be there
Fringe είναι
for a
το καφέ.
while.
Ναι.
So bye.
Άρα άνοιξε. Μάλλον άνοιξε τώρα. Θα πέρασε
Ναι,
η
έχει
ώρα.
περάσει η ώρα.
Να κάνω λίγο ένα προσεκτικό πάσο εγώ.
Περίμενε, δεν τελειώσαμε. Θα το κάνουμε μαζί. Θα το κάνουμε μαζί.
Οκ. Μ' αρέσει να πιάνω και εγώ το mouse.
Το ξέρω.
Who's there?
Oh my god! Τώρα το είδα.
Okay, that was not a dream, I think.
Με ρολόγιο πάλι.
Ναι.
Diary. Ναι, επόμενη σελίδα. Friday afternoon. Ναι, πέρασε η ώρα.
Ναι. Και έκανε και το
και ήρθε η
πίνακα.
αίμα και είδα το δράκο να μεγαλώνει. Λοιπόν, κάνουμε ένα save. Α, έχει κι άλλο. Και συνεχίζουμε.
Λοιπόν.
It's Emma's contribution to the exhibition. I have no idea what it is, and neither, apparently, does she. But it looks absolutely beautiful.
Δεν ξέρουμε τι είναι, αλλά είναι υπέροχο.
Ω, παίχτης που σου γράφιζε.
It's empty.
Λες να δούμε τι έκανε, μπορούμε να δούμε.
Μπα.
Nice. Very Van Goghish, with just a hint of Munch.
Ναι. Για να δω λίγο αυτό με το
Nice
έξι
hair
πιάνει.
color.
Ναι.
Που σου δείχνει τα έξι.
Ναι, ναι. Όχι ότι κάνει και πολλή δουλειά, αλλά ναι.
Όχι, τα βγάζει εδώ.
Πάμε στο πάρκο.
Ναι, εσύ θα μου πεις, δεν ξέρω.
Νομίζω είναι η ώρα να πάμε στο Fringe καφέ. Θα έχει ανοίξει τώρα.
Ναι, μπράβο, να στο πει άλλη. Εδώ να πούμε ότι η Ευαγγελία έχει παίξει το παιχνίδι, μισό λεπτό να φτιάξω και αυτό, γιατί δεν είναι φτιαγμένο. Οκ, ναι. Το είχα κλείσει και το...
Τι έλεγες?
Έλεγα ότι η Ευαγγελία έχει παίξει το παιχνίδι αρκετές φορές. Σε αντίθεση σε μένα που το είχα παίξει μια φορά όταν είχε βγει μόνο. Οπότε είναι πιο expert. Skaters.
Man, those guys are in trouble. Don't they know that skateboarding is strictly prohibited in Newport?
Αυτός είναι μπάτσος!
Πού το ξέρεις?
Έτσι πως φαίνεται εδώ.
Α. Οπότε μου θυμίζεις κάτι τύπους κάτω στην Ομόνια που πέρναγα κάποτε και άρχισαν να φωνάζουν μπάτσος και μου σε φάση ποιος? Μπάτσος! Εγώ! Μοιάζω εγώ! Προφανώς για αυτούς έμοιαζα.
Α, μάλιστα.
Άνοιξε για τα καλά.
Ξέρεις, και είναι σας, όχι εδώ κοντά μένω.
I think people should have the good sense to do that kind of stuff behind closed doors. At least as long as I don't have a boyfriend.
Αχα, όσο να κρυφτούν μέχρι να έχω εγώ γκόμενο, ας πούμε, και να τα
It amazes me
κάνω.
why backpackers flock to Newport. You'd think they'd have the good sense to stick to India, Australia, and the near-Earth colonies.
Near-Earth colonies. Δηλαδή έχουμε απικίες στον Άρη, στο φεγγάρι κτλ.
Είναι
Μάλλον.
το 2200, οπότε φαντάζομαι
Ναι,
ότι
και αυτοί φαντάζονται ότι η γη είναι έτσι μπουρδέλο.
σε 200 χρόνια λογικά θα έχουμε απικίες. Λογικά, υπερπληθυσμός και τα συναφή.
Complimentary candy for paying customers only. Stan has a habit of taking it out of your salary if you, get the munchies. I'm sure Stan won't notice if I dig gently into his supply. He's got crates of these in the back.
Candy! Α, Charlie.
That's my good friend Charlie. He was the first person I met when I came to Venice, and I love him dearly. As a friend.
As a friend. Ας ακούσουμε πάλι 2 εκατομμύρια διαλόγους.
April, nice to see you, girl. You know, I came to wake you this morning, but you'd already left. Early bird catches the worm.
No, early bird finishes the damn painting on time.
20 διάλογοι.
Have you seen Cortez around?
As a matter of fact, I have.
Έχει πάει παντού.
And he was asking for you.
Τους ξέρει όλους.
He asked about me?
Yeah, where you were. He had a message for you. I told him to give it to Emma, that she would be more likely to bump into you.
I got it, but I have no idea what it means.
Cortez can be a little strange.
Do you know where he was going?
No, but he seemed interested in that poster next to the jukebox. They put it up earlier today.
What poster did you say he was interested in?
The one right next to the jukebox.
Do you have any idea where kids would be able to, visualize their dreams?
Maybe in therapy.
I don't think that's it, Charlie.
Then I don't know.
Thanks.
Let's see the... Μου έχει κολλήσει το αγγλικό. Να δούμε... Έχετε και άλλα,
Why was the cafe closed earlier?
You know, some problem with the pipes. Stan, he gets real worked up. He is seriously pissed, girl. Keeps yelling at the plumber to fix it, or Stan will fix him. And the poor man is trying to work, but Stan doesn't quit. The plumber finds the problem eventually, but not until he's waist-high in canal water down in the basement.
Ooh, gross. There were problems with the plumbing back at the house, too. No hot water.
I noticed. Girl, that was one cold shower. There are always problems with the pipes here in Venice. They're too old.
Είναι τουλάχιστον 200 ετών.
How's work going today?
Aside from the trouble with the plumbing, everything's been peaceful. Emma's here with Marcus and Isabel. Other than that, I mean, it's been a quiet morning.
Τύπος έχεις μια φωνή ραστό.
Ναι, είναι λίγο ρασταφάρι, αν φας, ναι.
Or on holiday.
Perfect time for it, too. The city's just boiling in July, and it gets even hotter in August. You should have stayed out in the country until the autumn, girl. It's cooler out there, yeah?
Οκ, βασικά φαίνεται ότι υπάρχουν πολλά προβλήματα με τα υδραυλικά σε αυτή την πόλη.
Yeah, the summers were cooler back home.
I remember my home. It got so hot sometimes. My father worked as a volunteer fireman, and sometimes he'd borrow the old truck from the garage. He'd fill it with spring water from the river up in the hills, and then he would hose me and my sisters down with ice-cold water. We'd laugh and scream and run around, and the funny thing is, his eyes would light up, and he'd be so proud of himself. He could be so good, and he could be so bad. On those days, I loved him so much. They were the good days.
The good days.
Όταν
δεν τους έδερνε.
Ναι, και απλώς τους έριχνε νερό με το...
Ναι.
Οκ.
You doing anything special tonight?
Working. I should really be at rehearsal, but I need the money. I'm going home for a week before school starts in September.
Right, you told me. Well, that's great. It's been years since your last trip home, right?
Yeah, right. You remember well, girl. 4 years. My father and I, well, we haven't been on good terms since I left.
I know how that feels.
Isn't it such a cliche, though? I don't look forward to seeing him again, but it will be nice to be back with the rest of the family. Especially my sisters, you know, and my mom.
Εντάξει, έχουν κάνει λάθος και όταν ανοιγοκλίνει το στόμα φαίνεται σαν να φαίνεται, ενώ το βλέπεις από πίσω, φαίνεται το στόμα ανοιγοκλίνει μετά του κρανίου.
Ναι, είναι βασικά γιατί δεν υπάρχει αυτός ο φωτισμός που το διόρθωνε στο original παιχνίδι.
Ποιος φωτισμός?
Mind if I ask you a few questions,
Λείπουνε έξτρα σκιές.
Why would I mind, girl?
Δεν νομίζω, ίσως από αυτό έχει καλύτερο, υποτίθεται πιο high definition φωτισμό. Αυτό το port.
Όχι, λείπουνε σκιές.
What was it about me that made you want to be my friend, Charlotte?
Everything, girl. You're a sweet peach. No, it's true. I liked you from the very beginning. When you first came into the cafe with a suitcase in each hand, lost and bewildered.
God, thanks for reminding me. I was such a country bumpkin.
No, everyone who comes to Venice looks like that, girl. This is the village of the damned, don't you know?
Να σου πω τώρα. Εσύ το έχεις παίξει σε PlayStation ή σε PC?
Σε PC.
Γιατί εγώ δεν...
Δεν υπάρχει σε PlayStation.
Δεν θυμάμαι. Ναι.
Μόνο PC.
Αυτό που λέτε την ποιότητα. Εγώ σε PC το είχα παίξει. Τέλος πάντων, δεν πειράζει.
Αυτά έχουν φτιάξει τα φώτα εδώ και για να φαίνονται όλα smooth και ωραία, αλλά χάσανε κάποιες σκιές. Αυτές οι σκιές κρύβανε τις λεπτομέρειες οι οποίες είναι rough.
Ας δούμε άλλα 20 εκατομμύρια.
How long have you known Emma?
I met Emma about a year ago when she started studying at Vava. She moved into the room just opposite mine, and we became friends almost immediately. I like her a lot, and the two of you are the best friends I've ever had.
Thanks, Charlie. The same goes for me. Did you ever tell Emma that?
Yeah, I told her, and she jokes about it. That's just Emma. I know she appreciates me telling her, though.
Σκοτεινά καλύτερα.
What's your take on Cortez?
Αυτό τα είδαμε,
Why do you want to talk about Cortez? I don't know him that well. He's been around for as long as I can remember, but I really never talked to the man.
Do you think he's as crazy as some people say?
No, he's not crazy. Just a little eccentric. He doesn't give a donkey's ass what people think or say about him. And that's cool. I don't know. I have a feeling there's a lot more to Cortez than what he wants us to believe. That man has had an eventful life, I'm sure.
Οκ, κοινώς ο τύπος είπε ότι ο Κορτέζ είναι γαμάτος γιατί
είναι τυπάκι.
Δεν δίνει λογαριασμό σε κανέναν, είναι τυπάκι και ήταν από πάντα around.
Does Emma's behavior ever worry you?
She can seem a little out of control from time to time, but she's smarter than people give her credit for. I think she's able to take good care of herself. She's a brilliant artist. Her sculptures are inventive and beautiful.
I know. Sometimes I'm in awe. They just don't seem to match her personality.
She's a deep person, but she hides it well. She's more comfortable being a ditzy teenager than a professional artist. But around the two of us, sometimes she lets the disguise drop. I love her when she does that.
Και καλά η Emma είναι η deep τύπισσα που το παίζει ηλίθια νέα.
Ναι, γιατί θέλει να περνάει καλά.
Do you like living in Venice?
I love Venice. I've been here 3 years now and I haven't grown tired of it yet. I don't know if I ever will. Venice is like a college campus. There are so many young people here from all over the world. And the mix of nationalities and ideologies and ethnicities is refreshing and inspiring. The fact that we're also right in the middle of one of the great cities on Earth is just a bonus. Call Newport whatever you want, at least it's alive, and there's always something going on. Yeah, Venice is my kind of place, and I'm not planning on leaving anytime soon. At least not as long as all my friends are living here.
What about you, Charlie?
What about me?
Yeah? When was the last time you talked about yourself?
I don't talk about myself, girl. You know that.
Όχι, κι όμως
Still,
δεν μιλάει.
I'd like to talk about you for a bit.
If you want, just in general, or is there anything in particular you want to know?
Oh my god, τόσες ερωτήσεις. Πάμε, το μεγαλύτερο σου όνειρο.
What's your biggest dream?
Να μην μου μιλάς.
A dark stage, a packed auditorium, and a single spotlight. Dancing, girl, don't you know? I'm a good dancer, but I need to be among the best to make it out in the real world. So I'll keep studying and I'll keep working as a waiter to support my studies. Just like you.
Τα λεφτά μας θα δώσει.
How did you end up in Venice?
At home, there wasn't much professional training available for dancers. And my father, he was not happy about my choice of career. He wanted me to work in the factories like him and his father. Out here in Venice, everyone's got their own dreams. And people are supportive of each other no matter how crazy those dreams might be.
Your dream isn't crazy at all, Charlie. You're already halfway there.
But I still have a long way to go. You're right, girl. I can make it if I work hard enough. So can you. because we're both just so damn talented.
Are you happy working here at the cafe?
Βέβαια, είναι το όνειρό μου.
Money, if that's what you mean. I don't want to be a bartender for the rest of my life, obviously. But yeah, I'm happy I have a job. And you work here too, so I get to hang out with my friend, right?
If it wasn't for that, I don't know if I'd be able to do it. Hard work and lousy pay. The hours are flexible and, like you said, I get to hang out with you and my other friends. That's all I wanted to know, Charlie.
Και θα πει ότι έτσι εκμεταλλεύονται τους νέους.
Ακριβώς έτσι.
Τους δίνουν κακές δουλειές. Αλλά εντάξει, μωρέ, βγαίνει το χατζηλίκι και με τους φίλους μου, οπότε θα τα αντέξω. Και κάποιοι πλουτίζουν εις βάρος.
Thanks, Charlie.
Ναι, πάντα.
Καλά, όχι πάντα. Κάποιες είναι επιχειρήσεις βέβαια φτωχές, αλλά θα πω. Εκμεταλλεύσαι το γεγονός ότι είναι νέοι.
Take care, all right?
Και γεια σας.
Remember, you're supposed to get paid today. Stan's not gonna remember unless you bug him about it.
Οπότε πάμε στο Stan να του δείξουμε το χαρτί.
Κλασικό αφεντικό.
Πού είναι ο Stan?
Είναι πίσω.
Οκ, πάμε στο Stan. Δεν βλέπω κάτι άλλο και να δούμε και το jukebox.
April Ryan, you have got to get past yourself.
To the cafe. Γιατί τώρα που είμαστε στο καφέ δεν είμαστε.
Ήτανε στην είσοδο.
That's my, well, Emma's friend, really, Marcus. He's a Vava student as well.
Γιατί στέκεται σαν μοντέλο
When she's not
φωτογράφης?
working,
Μπορεί και να είναι.
on a date. Emma's always hanging out here, just like me, really, just like all of us.
Για μιλάμε την Emma πρώτα. Να δούμε. Ελπίζω να μην ανοίξει 20 εκατομμύρια. Α, ψωμί. Ο χλάρος.
Settle this one for us, April. When did Roindale release Sidetracked?
04, right after the Morning Star exile, those sons of bitches.
With blood on their boots, yeah. Told you so, Marcus.
You said 03.
I was closer than you. 07, and you call yourself a fan.
I don't.
Did you speak with Zach today?
Why?
He was upset. Called you a stuck-up bitch.
What? You gotta be kidding me. I wasn't even that rude to him.
He thinks so. Said that even if you came crawling to his door, he wouldn't give you the time of day. Said you called him an asshole.
Oh, God. I really don't know when to shut my mouth, do I?
Who cares? It's Zach. He hates you, so what? No great loss.
That's true.
So what else is going on? What are you doing this afternoon?
Πάμε το πρώτο.
Actually, I came by to see if I could find Cortez.
What's with you and this guy? You'd rather spend time with him than us?
I have to find out what the message means.
Don't
look at me. I don't know anything except what I already told you. Ask Charlie. He spoke with Cortez earlier.
Κάνουνε λες και βγαίνει συνέχεια με τον Κορτέζ, ας πούμε. Είναι μία φορά. Μία φορά που ακολουθεί έναν κρύπουλα για να καταλάβει τι γίνεται, ας πούμε.
What are you doing?
Lazy night.
Staying here. What else? I'm meeting a friend later, but that's not until 9. We're waiting for Isabel and then we're gonna eat. But I guess you're not hungry.
No.
Figures. I don't know why I even bother asking.
Who's this friend you're meeting later? Don't tell me it's that guy you were out with last night.
Are you gonna tell me I shouldn't get involved with men like him?
No, of course not.
Nah.
I'm not your... You don't need me to tell you that, Emma.
Well, I wish you would, 'cause you're right. I shouldn't, he's a bastard. But he's so cute and charming and, you know, very good in bed. I just can't help myself. But he's not a keeper, don't worry about that. It's just this thing, just a fling.
Mind if I ask you some questions, Emma?
Πάμε.
Κι άλλες πληροφορίες. Everything that's going on anyway? Of course you can ask me questions. Like, duh.
Βασικά, θα έπρεπε να είναι γραμμένο λίγο καλύτερα. Δεν πας στην άλλη και της λες, σε ρώτησε καμιά ερώτηση.
Did you finish your sculpture for the exhibit?
Μιλάω.
Pretty much.
You know what? Don't ask. I'm praying it'll finish itself one of these days.
Sure. Could happen. It could so happen. But I wouldn't count on it.
I'll have it ready in time.
Yes, you will, or I'll kick your ass so hard that you'll...
Okay, I got it. Thanks for the inspiration.
Έλεγες?
Ναι, έλεγα προχώρα.
Thanks, Emma.
Thanks for what? For talking to you? Girlfriend, what the hell is the matter with you? Snap out of it.
I gotta run.
See you around, stranger.
See you around, stranger.
Εντάξει, τάκα.
Fresh bread. I love the food in this place. We have a great kitchen.
Κάτι έλεγες πριν για ένα γλάρο.
Ναι. Ότι οι γλάροι τρώνε ψωμιά στα video games.
It's a jukebox, according to Stan. It's an original. Almost 200 years old. I don't know. It looks like a replica to me. A good replica, but still.
Αυτό το πράγμα που κάνει χου είναι ο Stan, υποτίθεται.
Όχι, όχι, είναι το woofer.
Α, για βάλε το jukebox.
It took some convincing, but Stan finally agreed to put the jukebox on free play. I'll just choose a track at random.
Για να δούμε.
Και το πόστερ που έλεγε ποιο είναι?
Είναι ακριβώς δίπλα.
Για να το δούμε λίγο. Να δούμε τι γουστάρει ο Κορτές.
Roma Gallery presents Growing Pains, an exhibition by and for kids and teenagers.
Roma Gallery.
Could this be what Cortez was talking about? Where kids visualize their dreams?
Ζωγραφίζουν δηλαδή.
Where's the Roma Gallery located?
Το γράφει εδώ κάτω η έξυπνη μας. Α, έχει και tickets να πάρεις.
I never say no to a complimentary ticket.
Ωραία, για τσέκαρε το ticket να μάθουμε τη διεύθυνση.
It's the address. The gallery is located near the Watertown Bridge.
Τέλεια.
It's all the way over in West Venice, if I remember correctly. I'm gonna have to catch the Metro Line subway to get there.
Και όλα σιγά σιγά μπαίνουν σε μία σειρά.
Τότε που το άκουσα πρώτη φορά το μετρό, δεν ήξερα τι γίνεται, γιατί τότε εμείς δεν είχαμε κάτι αντίστοιχο.
Όντως, ναι, δεν υπήρχε ακόμα στην Ελλάδα.
Είστε πιο Metro Line, τι είναι αυτό?
Γιατί και το ψώμι και τα κάνεις με την ευκαιρία.
Ναι, ναι.
Απλώς να δούμε τι λέει γι' αυτά.
It's a loaf of freshly baked bread from the cafe. Assorted candy. Colorful, no doubt also extremely toxic.
Τι μπορεί να το φας? Για δοκίμασε.
Oh God, it's awful. It tastes like mouthwash.
Όπο, κάτι σου βγήκε.
Ναι, το πέταξε.
It's a sticky, half-eaten piece of candy.
Είδες μήπως βουλώνει το γάντι?
Αμφιβάλλω.
Στα παλιά adventures του Lucas Arts θα το έκανε.
Όχι.
Οκ. Πάμε να μιλήσουμε με το Stan. Δώσ' του τα hours.
Θες μήπως να του μιλήσουμε πρώτα ή μπα?
Ας του δώσουμε πρώτα τα hours και μετά να φύγει αυτό τη μέση. Και μετά δούμε τι διάλογοι θα έχουν μείνει.
Here you are, my timesheet.
Don't say that word too loud, sweetheart. You're killing me. Let's see.
Rosa. Stan.
What is this? Huh? No. Did I sign this? What are you thinking?
You think
So?
money.
At least it doesn't look like it's been forged.
Μου τρώτε λεφτά εσείς οι νέοι.
Thanks.
Τι έχει γίνει?
Where's my money?
You want money?
Oh, you ain't getting it now. Next week, honey. I write down this amount in my ledger. Don't you worry your head from it.
Huh?
I need the money now, Stanley.
Yeah, we all need money now. That ain't gonna happen. Next week, I tell you.
Λες κατευθείαν να παραιτηθούμε, είναι λίγο βαρύ.
Λες.
Δεν ξέρω, προφανώς έχουμε μια επιλογή, αλλά μετά θα χάσουμε... Εγώ θα έλεγα άστο για next week και παρατήμωσε την άλλη εβδομάδα, αυτά θα σου πω.
Next week? You promise?
Sure, I promise. Next
Sure.
And if that falls through the week after, you'll get it sooner or later.
Quit, άμα βγάλει την επιλογή quit
Get
κατευθείαν.
that, I quit.
You're quitting? You can't quit. You work for me.
Τι εννοεί you can't quit?
Nobody quits this job, honey.
I can quit. And I'm quitting. I quit.
Damn, woman, you know how hard it is to find people to take a crappy job like this one? I need you.
Then give me the money now.
Just as much as you need the money?
All right, Jesus, I give you your damn money. What was it, $50?
$375, Stanley, cash.
Oh, sure, cash. 300. Are you sure? I pay you guys way too much. Alright, give me your receipts.
Σαν Έλληνας αφεντικός είναι μερικές.
Ναι, νομίζω όλα τα αφεντικά πρέπει να είναι έτσι σε όλο τον κόσμο, τελικά. Έτσι δεν είναι?
Thank you, Stanley.
Fine,
Thank
sure.
you.
Whatever.
Άμα δεν ξέρει κάποιος αγγλικά...
Just, I mean it. You free tonight? Wanna pull a shift? Sandra, she out sick and I need a replacement pronto.
Pronto.
Λοιπόν,
εδώ είναι η επιλογή μας.
Να πω λίγο, για ποιον δεν κατάλαβε ίσως αγγλικά, ότι στην ουσία της είπε ότι θα σου δώσω τα λεφτά κάποτε και αυτή στο τέλος του είπε όχι, παρετούμε και τελικά της έδωσε τα λεφτά. In short.
Ναι, και της λέει τι, πόσο είναι ένα πενηντάρικο, όχι.
Εγώ θα έλεγα I have plans, γιατί νομίζω ότι έχουμε επιλογές για σήμερα το βράδυ.
Θες pizza movie night?
Ναι.
Okay.
No, sorry, I have plans.
Plans? Plans on a Friday?
Oh,
Mighty mana, what's the world come to? Get out from here. Leave me alone with my migraine and ulcer.
Okay.
Exit.
Ναι. Νομίζω μπορούμε σιγά σιγά να πάμε να βρούμε τον Κορτές.
Πάλι?
Τι λες?
Στην γκαλερί.
Ναι.
Okay.
Εκεί που είπε ότι θέλει να μας συναντήσει.
Οκ, πάμε. Έτσι, να τρέχει λίγο.
Μια χαρά. Έχει πολύ έτσι ambient ήχους εδώ. Να και το πάρκο. Λοιπόν.
Δεν έχει τίποτα μεγάλο αντικείμενο εδώ, σίγουρα.
Όχι, δεν υπάρχει τίποτα.
Οκ. Γκάτε. Όχι, κάτι έχει εκεί κάτω. Γυαλίζει.
Τι, αυτό?
Κάτω αριστερά, κάτω αριστερά. Στο εκεί.
Αυτό,
Uh-oh. I have to get scanned. Jumping gates in the Newport subway is a corporate offense liable to get me 5 years behind bars, if I'm lucky.
Cascard. Εκεί. Όχι. Τι, απλώς περνάς?
Από ό,τι φαίνεται. Οκ.
Week, μπορούμε να βγάλουμε week. Έχει σημασία.
Έχουμε $300, οπότε...
Το παιχνίδι κρατάει μια εβδομάδα ή πρέπει κάθε χρόνο να βγάζουμε ένα εισιτήριο?
Εδώ τώρα κάνουμε μια επιλογή βασισμένη στο ότι έχουμε σαν δεδομένο αυτή τη στιγμή.
Εντάξει, το δημοσίο που έχεις παίξει κατά μια εβδομάδα το παιχνίδι έχει να βγάλουμε weekly ticket.
Εγώ θα έλεγα ότι είτε βγάλουμε είτε όχι, δεν έχει σημασία.
Ωραία, βγάλε day.
I'll get a weekly pass, just in case.
Ό,τι και να κάνεις παίρνει weekly.
Ναι.
Τι σε αφήνει να επιλέξεις τότε?
Γιατί πολλοί απλά είναι φοιτήτρια.
Ναι, αλλά γιατί σου δίνει την επιλογή ο developer, άμα δεν στην πάρει αμέσως.
Well.
Έχει κάποια σημεία που είναι κακά.
Ναι, ισχύει. Και έτσι μετά περνάς κατευθείαν.
$15 subtracted from cash card. You are now free to travel on all Metroline subways for exactly 1 week. And remember, genetic forgery is a federal crime. Keep your genes clean. Have a nice day.
Υπάρχει gene forgery. Που έχει φτάσει η τεχνολογία το 2200.
Για να δούμε τα Sparks.
There's a high voltage cable running parallel with the rail, and something's gotten stuck between them. Looks like a large iron key.
Οκ, πώς θα το πάρουμε αυτό?
Δεν μπορούμε να το πάρουμε τώρα, φαντάζομαι.
Ούτε
γιατί
με το γάντι.
είναι voltage, είναι, ναι, για να δω.
Έχει τρύπα βέβαια, λογικά θα σου πει. Δεν μπορούμε να κάνουμε κανιά έτσι μαγιά με το τζίχλα να κολλήσει τα κλασικά, όχι, είναι το... Πώς θα κόψει, να κόψουμε το ρεύμα σε όλο το τρένο?
Όχι, απλά παίρνεις αυτό που έχει κολλήσει εκεί.
Το κλειδί.
Λοιπόν, κάτσε να έρθει τώρα το επόμενο μετρό.
April Ryan, you have got to get past yourself.
Λοιπόν, και εδώ τώρα θα δούμε που θα κατεβούμε.
Λογικά θα έχει καλή επιλογή.
Sweet old ladies just ain't what they used to be.
Λοιπόν, δεν έχουμε και πολλές επιλογές.
Οπότε το Bridge, πάμε.
Poor guy's drugged out on Amethyst. They say the first motor function to suffer is always rhythm.
Γι' αυτό παίζει έτσι, οκ.
Another victim of Amethyst.
Πρεζάκι σε αμαθήνη.
Ναι.
Αμαθήνη, άκουα μου βρήκανε.
Big sound from such a small box.
Βάτσε το έξω.
Δεν χρειάζεται.
Εκεί έχει μόνο. Απλώς το κάνει πιο εύκολο. Δεν να ψάχνεις τα... Σου δίνει κατευθείαν που πας.
Big surprise, I'm still here.
Είναι περίεργο που το κάνουν, σαν επιλογή
Hello,
αυτό.
sir. Sir. I'll just leave my ticket here then, shall I? Yes. Yes, I guess I'll do that.
Ο κριτής τέχνης.
Ναι. Πάμε τον κορτέζ.
I got something on my face? That's a short, nude creature with a snout. Very inspiring. It's a pointy-edged swan.
A pointy-edged swan? Μάλιστα.
Τώρα θα είναι παιδικά σχέδια, θέλει να μας πει.
About time you showed up.
About time? I spent more than...
Mira, this painting. Right here. Look.
Μοίρα.
Δες.
Το δεύτερο.
You brought me all the way down here to look at a painting?
Yes, but there's more.
Ναι.
Just look at it.
Τι βλέπουμε?
Αυτό.
Περίεργο είναι. What am I looking for? Τι ψάχνω?
What am I looking for?
What do you see?
Τι θα βάλουμε? Ένας που αγκαλιάζει κάποια, δύο άνθρωποι που αγκαλιάζονται. Μια δήλωση της απώλειας! Και το τελευταίο είναι τέχνη.
I see a guy hugging a girl.
And?
They're probably boyfriend-girlfriend, and she's dumping him. He looks really depressed.
Yes. Forget the story. What do you see?
Βάλε το δήλωση απώλειας.
I see a statement on loss. The guy, he's hugging a girl, and by all rights he should be happy, but he's not. He's probably already mourning the loss of her, even though that's still somewhere in his future.
Statements? Who cares about statements? Tell me what you see.
Oh my god. Διάλεξη τώρα.
Δεν έχουν μείνει και πολλά, οπότε θες να το εξαντλήσουμε?
Ό,τι θες.
Ας το εξαντλήσουμε.
Όχι.
Όχι.
Διάλεξη όποιο θες.
I see art.
Art, yes. And beyond that. Beyond art.
Για πες.
Illusion. Τέχνη ψευδαίσθηση.
Illusion.
Skill and imagination allow the artist to create an illusion, but that is only skin deep. Beneath the illusion, what else is there?
Πόσο βαθιά θα πάει ο τύπος?
Truth?
Truth. Exactly. A deeper truth. This painting, this particular work of art, speaks a deeper truth. It has a soul.
μεταξύ των άλλων ροχαλίζει πίσω.
How can a painting have a soul?
It has a soul because it has an identity. It has a heart. The memory of this painting will survive beyond this moment. It will linger in your mind, become part of the tapestry of your subconscious. It has made a lasting impression on you. And you're not quite sure why.
It's just a painting by some kid. It's not as if it's a Picasso or a Monet.
Now you're arguing technique. Not every painting by Van Gogh or Michelangelo is real art either, although they all demonstrate great technique and craftsmanship. And the scribbled drawings of a 5-year-old child are rarely technically impressive, but they may still have a soul. They may still be real art.
So you're saying real art is not defined by the skill of the artist? Then what is art? If just anybody can create something more real than artists who spent their entire lives developing their skills?
Art is still the work of artists, and skill, craftsmanship, technique, those things are critical to the success of an artist's work. But alone, those things are merely pretense. For something to be real, to be truthful, the artist must transfer, shift part of him or herself into the work to transcend the illusion and reach for the truth of art.
And what is the truth of art?
Who knows? I've been asking myself that question for years.
Excuse me? You don't even know? And what's all this about all the questions and lectures on truth and illusion? For that matter, why did you ask me to come down here in the first place?
Because...
Actually, you didn't even ask me to come down. I spent my entire afternoon traveling all over Venice, deciphering a cryptic message, spending money I don't have on a subway ticket, only to have to stand here and listen to...
You saw something this afternoon. A waking dream, and you can't explain it. That's why you are here, isn't it?
Το ξέρει.
Όλοι το ξέρει. How the hell do you know? Πώς το ξέρεις?
How the hell do you know these things?
It's as plain as the day, Señorita Ryan. You're under a lot of stress. My point about art and truth is this, April. Some things look real, but are not. And other things may appear to be of no consequence at all, but are in fact invaluable. Like Warren's painting here. And your dreams. There is both truth and illusion in dreams, and in the images they create. The problem is in sorting the one from the other.
You're telling me my dreams are true?
I'm telling you there are things afoot, and that you need help in sorting the truth from the illusions. My help.
Well, that figures.
Good. I was hoping you'd understand.
No, actually, I didn't understand a single word. You talk about art and truth and dreams and illusions, and I still don't understand what it all has to do with me.
Είσαι καλλιτέχνης?
There are things happening, yes. And I came here because I thought maybe you're crazy enough to believe me, to help me. I don't know, sort through the debris and come up with the plausible explanation. But no, you tell me my dreams might be true, that I need your help, and that there are things afoot. I mean, who says afoot? I've never heard anybody use the word before. There are things afoot.
Está bien. I understand your reluctance to believe me, señorita. But I cannot convince you here, now. Meet me tomorrow.
What?
Meet me tomorrow, and I will tell you everything.
Not again, no way.
But you will. Because you are compelled to do so by your own curiosity. Because you are drawn to mystery. And because despite your skepticism, you believe I have the answer to all your questions, yes?
Yes.
No. No, I don't care. I just want to have a normal life. No nightmares, no visions, no strangers telling me that things are afoot. Comprende, amigo?
Oh?
Ay, Dios mío. Is that the time? I've got to run, señorita Ryan. I'll see you tomorrow then.
I said...
Goodbye.
Δεν καταλαβαίνω. Η τύπισσα λέει, ήρθε γιατί πίστεψα ότι είσαι αρκετά τρελός ώστε να πιστέψεις. Αλλά μου λες ότι μπορεί να είναι αλήθεια, άρα με πιστεύεις, και άρα εσύ είσαι ο τρελός. Η τύπισσα κυνηγούσε έναν τύπο, αντί να πάει σε έναν ψυχολόγο, ας πούμε.
Έλα, δεν έχει λεφτά εδώ για το κάκα, για το μετρό, θα έχει ψυχολόγο.
Σωστά και αυτό.
Ξαφνικά από εκεί που είχε γράψει 2 entries στο ημερολόγιο όλα τα χρόνια, έχει γράψει 5 σελίδες μόνο για τη σημερινή μέρα, ξέρω εγώ. Πηγαίνουμε. Να κάνω κι εγώ λίγο.
There's absolutely nothing out there. Nothing.
Τι να κάνω
Oh, there's a
εγώ.
city, an entire world even. There's absolutely nothing out there.
Και τώρα, μετρό.
Στο μετρό. Γυρνάμε πίσω.
Οκ.
Τελείωσε αυτό. Ήταν μια μικρή περιπέτεια να βρούμε τον Κορτές. Του είπαμε να πάει κάπου αλλού, να κάνει τη δουλειά του. Και πάμε σπίτι.
Το πάμε ψόχα βασικά Κορτές. Κάτσε εγώ τις τις εξόδους.
Θες να πας από το μακρύ δρόμο ή από το σύντομο?
Θέλω να δοκιμάσω
It's a
λίγο
pretty
εδώ.
mural. It's a pretty mural.
Έλα. Αυτό εδώ θέλω να δω λίγο.
Α, θες να φτιάξεις το μηχάνημα?
Δεν θα έπρεπε. Ίσως να μην έπρεπε ακόμα. Θα μας είχε πει. Cables έχει εδώ. Machine.
Let me. Νομίζω είναι πλαστικό, σωστά.
Γι' αυτό το χρησιμοποιήσω.
Δεν κάθεται εδώ. Οκ.
Μήπως, περίμενε, για δώσ' μου λίγο.
Περίμενε. Βλέπω δύο καλώδια εδώ.
Ναι.
That cable's been ripped in two.
Το ενώσουμε το
I hope it
δαχτυλίδι.
doesn't melt or anything.
Είναι μέταλλο.
Τι έκανε? Σοβαρά τώρα!
It's alive!
Αυτό είναι κουλό. Καταρχήν θα
Είναι μέταλλο!
Θα πρέπει να πάθει τροπληξία. Πώς τα κούμπησε δηλαδή και το έβαλε χωρίς?
Τώρα τι θες να σου πω?
Θα πρέπει να πεθάνει κατευθείαν με το που το έκανε.
Άλλο αυτό.
The water tank's full.
Ωραία.
Κάτσε λίγο, τι κάνουν αυτά, ξέρουμε?
Πρέπει να γίνουν όλα πράσινα.
Είμαστε σίγουροι? Για να το σκεφτούμε λίγο το γρίφο, περίμενε. Γιατί μάλλον το κάνεις και το ξέρεις.
Όχι, δεν είναι ότι το ξέρω, είναι ότι πρέπει να το βάλουμε να δουλέψει. Για να μπορέσουμε να.
Αυτή η βίδα κάθε φορά κάνει το επόμενο κόκκινο.
Ναι.
Ωραία, αυτή τι κάνει τώρα?
Α, κάνει τους διακόπτες, γιατί είναι και
αλλά αυτοί
διακόπτες.
δεν φαίνεται να επηρεάζουν τι θα γίνει κόκκινο.
Όχι, αλλά επηρεάζει τους διακόπτες που επηρεάζουν μετά το τι θα γίνει μάλλον κόκκινο.
Όχι, δεν βλέπω να. Κάθε φορά πάει συνέ. Περίμενε λίγο να το ψάξω. Ό,τι και να βάλω. Κάθε φορά πάει συνένα. Εκτός αν. Α, κάτσε, τώρα κατάλαβα. Όπου είναι κόκκινο, δεν γυρίζει.
Τώρα είναι όλα κάθετα. Για κάνε τα όλα οριζόντια.
Ορίστε.
Yay!
Έλα.
It works!
Τι έγινε?
It won't budge. The pressure's probably
Μήπως να
too
βγάλουμε το
high.
κλαμπ τώρα ή όχι?
Για να δω. Α! Τώρα έπεσε η πίεση, εντάξει. Άρα τώρα μπορούμε να το γυρίσουμε.
Τα καταφέραμε!
Yay!
Αλλά τι καταφέραμε? Να πάρουμε το κλαμπ.
Yes.
Γιατί
η πίεση μειώθηκε.
Ναι, και πλέον δεν κάνει διαρροή. Ωραία, έξυπνο.
Ναι, and that's it.
Τώρα... και ήταν λίγο. Τώρα, αν δεν μου λέγεις τι πρέπει να γίνουν όλα ευθεία, θα τρώγαμε όλη τη βδομάδα.
I'm not leaving my gold ring. Somebody's going to have to replace that cable eventually.
Αλλά εγώ αυτό που θέλω να πω είναι ότι θα μας έλεγε κάποιος μετά για αυτό πώς να το λύσουμε ή έτσι πρέπει να το σκεφτείς από μόνος σου στην τύχη όπως κάναμε εμείς τώρα?
Νομίζω χρειαζόμαστε αυτό το κλαμπ.
Ναι, το χρειαζόμαστε. Θα μας έλεγε κάποιος πώς δουλεύει η μηχανή?
Όχι, απλά θα χρειαζόμασταν το κλαμπ.
Πω, φρικτό.
Και επειδή θα χρειαζόμασταν το κλαμπ, θα βρίσκαμε τρόπο να το πάρουμε.
Ναι, αλλά άμα δεν έχεις κάποια οδηγία ότι πρέπει να κάνεις όλα ευθεία τουλάχιστον. Αυτό το tip πρέπει να δει. Που μου πες εσύ τώρα, εγώ δεν το σκεφτόμουν ποτέ. Α, η Μίκη. Αυτή είναι η.
Mickey's not usually the sit in front of the screen type of gal. Unlike Fiona. She's always working on something around the house. I guess that's why they're such a great couple.
Θες να μιλήσουμε στη Μίκη?
Ναι, για να μιλήσουμε.
Να κάτσουμε να δούμε.
What's going on, Mickey?
Well, the water's been fixed, so you can take a hot shower if you want.
Βρωμάω. Βρωμάω.
Ποιο προτιμάς?
Αυτό που σου λέω.
I smell that bad.
No, I didn't mean that you. I just, you know, in case you wanted to take a warm shower, I just wanted you to
the water being hot, as it were.
Thanks, Mickey.
Yeah.
Ταλαιπωρημένη. Στη φάση πάλευα πόσες
ώρες. Καλά, αυτή είπατε πως είναι και 40 ετών, 50 πόσο είναι.
Ναι.
Έχεις εφιάλτες.
I heard you had a nightmare last night.
Did she tell you that? She can't keep her mouth shut, can't she? You can't, can you?
As if your screaming wasn't enough to wake up the whole building. And so what if you were having a nightmare? You are human, you know, even though you'd like to think differently.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cause an argument. It's just that I had a nightmare as well.
Good luck trying to get anything out of her. She's so very together, you know. There'll be no chink in her armor. She's the Iron Lady. Well, bollocks.
Would you shut up, Fiona? I mean, for once, would you just shut up? Yes, I had a nightmare, and yes, it's none of your business. So don't try to make it your business.
I wasn't trying to intrude.
Awkward.
I just don't like talking about my dreams, yeah?
What was wrong with the pipes?
They're just old, like all of Venice. They're really old. Twice a year, every year, I have to spend a half a day freezing my ass off down in the canal performing emergency surgery on the pipes. Not that I don't love doing it, especially when my so-called partner's curled up on the sofa watching soaps all day long.
I'll talk to you later, Mickey.
Yeah.
Για μίλα και στη Φιώνα μια ευκαιρία, έχει να μου σου κάτι καινούριο.
Νομίζω θα έρθει η ώρα να κάνουμε το movie night.
Have you been sitting here all day?
Pretty much, darling. I feel like a vegetable. How was your day then?
Weird day.
It's been a weird day.
How so?
Well, you know how some mornings you wake up, but you're not sure if you're really awake or if you're still just dreaming?
I feel like that every morning, darling. A pot of black coffee cures that in a flash.
Coffee!
That's how I've been feeling all day. Like I said, it's been a weird day. How's yours?
Exceedingly ordinary. Almost depressingly so. I poked my head out of the door once for about a second, but thought better of it.
What are you watching?
Nothing special. We were thinking about watching a movie later, though.
Yeah, which one?
They have quite a few new releases out. Did you ever see Victory Hotel?
No. Is it good?
That's what they say. So we might catch that one.
I'll see you later, yeah?
All right, darling. Why don't you sit down and watch a movie with us, April?
You know what? That sounds like an excellent idea.
Yep.
Φαντάζομαι ότι μέχρι να κάνεις όλα όσα χρειάζεται.
Popcorn! Oops!
Ταν, ταν, ταν. Δεύτερο κεφάλι. Οκ.
That's it. Πάμε στο επόμενο.
Got to find Cortez and get him to explain what the hell's going on. Insane or not, he's the only person I can talk to about this.
Λοιπόν, όπως έλεγα ήταν ένα τεράστιο πρώτο επεισόδιο, πρέπει να παίζουμε περίπου 2 ώρες νομίζω. Οπότε θα τα πούμε στο επόμενο επεισόδιο. Γεια σας.
Yay. Ξυπνάμε πάλι από το προηγούμενο βράδυ.
Ξεχνάς, έχουμε ψωμί τώρα. Μπορούμε να κάνουμε το γλάρο.
Ναι, σωστά.
Πώς να το πετάξει στο γλάρο το ψωμί. Για δοκίμασε στο γλάρο πρώτα. Δεν δουλεύει. Για κάποιο λόγο πετάς το ψωμί στο... Για να το σκάσει. Μα για ποιο λόγο να θέλω...
Γιατί είναι πλαστικό.
Clank?
Αυτά είναι. Τι πήραμε? Clothesline.
It's a plastic-coated clothesline.
Πού είναι το γλάρο, τον πήραμε?
Το γλάρο γιατί να τον πάρουμε?
Γιατί νόμιζα ότι δεν θέλαμε το clothesline.
Όχι. Το clothesline το πήραμε.
Σίγουρα θα πάρουμε το γλάρο.
Δεν μπορούμε να πάρουμε το γλάρο, όχι.
Εντάξει.
Για να μιλήσουμε στις άλλες τώρα κάτω.
Κάτσε, μην χτύπα τα δωμάτια πρώτα για αρχή να δούμε αν θα κάνει τίποτα.
Στον Ζακ δεν χτυπάμε.
Χτύπα, δεν πειράζει.
Στον Ζακ.
Ας πει αυτό δεν χτυπάει. Έλα.
Μα είναι χαζός.
Δεν πειράζει.
I'm not knocking on that door unless it's absolutely necessary, and frankly, I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Εντάξει, μην ορκίζεσαι.
Nobody home.
Πάμε να μιλήσουμε τώρα στις άλλες, να δούμε τι θυμούνται από το προηγούμενο βράδυ. Η Φιώνα είναι λίγο ανήσυχη.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell me last night was a dream, April.
Τι απ' όλα?
I don't know. Δεν ξέρω τι ήταν.
I wish there was an explanation. But both you and Mickey, we all saw the same thing, didn't we? Not a dream, not a hallucination, but what?
Weird things have been happening lately.
I have noticed. This isn't the first time.
Τι άλλα πράγματα έχουν συμβεί που δεν είναι η πρώτη φορά?
What other weird things have happened lately?
Little things like movement in the corner of your eye that's gone when you turn your head. And noises. The kind you're not supposed to hear in the city. Animal noises. Wild animals.
Άγρια θηρία.
Once, this was very early in the morning, mind, a few days ago, I looked down into the canal and saw what looked like an underwater city. As I looked at it, it dissolved into ripples of water.
Μία υπόγεια πόλη στο κανάλι.
You're telling me, darling. I'm scared of cockroaches, for God's sake. What do you think this does to my nerves?
Have you seen Cortez today?
Μας λείπει ο Κορτέζ.
No, darling. I don't think he's around.
Do you have any idea where Cortez is?
Sorry, he could be anywhere. Well, he does enjoy going uptown to watch old movies in some revival cinema, but where that is,
αυτά τα παλιά σινεμά.
Who'd know?
Perhaps Zach. He is, after all, the self-appointed film expert around here.
Θα άκουσε τη γλώσσα σου που λέγεται.
Great, Zach. My very best friend in the whole wide world. Could you tell Cortez I'm looking for him?
Certainly, darling. If I happen to see him.
Για βάλει το ημερολόγιο που άστραψε. Να δούμε την εγγραφή.
I have to get going.
Take care of yourself out there, darling.
Next. Οκ, ναι. Λέει αυτό που έγινε με την τηλεόραση. Και λέει ότι πρέπει να μιλήσει στο Ζακ.
Μάλιστα.
Πότε προλαβαίνει και γράφει αυτό το ημερολόγιο? Την ώρα που τους μιλάει γράφει και ημερολόγιο ταυτόχρονα. Πες μου.
Ναι.
Γαμώ το πρέπει να μιλήσει στο Ζακ. Άρε Ζακ, σου φέξε, έρχεται το κομμενέτο να σου μιλήσει.
Κομμενέτο.
Το κομμενέτο.
I never imagined I'd be doing this in a million years.
Έλα Ζακ, πάρε με. Εντάξει, το παρατράβηξα λίγο.
Well, well, what do you know? The princess comes knocking after all.
Όχι το πρώτο. Διάλεξε εσύ.
Οκ, αυτό.
Γιατί?
Καλά.
Θες να του πεις ότι επιτέλους κατάλαβα τι χάνω?
Ναι.
Κάντε, πες το.
Yes, I finally realized what I was missing out on.
About time, too. So, you, ready to hang out?
Just do me one favor first, okay?
Well, give me a reason to, babe.
A reason? You want a reason?
Oh.
Okay. What about a date?
Rendezvous.
Yeah. Good. Tonight.
Sure. Tonight. I'll meet you at the... pavilion, was it?
And, are you gonna put out?
What?
Well, I mean, if I'm gonna use my VIP passes and my pills, babe, I just gotta know if it'll be worth it or not. You on?
We'll see, Zach.
Just don't do a Houdini and vanish on me, babe. If you're a no-show and I wait around for you all night, I end up looking like an asshole. And that wouldn't make me very happy.
I'll be a good girl and show.
Smart. So, what do you want to know?
Where can I find a theater that shows old movies?
There are quite a few that do, but only one that runs optical stock. I figure that's the one you want, yeah?
Why?
Because that's where Cortez likes to hang out. And I'm guessing you're trying to hook up with him.
No. I just need to do some research for a painting.
Babe, I'm not a moron. I see you guys together. What are you, his lover? The shriveled old weirdos?
Μία φορά δεν βρεθήκανε.
His accent? His acute lack of fashion?
It's not what you think.
Whatever. Hey, like I give a shit. You're with me tonight. By tomorrow morning, I don't think you'll find that old creep so appealing anymore.
Oh.
So, where's Cortez?
When he's not outside reading or whatever the hell he does, he's usually at the Mercury Theater. They show old movies on real celluloid stock through a projector, like in the fucking Middle Ages.
Είναι όντως Middle Ages για αυτούς.
I don't remember the street it's on. It's been ages since I was there last. But you'll find it if you head out the East Gateway from Metro Circle.
The East Gateway.
It's close to the Radio Power Building, and there are tons of adult stores in the area. Actually, if you're not too busy, you could pick up something for us to watch tonight. Something really filthy.
Oh, nah, θέλω κάτι έτσι.
I don't think...
Hey, whatever. I was just kidding, yeah? Babe, you got a major bug up your ass. Get a fucking sense of humor, yeah?
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the tip and the info.
Just be at the pavilion by 10, okay? I don't like waiting around for babies like you. Got a million better things to do.
Okay.
It wouldn't be a good idea for you to ditch me. Not a good idea at all.
Οπότε, για βάλε το δικονολόγιο. Του έκλεισα ραντεβουδάκι.
Όσο σκέφτομαι τι πρόκειται να... Oh well.
Hey, όχι spoilers.
No spoilers.
Αλλιώς θα παίξω εγώ το παιχνίδι.
Όχι.
Οκ, λοιπόν. Τι υποσχέθηκε ραντεβού λοιπόν σε αντάλλαγμα να της πει που είναι ο Κορτέζης. Ο Κορτέζιος.
Και την επόμενη φορά που θα έχει ξανά στην τρελή ιδέα θα πρέπει να έχει κάποιο μαζί της να την πυροβολήσει.
Μπορεί και να έχει.
Όπως το πες. Για κάτσε να δούμε πως υπάρχει κάτι καινούριο στο...
Α, ναι, στο Corkboard.
Be considerate. Keep the volume down after 11 p.m.
Όχι, τα είδαμε.
Pizza Movie Night, Joke, Fringe.
Τα είδαμε στο προηγούμενο κεφάλι.
Ναι, τα είδαμε αυτά.
Ω, η πάπια.
Duck. Bon voyage, Ducky.
Ακόλουθα την πάπια. Πώς την πάρουμε, όχι στο καφέ, εδώ στα δεξιά, τι είναι κάτω δεξιά.
Δεν πάει κάτω δεξιά. Ο μόνος προορισμός από εκεί είναι το καφέ.
Okay.
Bon voyage, Ducky.
Ακολούθα αυτή την πάπια. Ακολούθα την πάπια σου λέω. Οπ, νάτι. Look first. Ευαγγελία. Ευαγγελία, κάνε ένα look πρώτα να τη δούμε τι λέει.
Να, την είδαμε.
Για να φέρει λίγο εδώ και εγώ να παίξω.
The duck's deflated.
Άσε να παίξω λίγο.
Γιατί?
The duck's deflated. It's a band-aid. How did that get there? Last I remember, the seagull had pecked a hole in the duck. Weird.
Νομίζω ότι αυτό μπορεί να μας χρειαστεί εδώ. Ω, τα κατάφερα. Έκανατε εγώ κάτι.
Patched up and good as new. It's a plastic-coated clothesline.
Ήθελα να λύσω εγώ ένα γρήγορα. Ευχαριστώ. Πρέπει να πάμε στο καφέ, έχει τίποτα εκεί μέσα?
Έχει τον Charlie.
I'm glad you're here. I need somebody to talk to.
Yeah, me too. What's going on?
Περίεργα πράγματα συμβαίνουν.
Θες να...
Όχι, περίεργα πράγματα.
Weird stuff has been happening to me.
Doesn't it always?
Not like this. I was convinced they were hallucinations, after effects of my dreams. But yesterday and last night?
Last night? That's incredible. Me too.
What happened?
You haven't heard anything about what happened to you last night?
No.
No, tell me.
Around 11 last night, I was working the bar and, well, I couldn't see how it started, but the music suddenly changed, and the place went dead quiet. I walked over to the far end of the bar. Something, it wasn't human, definitely not like any human I've ever seen, just appeared out of the thin air where the jukebox is, playing an instrument. At first, it didn't seem to notice anyone. Everyone stood there watching it, dead silent. Then it looked up, and then it just disappeared. Everyone was staring at the jukebox and then at each other. And then things just went back to normal. It was as if they all chose to block it out. It was scary, girl. I couldn't get the image of that creature out of my mind. And the look on its face. It was real, that's for sure. As real as you and me, but different. Now I want to hear your story, April. What happened?
This is going to be hard to believe.
Fun fact.
It's true, I swear to you.
Of course I'll believe you, girl.
Last night, I came home, and Mickey and Fiona were watching the screen, so I joined them. We watched a documentary about the rainforest, and...
What happened?
The room turned into a jungle.
Are you serious?
No, I'm lying to you. Of course I'm sure. I was there, Fiona was there, Mickey. We all saw the same thing, a jungle, but only for a split second. Then it was gone, just like that. And it wasn't like a hologram. It was more real than that. It smelled right. The air was thick and humid and it didn't feel synthetic like those shows they have. It felt real. The worst part was, it looked familiar. Like something from a dream. I recognized the place and I recognized the emotions I had being there.
From where?
Like I said, from dreams and from experiences I've had these past few days. Strange stuff, scary stuff, but I'd rather not talk about those experiences now.
I understand. Wow. Heavy.
It's amazing how similar our stories are. And it scares me because have you considered the possibility you've been drugged, Charlie? Or subjected to some holographic experiment?
You prefer that to the alternatives?
That we're going crazy? Or that there's actually something going on? Something we can't understand. You think those alternatives are better?
I can't tell you, April. All I know is the experience was as real to me as yours was to you.
Okay. Fun fact.
Fun fact, άμα επιλέξεις να δουλέψεις εκείνο το βράδυ αντί να πας για pizza movie night, βλέπεις αυτό ακριβώς που σου εξηγεί ο Τσάρλι.
Και πας στη Φιώνα και σου λέει ότι εμείς είδαμε τη...
Ναι. Αυτό ακριβώς.
Ενδιαφέρον. Λοιπόν, εν συντομία για όσους ξέρουν αγγλικά, στο μπαρ το jukebox αντικαταστάθηκε από ένα πλάσμα που έπαιζε ένα μουσικό όργανο. Για λίγο.
Το οποίο ούτε το ίδιο είχε καταλάβει ότι ήταν εκεί πέρα και ξαφνικά όταν το κατάλαβε όλοι σταματήσαν για μια στιγμή και απλά συνεχίσανε κανονικά με τον καφέ τους, το ποτό τους.
Anything else?
What else? I don't know what to tell you, girl.
Thanks.
Τα είδαμε όλα. Έχει κάτι άλλο να κάνουμε εδώ?
Ήθελα να δω αν υπήρχε κάτι, αλλά δεν υπάρχει τίποτα.
Ένα πόστερ, το έχουμε δει.
Δεν είναι κάτι χρήσιμο.
Το έχουμε δει όμως.
Νομίζω ναι.
Οπότε πού πάμε?
Εγώ λέω να πάμε στην Ακαδημία να δούμε αν η Έμα είναι εκεί.
Okay.
Μήπως έχει να μας πει κάποια πράγματα, γιατί ήταν και αυτή εκεί.
Βαβά. Σαν μικρό παιδί.
Όχι.
Η Έμα είναι στο δωμάτιό της με τον κόμενό της.
Λογικά.
Και κάνει
βαβαβούμ.
Πότε πάμε στο μετρό να πάμε στο σινεμά?
Ναι, δεν έχουμε κάτι άλλο να κάνουμε.
Αν πατήσει το escape πάει πιο γρήγορα, όχι.
Όχι, πιο γρήγορα πάει άμα πατήσει διπλό κλικ.
Ναι, θέλω, δεν έχει πιο γρήγορα.
Όχι.
Αυτό το εκείνο πώς μπορούμε να το πάρουμε τώρα που έχουμε τα πλάτα γάντια?
Ναι, νομίζω μπορούμε.
Για δοκίμασε με το γάντι.
Με το γάντι δεν μπορείς. Για κάτσε, έχουμε κι άλλο πλαστικό.
Για δοκίμασε.
Όχι.
Τι πας να κάνεις εκεί?
Πάω να βάλω σκηνιά, γιατί έχουμε και αυτό το σκηνή.
Για βάλω το στο γάντι.
Αλλά δεν είναι...
Στο γάντι?
Όχι, δεν πάει.
Για βάλω.
Λες.
Για να δούμε.
When I was a wee lass, I tried fishing a couple of times in the pond behind my house, but I never caught anything. I hope my luck's improved. Obviously, this is not gonna work. The clamp's already closed.
Άρα πρέπει να βάλουμε κάτι να κρατάει το κλάμπα ανοιχτό.
Οκ.
Για βάλ' το.
That won't do any good. I need something tight to keep the clamp open.
Το δαχτυλίδι, πάει στο δαχτυλίδι, για δες. Για μίλα του, κάτσε, μπορεί να του μιλήσεις, για πάτα το στόμα. Τι του λέει? Το φουσκώνει! Τώρα, γρήγορα, έχει να ξεφουσκώσει αυτό.
Ναι.
Έλα, use. Οπότε το φουσκώνεις για να είναι σταθερό.
Και όταν ξεφουσκώνει...
Και όταν ξεφουσκώνεις θα κλείσει και θα το πιάσει.
Ναι!
Να το! Καλό!
That's a pretty cool catch.
Για να δούμε τι πιάσαμε.
Ναι.
Τι είναι αυτό?
It's a large iron key.
Δεν ξέρω καν που θα μπορούσε να είναι χρήσιμο.
Anyway, πάμε στο μετρό. Καλά, τι φρανά το μετρό της Αθήνας, με αυτό κάθε 10 δευτερόλεπτα έρχεται.
Ναι, όντως.
Της Αθήνας, της Αγγλίας βασικά.
Της Ιαπωνίας.
Δεν θέλω να είναι τόσο γρήγορο της Ιαπωνίας. Θυμάμαι να περιμένω στο Τόκιο πολλά λεπτά.
Εντάξει, εδώ είναι το μέλλον, οπότε μπορεί να είναι τόσο γρήγορα. Λοιπόν, είπαμε... έχουμε ένα νέο μέρος, λοιπόν.
Ποιο είναι το νέο μέρος?
Metro Circle, έτσι λέει εδώ.
Αυτό είναι που ξεκινήσαμε, δεν είναι?
Όχι, εμείς ήμασταν στο East Venice.
Πάμε στο Metro Circle.
Είμαστε στην καλή περιοχή.
Περιοχή.
Would you believe this is the first thing I saw when I came to Newport? Big city? Gotta love it.
Πας στο Newport και βλέπεις για πρώτη φορά αυτό. Yep. Elevators.
Για πάτε να δούμε τα tubes.
Those elevator tubes provide access to the mid and upper levels of Newport. I'd need proper ID before I could use them, of course.
Για να πας εκεί πρέπει να έχεις λεφτά.
Αυτό μου θυμίζει το Αλίτα που δεν μπορείς να πας σε upper levels.
Τι έχει?
Δεν έχει πολλά.
Μία έξοδο εκεί πάνω, στο ρολόι.
Δεν είναι στο ρολόι. Είναι εδώ. East Gateway.
Άρα δεν πατάς στο X, το βάζεις για να...
Έτσι. Εδώ, στην καλόφημη περιοχή.
Oh my god, μεθυσμένοι βουτάνες και δεν συμμαζεύεται.
Ναι.
Ιερόδουλες.
Not my crowd, though.
Πού πάμε εμείς?
It's a liquor store.
Τον πήρα από πίσω οι άλλοι. Έχει έξοδο.
Μήπως έχει κάπου να...
Κάτσε μας το έξω να δούμε που είναι η έξοδοι. Αυτή είναι οι τρεις έξοδοι. Subway, Metro Circle και... αυτό θες εσύ. Down the street. Το έξω, πατάς το έξω.
Μην τα αφήνεις.
Γιατί βοηθάνε, εγώ θα ήθελα να το έχει σε κάθε τρίτο.
Λοιπόν...
Να, το Mercury.
Mercury. They left out the theater bit, but maybe that's self-explanatory.
Καζαμπλάνκα και Μαλτίζ Φάλκον. Δεν δείχνει απλώς παλιές ταινίες, δείχνει και τους 40 κιόλας.
Ναι, που είναι για μας πολύ παλιές.
A Welsh ghost story, written and directed by Ragnar Tornquist. I saw that, it's a classic.
Σοβαρά. Και εδώ νορβηγική ταινία βρήκα
Women
να
in
βάλω.
dire need of medical attention. I thought that was a porno. But I guess it's just an artsy foreign flick. As long as they speak French, it can't be smut.
Trash.
Just trash.
Fat
This
guy.
guy looks like he works at the theater.
Δεν είναι και φάτο τύπος, μια μικρή κυλίτσα έχει. Δηλαδή, τους πραγματικά χοντρούς ή τους λέει αυτό το παιχνίδι.
Excuse me.
Το φάλια.
Μάλλον.
Oh, geez. Hold on there 1 second, lady. Dang marquee, light up!
Τι τα φώτα τους μιλάνε για να βγει. Old school.
Now stay that way, you hear?
Do you work at the theater?
Yes'm. I'm Freddie. Freddie Mellon. My mama, Mrs. Dottie Mellon, she owns the theater. Yep, I reckon she does,
My mama.
She owns it, and she be running it by her own self like a real proprietor. I reckon I help out some, of course. Yep.
And what do you do, sir?
I'm the usher. And I also takes care of sweeping and cleaning up after the show. My mama, Mrs. Dottie Mellon, she say she reckon I'm a regular jack of all trades. I'll tell you what, I think she's right about that.
Is the theater open now?
No, I reckon it ain't, lady. It don't open till this evening. Ain't nobody in there either. I reckon that wouldn't be legal.
Do you know a man called Cortez?
It's obsto.
No. I can't say as I does, lady. Ain't never met him. Now, I reckon I'd like to get on with my sweeping,
But I'm supposed to meet him here. Are you sure you don't know him?
Look, lady. I reckon you should just mind your own business and get.
Business.
I told you, I ain't seen Cortez today.
But you know him?
You said you didn't know Cortez.
I reckon I don't know nobody by that name, so I tell you what. I'd mighty appreciate it if you'd stop bothering me and let me get on with my work. Jesus, Mary and baby Joseph. I reckon the whole dang world wants to find Cortez today.
Jesus, Mary and baby Joseph?
Yes, I'll tell you what. You go on now and let Freddie Mellon do his sweeping before his mama, Mrs. Dottie Mellon, get all PIST off.
Είναι από Texas.
Mama, Mrs. Dottie. Τι είναι αυτός? Conspicuous guy.
That guy's so conspicuous, he's gotta be a cop on a stakeout assignment.
Όπου έχει κι άλλο.
Hi there, having fun?
Didn't your mother teach you not to talk to strangers?
Τι θες να πω?
Ό,τι θες.
Yeah, she did.
Then what are you doing here? Get lost.
Are you on the job?
On the job? What do you mean, on the job?
You know, an assignment, stakeout, undercover operation.
I suggest you get the hell out of here now, man, before things get ugly.
Ugly?
Was that
Really?
a threat? Are you threatening me?
Yes, I am.
Κάμα το, με απειλείς? Ναι, σε απειλώ, μωρή.
Hello.
Christ, don't you ever quit. What is it now?
Why are you dressed like a cop?
What do you mean, why am I dressed like a... Hey, wait a second, what's it to you?
Just trying to do my bit for the boys in blue, sir. You look like a cop, so if you're on a stakeout or something, you should try to blend in a little more. Go native.
Yeah, how?
I don't know. But that trench coat sort of gives it away. Perhaps a pair of blue jeans and one of those I'm with stupid t-shirts might help.
Hold on, let me get this down right. Hey, wait a second, what am I doing? Who the hell do you think you are?
What am I doing? Τι κάνω?
NPD fashion consultant?
Is that supposed to be funny, ma'am? Are you a comedian or something? Because I'm not laughing. I'm not even smiling, am I? Now get your ass out of here and don't bother me again.
Is that a threat?
Damn right it's a threat.
Άστο. Πάμε πίσω στον καθυστερημένο.
It's a fuse box.
Όχι πάλι γρήγορα αυτά.
Α, είναι το fuse box που...
There's something wrong with the power in that box, and it looks like the theater marquee is connected to the same switch. It keeps flickering on and off.
Άρα κάποια στιγμή μπορούμε να του κόψουμε το ρεύμα, ας πούμε. Αλλά για να τελειώσουμε αυτό, νομίζω έχει κι άλλο να πει. Και ο τύπος με τη σκούπα.
Hello again.
Christ, don't you ever quit. What is it now?
Don't you get tired of hanging around here all day long?
No, ma'am.
So you're completely fine. There's nothing you'd want.
Up.
That's right.
Nothing at all?
Nothing at all.
Not even a bite to eat?
Just had a full lunch, ma'am. Thanks for asking.
So you just had lunch?
That's right. At Cool Cow.
Cool Cow.
What did you have?
A triple whammy cow patty with a side
Γιατί
order of
λέει
beef
τους
onions and a
πληροφορίες?
large bingo cola. No ice.
What about fries?
And a double order of cheese and fried taters, yeah. Tastiest damn fries you're ever likely to find. Soaking in melted goat cheese.
Γιατί?
And you had this when?
About an hour ago.
And you don't feel, the urge to go?
No, ma'am, no. My bowels are genetically enhanced and require...
Εννοεί ότι δεν τον έχει πάει, ρε παιδί, με αυτό που έφαγε.
Good. You don't have the munchies?
Well, now you mention it, I have a craving for sweets. I didn't have time for my usual Cool Cow strawberry pie with whipped cream, chocolate sauce, and a scoop of ice cream.
Oh my god,
Wait a second. What am I telling you all this for?
Αυτό γιατί τα λέει?
Get out of here, ma'am.
Δεν τον κάνει καλά τη δουλειά του.
Is this a threat? I think that was a threat.
A very serious one, ma'am.
Okay. Έχουμε γλυκά. Το θυμάμαι αυτό.
Would you like a candy?
Hey, yeah. That'll hit the spot.
What? Γιατί παίρνει... Δεν του έχουν πει ποτέ να μην παίρνει από ξένους γλυκά και καραμέλες.
Ποτέ.
Don't you litter my floor, mister.
Το αρέσανε, δεν κατάλαβα.
Hello again.
Christ, don't you ever quit. What is it now?
What was it you wanted again?
Something sweet and chewable to drown the bitter taste.
Πώς έχει κάτι σκουπιδονικέ?
Just trash.
Κάτσε, έχει και γιούζους σκουπιδονικές. Δεν το κάναμε. Sticky candy. Α, όμως να το δώσουμε αυτό. Είναι πιο chewable.
Όχι.
Τα λένε σκληρά. Θα πετάξει σκουπιδία, για δοκίμασε.
Το σκέφτηκα, αλλά μπα.
Για κάνε το... θα τον κλωτσίσει, τι θα κάνει. Θα φτύσει με...
Lady, don't you keep playing with that thing now, you hear? Leave it be.
Τι είναι αυτό?
Green ooze.
Δεν ξέρω, αλλά μου φαίνεται ότι είναι τοξικό.
Ή...
Smells like kerosene.
Για να δω. Α! Για κάποιο λόγο.
Γιατί αυτά κάνουν κόνη, θα τα λιώσει.
Α, ναι, σωστά.
Στη ζέστη. Για να τα κάνεις μαλακά και τσούι που θέλει αυτός, για δες τώρα τι λέει.
Ναι, stinky candy.
Τα άλλα τι είναι? Hard. Για δώσ' του.
Care for another?
Hey, sure, forget about it.
Forget about it. Forget. Ξύγνα το.
What the hell? The taste sickening. I feel kinda Christ.
Στα μούτρα.
Οκ, τρελός μου.
Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Did you just throw a rock at my head?
Hit.
Now I tell you what. You should
Ο άλλος πιάνει την
have
κοιλιά
done
του
that.
μεταξύ.
I reckon that was a bad mistake.
Ωχ, ξύλο, ξύλο, ξύλο.
Ο άλλος φεύγει σαν χεσμένος.
Είναι χεσμένο.
Ναι.
Πάμε στο fuse box τώρα, φύγαν όλοι. Α, δεν μας αφήνει.
You should have seen him run, lady. I reckon I ain't never seen nobody run that fast. And he was clutching at his buttocks like he had the runs or something. He even lost his stupid old hat in the gutter.
In the gutter?
I ain't never seen anything that funny in a while.
Για κάτσε, περίμενε. Αφού το πίσω το καπέλο, λογικά μπορούμε να το πάρουμε.
Να το.
Μουσικούλα.
Και λογικά τώρα που έφυγε ο αστυνομικός από εκεί, μπορούμε να πειράξουμε τις ασφάλειες.
Για να δω.
Σωστά. Για να φύγει αυτός που δεν μας αφήνει να μπούμε λογικά. Μου φαίνεται λογικό.
That door leads back into what looks like an alleyway behind the theater.
Ανοίγει.
Για να δούμε.
It's locked.
Πάμε να παίξουμε τις ασφάλειες πάλι.
Μ' αρέσει πάντως που πηγαίνει έτσι βαριεστημένα, σαν πραγματική φοιτήτρια.
It's some kind of keyhole.
Α, έχουμε ένα κλειδί όμως.
Yes!
Seriously now, έτυχε και στις γραμμές του τρένου βρήκαμε το κλειδί για τις ασφάλειες.
Ναι.
Αχ, βάλε και το γάντι κάτι να στρώσει.
It won't budge. It's melted.
Α, κάνε και ένα look να δούμε τι λέει, πως λέει και ένα πληροφορία το πώς να δούμε.
I'd venture a guess and say it has something to do with switching the power on and off. The heat's caused this one to melt. I don't think it works anymore. The cable's almost completely severed. It would probably be easy to pull it out, provided I have some kind of protection against the electricity.
Έλα, γαντάκια, γαντάκια. Το φωνάζει. Yes. Δεν σβήσανε. Σβήσανε. Μάμα, Mrs. Tony Darton, πάρτον.
Dang, Marquis, light up! Hell, it's gone dead on me now. I'm going to have to fix that sign proper this time round, I just need me a ladder and some tools from the basement.
Α, το άνοιξε μόνος του.
Για να πάει στο υπόγειο,
Ναι, interesting. Τώρα μπορούμε να πάμε κι εμείς.
Πάμε κι εμείς.
Πάμε κι εμείς.
Έλα. Into alley. Μέσα στο δρομάκι.
Τώρα πρέπει να δούμε τι έχει.
Το μπλε τι είναι εκεί.
Ποιο μπλε?
Εκεί,
δεν είναι. Α, εδώ είναι το.
When's the last time somebody picked up the garbage? Smells like moldy caramel popcorn and bingo cherry cola. Disgusting. It's a mountain of garbage.
Είναι σκιά από τα σκουπίδια.
Ναι.
Reminds me of something, but I just can't put my finger on it. I feel an uncontrollable urge to raise my hands.
Μοιάζει με άντρας με όπλο.
The shadows being cast by those garbage bags.
Ξέρεις του λείπει για να είναι πιο νουάρ.
Ναι, ξέρω τι λείπει.
Αχα, τώρα ναι.
Ξέρεις τι?
It's Constable Guybrush.
Οχ. Για πάντα το χέρι το παίρνει.
It's Constable Guybrush.
Πάντα το χέρι καλή να δούμε τι θα γίνει.
Α, αυτό λες, ναι.
I came loose. Poor Constable Guybrush.
Και το ξαναβάζει, για δες.
Sorry, Guybrush.
Το παίρνει.
I need to borrow your eye for a while.
Δεν ξέρω γιατί χρειάζεται το
It's
μάτι.
Constable Guybrush.
Ναι, ούτε εγώ ξέρω.
Ο Guybrush μαϊμού δεν θα το ξεπεράσει αυτό. Τι θα το βάζει σκουπιδιά για να κάνει τον ήχο.
Παραδόξως. Α, λέγε heads up!
Ναι, raise your hands ή κάτι τέτοια έλεγε.
You, hands up, spread your legs, and do the monkey dance.
Λοιπόν, let's do something crazy.
Ανάψεις φωτιά.
Ναι, σαν καλός αναρχικός.
Κοίτα, μοιάζει λίγο την πλατεία εξ αρχή.
Ναι.
Hail blazes, we got us a fire. Now, where's that voice coming from? Show yourself.
Spread your legs.
All right there, mister. Just don't you fire that gun now, you hear? I'm sorry I chased you earlier.
Νομίζω ότι είναι ο μπάτσος που γύρισε.
Freddy will do the monkey for you right now, if that's what you want, He'll do the monkey until you ask him to stop, I reckon,
You, hands up, spread your legs, and do
Πάμε.
I wound the monkey up real good, so he'll be dancing for a while.
Η μαϊμού που πριν κράτησε για 2 δευτερόλεπτα, ξέρω.
Ναι.
Ο Κορτέζιος! Ο φίλος μας ο Κορτέζ!
You have no idea what I went through to find you. First...
Do you like movies?
Sure. Who doesn't? Wait a second. I was trying to tell you that...
I don't much like modern movies. Either too loud and expensive or too obscure and self-indulgent. But old movies, really old movies, have a charm and a simplicity that appeals to me.
Είναι απλός άνθρωπος.
Listen, please don't interrupt me again. It's starting to piss me off.
But I have never interrupted you, unless I've had something important to say, of course. But go ahead. What is it you wanted to talk about?
Why did you make me search all over the city for you?
Search for me? I've been here for hours, señorita. I haven't moved. The question ought to be, what made you go out of your way to find me?
Esta cortesía. Είχαμε συμφωνήσει.
Γιατί, πότε συμφωνήσαμε το πρωί να βρεθούμε, γιατί,
Δεν ξέρω,
τι χάνω.
Στην πινακοθήκη δεν της είχε πει, αλλά το πρωί να με βρεις. Όταν βλέπαμε τον πίνακα και μας έλεγε είναι τέχνη.
Ναι, αλλά αυτή τη φάση σημαίνει ότι υποτίθεται ότι αυτή η φάση γίνεται μέρες. Δεν ξέρω.
Όχι, την επόμενη μέρα είναι. Την επόμενη μέρα τι.
Ναι.
Έλα, πάρε το.
We agreed to meet this morning, remember?
As I remember it, there was no agreement. I said tomorrow, but you refused. I assumed you weren't interested. I apologize for making myself unavailable, however.
Ναι, τότε γιατί λέει this morning?
You wanted me to come looking for you again.
Actually, no. I had to lay low for a few hours.
Does it have anything to do with the cop that was staking this place out?
Yeah. So it was a good thing I didn't stick my head out the door to look for you then, no?
He's gone now.
No, λέει
Some
σίγουρα.
kind of trouble with the police. Wait, don't tell me. Immigration.
No, señorita. Not the police. There are bigger players than the police.
Έτσι.
I don't want to know. I'm not getting mixed up with the mob or gangs or anything like that.
There's not much you want to be mixed up in at all, is there?
My life's complicated enough as it is, Mr. Cortez. I don't even know what I'm doing here.
Answers. You want, you need answers.
Χρειάζεσαι
You
απαντήσεις.
keep telling me that, but you never give me any answers. Just more questions. Like, who's out to get you? What's going on with me? How come you know so much about me?
I plan to answer all your questions today, April. By the time you go to sleep tonight, your world will have changed, and nothing will ever be the same.
You're just being cryptic again. It's like soap opera sex. Lots of boring dialogue, and when they finally go to bed, everything's dark and covered by blankets.
You want the full Monty then? Come with me. Come outside. No more talk. I will show you the truth.
Κάτσε, αυτή της λέει είναι σαν σεξ στα πουνόπρα, αυτός λέει θα στα δείξω όλα μανάρια. Κάτι δεν πάει καλά.
Κάτι δεν πάει καθόλου καλά.
This is probably as good a place as any. At least there's no one around to see, except rats.
To see what?
Stand back, señorita.
What for? What are you doing?
Why, Alice, I'm sending you through the looking glass.
Αλήξεις, θέλω στον καθρέφτη.
What? What is that? Please tell me it's a hologram.
It's a mirror to reflect your dreams.
I don't see anything, just light.
Oh, you have to step through.
Step through that? Oh no, I don't think so.
This is the moment of decision, April. All time, past and present, revolves around this moment. The destiny of worlds is in your hands. But you must make the choice on your own. La vida es corta. You must decide how to live it best.
Η ζωή είναι μικρή.
Ναι.
Μπορούμε να μην το κάνουμε. Απλά τι τελειώνει το παιχνίδι.
Όχι.
Σε περνάει αυτό, σε σπρώχνει. Πάλι δεν είμαι σίγουρη.
I'm not sure what I should do.
I understand. It's a difficult decision. Because whatever you do, your life will change forever. So take your time. Think about it. Don't rush into a decision you're not ready to make.
Πες μωρέ, πες.
Κάτσε να πάρω αυτό. Θέλω να το πάρω πίσω. It's mine.
It's a mountain of garbage.
Ωραία, πάμε στην τρύπα τώρα. Αφού ξέρετε πρέπει να πάμε για να συνεχίσει το παιχνίδι.
Θεωρητικά μπορούμε να φύγουμε.
Ναι, αλλά δεν θα μπορούμε να κάνουμε τίποτα μέχρι να μπούμε εκεί μέσα. Θα μπορούμε να μιλήσουμε σε κάνα άτομο και θα γυρίσουμε εδώ για να μπούμε μέσα. Οπότε εγώ λέω πάμε να τελειώνουμε.
Okay.
Επίσης, are you ready to step through the looking glass?
Θα σου πω μετά.
Για πες.
Ναι, να το κάνουμε.
Κατάλαβα. Μπορούσαμε να πάμε πίσω άμα θέλαμε να κάνουμε πράγματα.
Ναι, αλλά δεν νομίζω ότι μπορούμε να κάνουμε κάτι αυτή τη στιγμή.
Okay. I'll do it.
Το πολύ να έχει κάνει διάλογο, ο Κορτές μου άνοιξε.
Into the light.
Don't say that. It sounds too ominous. Just tell me what's gonna happen.
You're about to take the first step on the longest journey of
The longest journey.
But don't worry. I'll be waiting right here.
Είμαι ακριβώς πίσω σου.
Insane to do this.
Ούτε καν, εγώ είμαι εδώ. Δεν είμαι ούτε καν πίσω σου.
Είμαι θεότρελη. Όχι, είσαι απλά φοιτήτρια.
Φοιτήτρια και τεχνών. Καλών τεχνών.
Ναι, δηλαδή.
Έκανα το ίδιο. When you're ready to come back, pay a visit to a friend of mine called Westhouse, Brian Westhouse.
Brian Westhouse.
Nope. Μία είναι κλειστή, μία είναι ανοιχτή.
Ναι, κάτι τους ξέφυγε εκεί πέρα.
Αυτή τη σκηνή παίζει να είναι μοναδική που θυμάμαι από όλο το παιχνίδι. Πέφτει ανάποδα. Ω, Τζεντάι είναι!
Ναι!
Λοιπόν, θα σου πω εγώ τι προτείνω. Να σταματήσουμε εδώ το βίντεο, γιατί έχει περάσει σχεδόν μια ώρα.
Ναι, αλλά δεν έχει τελειώσει το chapter.
Δεν πειράζει, το κόψουμε στα 2.
Cortez!
Πω.
Τους μοναχούς.
Ναι, όντως.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Oh, you do.
Wait, what was the name Cortez told me to remember? Westhouse?
The life of
Brian
Brian.
Westhouse? I think that was it. Cortez said to look him up when I wanted to go home. Well, I want to go home now.
Οκ, εγώ προτείνω να σώσουμε.
Okay.
Και να τα πούμε στο επόμενο βίντεο, γιατί εντάξει τώρα 1,5 ώρα βίντεο δεν νομίζω ότι βλέπετε πολύ ευχάριστα. Λοιπόν, γεια σας από εμάς.
Bye. Επόμενο επεισόδιο.
Ο Κορτές μας άνοιξε μία πύλη και μας πέταξε μέσα.
Και είμαστε εδώ.
Ναι, που δεν ξέρουμε τι είναι, σαν μοναστήρι μου μοιάζει εμένα.
Ναι, είναι ένα. Παίζει να είναι, κοίτα εδώ καλόγεροι ας πούμε.
Δεν έχει λούξει τίποτα στη στιχογραφία.
Όχι, τίποτα.
Περίεργο. Πάνω κάτι βλέπω.
The shutters are closed, but it's daylight outside.
Οπ. Κάτι είδα εκεί. Στα δεξιά του κεφαλιού. Α, αυτή είναι.
Ναι.
Για πάτα. I'm here.
Surprise, I'm still here.
Αυτό είναι γαμάτο.
Ω, το θηριδάκι εδώ έτσι όπως περνάει.
Parallax scrolling.
Α.
Quaint, and they go with the general decor of the place.
Για να μιλήσουμε στον Μπάρμπα από εδώ.
He looks like some kind of priest. Hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
Hi.
Et tu? Emile, tu vas?
Γαλλικά.
I don't understand.
Acus ta kayan paras. Inomalante kandra. Ton maris. Oretiesi ton.
Γαλλικά είναι σαν.
Ή τίποτα.
Nod. Yes.
Nod.
Ή nod ή listen.
Aku kandi. Good. Niranton al voce. Sank al coda magic. Torrante. Salhe. Naven. All tongue.
Όπα, αρχίζει και ξαφνικά μιλάει αγγλικά.
Listen. Νομίζω ότι όσο ακούς προσαρμόζεται το αυτί σου. Για πάτα listen.
Orta beginning. Parasim tin you. You have tiesa I magic Sara. The knowledge. Aritua ya itue by generations umani. Knowledge.
Κάτι για umami, εγώ πίνασα.
Now you have allowed the magic to enter your heart, and the knowledge of all tongue, ever present but dormant, to guide your ears and your tongue.
Το λέγει σαν μάντρα.
I understand you. You speak English? Why didn't you just tell me straight away?
No, child. I do not speak English. I speak Naven, all tongue, the common language of Arcadia.
Arcadia? Wait a second. How did I get here? What is this place and who the hell are you?
Oh, my manners have abandoned me yet again. I'm afraid my preoccupation with ancient texts and the company of my fellow fathers have left me unequipped with the grace of social intercourse.
Intercourse?
What?
That I have been rude. My name, dear child, is Tobias Grensret, and I am the Vestrum of the Sentinel, the Order of the Balance. We are the fathers.
Okay. I'm April. April Ryan.
Oh.
I take it this is your first shift, your first passage through the divide?
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I guess this is my first shift.
Then I will explain everything. Someone must. You are without guidance, without a mentor?
Mentor? There's this guy Cortez. He assisted me, told me about magic and truth and dreams and portals. Crazy stuff. Well, it seemed crazy at the time, although now I don't...
Δεν είναι τόσο crazy.
Cortez? Ah, yes, Cortez. Very good, very good. Then come, let us proceed. Let me show you Mercuria, the grandest city of all ages.
Κάτι είναι ο Κορτέζ.
Για να δούμε και τη Μαρκούρια. Έλα μωρή Μαρκούρια, δώσε πόνο.
Τι?
Τίποτα έτσι.
Explore Mercuria, April. See the sights, meet the people, and then, when you are ready, return to the temple. I will answer whatever questions you may have then.
Μου μυρίζουν άπειροι διάλογοι.
Ναι.
Για να δούμε. Πού να πάμε να μιλήσουμε πρώτα?
Εντάξει,
ημερολόγιο. Για πάτε λίγο ημερολόγιο να δούμε τι έγραψε πάλι. Ναι.
Είμαστε ακόμα εδώ το Σάββατο.
Οκ. Magic, ναι, μαγεία, προχωράμε. Αισθάνομαι φυσιολογική, λέει.
Ναι, δεν έχει αλλάξει κάτι, δεν νιώθω magical.
Brian Westhouse, ναι, αυτό που ψάχνουμε, το είχα ξεχάσει.
Ναι.
Έλα, Brian. The life of Brian. Και άλλα έγραψε, με το που το κλείσαμε έγραψε και άλλα.
Όχι, νομίζω αυτό ήτανε. Δεν έχει άλλα.
Οκ, περίεργο.
Λοιπόν, αρχίζουμε να περιφερόμαστε.
The whole fountain's been carved in one piece from a granite-like material. Very impressive.
Πάμε εδώ, στην αγορά.
Τους Pagus.
What a sorry-looking bird.
Hey, you don't look too polished yourself.
Oops, I didn't know you could talk.
Didn't look as if you could talk either.
In a world without the screen, that's what passes for entertainment. And it's pretty darn good.
Έλεγα ότι είπε, αυτό το πουλί δεν φαίνεται πολύ ωραίο και της λέει, Ούτε και εσύ φαίνεσαι πολύ έτσι γαμάτι μωρό. Όχι μιλάς. Και λέει το πουλί, όχι μιλάς. Ήταν πολύ καλό.
What?
Και με τον πουλί του πουλιού νομίζω μπορείς να μιλήσεις. Λογικά μπορεί να το πάρουμε αυτό το πουλί. Κάτι μου θυμίζει.
My intuition tells me
Maps!
that he sells maps.
Okay, διέστηση.
That's a particularly sleazy-looking merchant. I wonder what he's selling.
Ξέρω. Πει, μίλα του.
It's a game of some kind.
Είμαι σίγουρος ότι εδώ θα χρησιμοποιήσουμε το γυάλινο μάτι. Κάτι μου το λέει.
Ναι.
Είναι μπάλα γι' αυτό και αυτό παίζεται με μπάλες συνήθως.
Για να δούμε.
Want to test your skill and perception with a game of cups? There are prizes to be won.
Ας ρωτήσουμε πρώτα. Ας κάνουμε το exposition.
Ναι.
Time is money, so make it quick.
Τα πάντα. Oh my god.
What do you know about Vestrum Tobias?
Vestrum Tobias, eh? The high priest of the Sentinel himself. Did you know they call themselves the Fathers? What a joke. When was the last time they did anything for us, the people? No. They are only interested in sticking with their outdated customs and keeping their secrets under lock. I'm getting more and more inclined to listen to these new people, the Vanguard. Their ideas appeal to me. They may be radical, but we're past due for a change. Only thing I don't wholly approve of is their alliance with the Tyrant. Filthy, dangerous people. But the Vanguard seem to have them under control, so I'm not too worried. I wish they wouldn't allow them into the city, though.
Οπότε έχουμε ήδη δύο πολιτικές έτσι.
Ναι, υπάρχει μια θρησκεία.
Οι πατέρες και υπάρχουν και οι Vanguards που είναι καινούργιοι αιρετικοί something. Για να δούμε.
How do you get along with your neighbor?
The maps merchant? We've faced each other for 6 years now, every single day, and he never speaks a word to me except to insult me. Nose high in the sky, calls me a charlatan, as if he's the guardian himself. You know, good oversized bag of wind?
Okay, δεν είπε κάτι σπουδαίο.
Do you know anything about Stark?
Not much. I'm not too sure if I even believe in the place. I mean, you hear the stories and you read the books. Well, I don't, but some do. A place where there's no magic, only science? Sounds like a bloody paradise, doesn't it? I mean, with my, skills, I could make a killing in a place like that.
Οπότε στην Αρκάντια έχουν το θρύλο για το Stark που είναι ο κόσμος της April, που είναι ο κόσμος της τεχνολογίας.
Ναι, από ό,τι φαίνεται ξέρουν και για πράγματα έξω από τον κόσμο τους.
What's Arcadia like?
What a queer question that is. What's the world like? It's big for one, and too expensive. And they should ban Dalmari women from gambling because I swear they have a second sight.
Thanks.
Now, how about a game of cups?
What can I win?
What can I win?
Well, there's coin, of course. Double your bet or choose from a wide variety of exotic prizes. Like this antique Domari canter from Gien. A superb replica of Mount Tyranny cast in pure solid iron.
Oh.
A magic walnut from the once glorious island kingdom of Ansiel. And this, unique bird. Get me out of here! Keep your beak shut, you scraggly piece of... And he talks! Made for feasts and for the amusement of infants. He's our top prize, a real keeper.
Okay.
How do I play?
You put your coin down on the table. I put a cup on top of it and shuffle it around with the other 2 cups. And all you have to do is guess which one hides your coin. And remember, no magic used and none allowed. This amulet right here will light up if you use magic. Then you'll be banned. For life.
Let's go, έχουμε λεφτά.
Δεν έχουμε coins.
Α, έχει κι άλλα, τι λέει πιο κάτω. Α.
Ναι, δεν έχουμε.
Πάτα, let's go, λογικά το πήρε δεν έχει.
Okay, let's go.
Just place your bet, investment, on the table and the game will begin.
Για πάτε λίγο το...
Ναι, δεν έχουμε κάτι.
Εγώ λέω βάλε το μάτι.
Είσαι σίγουρος?
Ναι.
Δεν μπορούμε.
Κάτω στο τραπέζι, όχι σε αυτόν, στο τραπέζι μπορούμε.
Ναι, δεν μπαίνει.
Για βάλε το μάτι με κάποιο sticky gum ή κάτι τέτοιο, μήπως...
Δεν νομίζω, αλλά για κάτσε να δούμε. Όχι.
Το δαχτυλίδι που είναι και αξίας.
Όχι.
Όχι, πρώτα λέω μήπως το ενώσει με κάτι sticky για να κολλήσει.
Πάει.
Για να δούμε.
Is that gold? Only valid Arcadian coin in iron and other precious metals allowed at my table, young lady. Take your worthless gold elsewhere.
Worthless?
Gold? Worthless? Now I have heard everything.
Ναι.
Να δω τι έχουμε και εγώ σε inventory. Έχουμε κάτι από μέταλλο.
Όχι, δεν νομίζω.
Κάσκαρντ.
Όχι, είπε ότι θέλει μόνο αυτά που γνωρίζει. Θέλει τα λεφτά που ξέρει.
Είπε όμως οτιδήποτε από μέταλλο του κάνει, είπε.
Ναι, αλλά μέταλλο συγκεκριμένο. Είπε μέταλλο συγκεκριμένο.
Σίδερο.
Ναι, συγκεκριμένο σίδερο.
Άρα πρέπει κάτι να βρούμε αργότερα,
Ναι. Πρέπει να βρούμε λεφτά.
Αυτός ο άνθρωπος για να μας δώσει λεφτά.
Μπορεί να έχει να μας δώσει ένα καναχάρτη.
Να μου θέλω λεφτά.
Maps, I got maps. Can I interest you in a map, miss? Top notch, hand-drawn in quality ink by skilled sunwriters. Ain't no better in all the Northlands.
How much are your maps?
That depends, miss. I got a very nice one here of the border mountains for only 6 arons, fresh from the quill of a sunrider. Maps, get your maps here.
Do you sell maps of the city?
Can't help you there, miss. The Guild of Tourism has monopoly on city maps. I can tell you're not from around here, or you know
Guild
that.
of Tourism.
Got tons of maps of all the Northlands, though, from the city of Tyron to the Bay of Fire. Maps!
Where can I find the Guild of Tourism?
They're closed for the holidays.
Sure, that makes sense.
Το γραφείο τουρισμού είναι κλειστό για διακοπές.
Ναι. Mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes, maps!
Do you know Vestrum Tobias?
Everyone knows Vestrum Tobias, girl. He's been an important part of this city for as long as I can remember.
What can you tell me about him?
The Vestrum is an honorable man, but a conservative one, and I don't know if he still has the best interests of the people at heart. Sometimes I think he worries too much about custom. The Sentinel have been our so-called protectors and keepers of the balance for so long we don't even think of it anymore. But now that the Vanguard are introducing a new way of thinking, new philosophies, I'm afraid the Sentinel will find their power diminish before too long. Their resistance to change will be their downfall. Mark my words. Their downfall for certain.
Αυτή η Vanguard...
Tobias, honorable man that he is, will be remembered as the captain who went down with his ship.
Μάλιστα. Αυτοί οι Vanguard λέει έχουν μεγάλη πέραση στον κόσμο.
Ναι. Προφανώς έχουν... κάνουν λαϊκισμό.
Τι θα ρωτήσεις κάνει και στους δύο.
Ναι.
Ακριβώς οι ίδιες.
How do you get along with your neighbors?
The Cup's handler? Stay away from him, miss. He takes great joy in robbing people's purses. You can't beat him, not without magic. And he doesn't allow magic at his table.
Ναι.
You know if
I know, right?
Oh, he's got one of those blasted talismans. They're always digging up magical artifacts in Chagagriel. And they sell them to dogs like him for a silver coin or two. Get a proper job, you son of a mole!
Τόση αγάπη σε αυτόν τον κόσμο.
What do you know about Stark?
Land of wonders, strange customs and machinery. To be in Stark.
Όσοι δεν είναι μάγοι, γουστάρουνε Stark.
My right leg. Well, perhaps not my right leg as such. You really need 2 sturdy legs to stand on in this business, or you'll find yourself
Yes, a grand place indeed, free of this blasted, chaotic, unpredictable magic. Does no good to anyone. Now, machines built by man, controlled by man, in servitude of man. That's the future, isn't it?
Future?
Yes, the Vanguard may be a little unorthodox in their methods and teachings, but they're right about one thing.
Oh my god.
Stark and Arcadia belong together, not apart.
Huh?
Οπότε οι Vanguard θέλουν να ενώσουν τους δύο κόσμους.
Ναι.
What's Arcadia like?
What can I say about a whole world, girl? It's a beautiful place for sure, but we're stuck in the past. We don't look ahead, not like our cousins in Stark. Magic is all well and good, but it won't bring our world into the modern age, and Arcadia is untamed. It's wild and unpredictable. Good for the map business, sure, but not so good for productivity and expansion. No, some people may consider our world a paradise. The Sentinel, for one, they'd prefer to keep it just the way it is. Me, I'd like to see some changes, and fast.
Huh.
Thanks for your help.
Maps!
No maps for me today, thanks.
Fair enough, miss, but don't expect me to come running to your aid if you ever get lost in Riverwood. Without my maps, you'll probably end up a mole's dinner or worse. Maps!
Οκ. Μάθαμε και δύο πράγματα.
Μάθαμε καταρχήν ότι όλοι εδώ λατρεύουν τον κόσμο της τεχνολογίας, στον κόσμο της τεχνολογίας όλοι λατρεύουν τη μαγεία. Οπ, τι κόκκινο ήταν εκεί. Βασικά μπορούμε να πατήσει το X να δούμε, μπορούμε να πάμε.
Α, είναι ο ναός.
Είναι άλλος
στην
ναός.
πόλη είναι από εδώ και πάλι από εδώ. Δεξιά ή αριστερά?
Για κάτσε λίγο, δεν το λέω το X να δω.
Ναι, δεξιά ή αριστερά?
Δεξιά. Νομίζω είναι το ίδιο τελικά. City Gates, εκεί ήμασταν πριν. Άρα City Gates.
Α.
Εκεί. Δεν τρέχει τώρα. Όχι, αυτή δεν είναι. Νόμιζα πως ήταν οι άλλοι. Όχι καλά.
This guy's selling musical instruments. Most of these I don't even recognize. But he's got a drum in there and what looks like half a guitar and a couple of dried rabbit carcasses.
Για μουσικά όργανα. Drums, κιθάρες και εξαραμένη λαγή.
Ναι.
Τι άλλο?
Ελάτε.
Those guys must be part of the City Watch. They look a hell of a lot more intimidating than the Newport cops, despite the lack of an exoskeleton.
Hello.
This lady's selling fresh fish. I've never seen fish like this before. But if it's wet and has fins, fish it is.
Fish.
The walls look ancient. Arcadia must be at least as old as anything back in the real... in my world.
Και μετά λίγο. Α, έχει και μια έξοδο εκεί για το.
Ναι, το ξέρω.
Δεν είδα να αλλάζει το τέτοιο.
Ναι, γιατί πρέπει να πας προς τα εκεί.
This guy's selling lobsters, crabs, eels, and... What the hell is that purple thing? That is so not appetizing.
Purple thing?
Δεν της αρέσει να δοκιμάζει φαγητά. Oh, that's interesting.
The size of these galleons is truly breathtaking. And there are dozens of them, not to mention a number of smaller vessels. Arcadia must be a very important and very busy port.
Μόνο ένα καράβι βλέπω μπορούμε να πάμε. Lighthouse.
It's a lighthouse, much like the ones we have at home, except this one, of course, burns a blue fire. Blue fire. It's either propane or magic. I'm guessing the latter.
Φυσικά. Πάμε προς τα εκεί?
Δεν έχουμε και πολλές επιλογές. Θα πάμε και εκεί, εντάξει. Μικρή από βάθρα. Πάμε στο πλοίο τώρα.
Assorted cargo. Judging by his ungainly stance, I'd say he's a mariner pining for the sea.
Στον Απολέοντα.
Ναι.
Ahoy there, matey!
Pardon?
Isn't that how you sailors greet each other?
No.
What do you say then?
Usually, hello. And if it's sunny, nice day for it. We might even try a how are you today then, if we're feeling adventurous. But never, ever, ahoy.
This is valuable information.
Aye, matey, that it be.
Why aren't you out at sea?
Do you see the sail on that barge over there?
Yes.
Is it flapping?
What?
Is it flapping? Is the sail flapping in the wind?
Physics.
No.
And why is that then?
Because it's not windy?
Exactly.
Can't you just use oars or something?
Oh, what an excellent idea. Now, why didn't we think of that? Of course. Oars! By Jaw's stunted left arm, that's it. Why have we been moored to the dock for a month with our merchandise dropping in value when we could have just rowed our way to Gien?
Are you being sarcastic?
Sarcastic? Me? What in Jaw's name makes you think that?
Εγώ ποτέ.
How long's it been since the last wind?
Near a month. Ever since that accursed alchemist put some kind of spell on the wind. The Mojal be cursed if I know why. But it's a bloody catastrophe. I've sent some good people of mine up north to deal with him. But not one has returned. Now the Areed High Council speak of sending an entire army platoon to sort him out. But I'm afraid that just might piss him off.
Νομίζεις?
Who's this alchemist who cast a spell on the wind?
I believe his name is Clax.
Clax?
Roper Clax. Lives in a bloody rock somewhere up north, beyond Riverwood.
Thanks for the chat.
Νομίζω πήραμε quest.
Ναι.
Όταν θελήσουμε πλοίο θα πρέπει να πάμε στο βορρά, να βρούμε τον αλχημιστή, να τον πείσουμε να ξανακάνει τον άνεμο. Μικρή αποβάθρα.
It's a quaint, old-fashioned treasure chest. I wonder if there's anything exciting inside it, like doubloons or whatever they're called. The old man and the, ocean? Looks like a lifetime at sea has left its tracks on him.
And it be looking like a lifetime of shooting your mouth off be taking its toll on you.
Το κλασικό σε ακούω που μιλάς στον εαυτό σου και έτσι.
Hello, old man.
I got me no treasure and I got me no map of no buried treasure. I just be an old sailor with no ship, so leave us be.
Leave us be? Precious. Δεν έχω χάρτη, Precious. Άσε μας μόνος.
What are you doing?
Mending nets, of course. What it look like I be doing?
Of course.
I'm not well versed in maritime customs.
Mar what? Ah, yous mean sea life, dear not. Ah, the smell of the salty sea, the lapping of waves on your ship, the spray of cold water on your face, plump maidens in every part. I tell yous, I be having stories about the sea.
Πες μας ιστορίες για τη
Care to
θάλασσα.
share some of your maritime stories with me?
I smell sleep.
Ah, tales of the sea, right? Sure, sweetie, I be...
Καθίστε, αράξτε.
Now, what stories be I wanted to hear then?
Any tale.
Any tale of your exciting adventures will do.
I be having plenty of tales to tell. There be the tale of me adventures in the Baksheevan Empire. If you'd be interested, it'd be a tale of grand romance just up your alley, be sure of it.
Sure, that sounds like a fine story.
Aye. It be near on 50 years ago that I was a mate on a sturdy old lady called the Three-Legged Whore.
Η τρίποδη πόρνη.
Ναι.
What do I be saying? She was called the thrifty horse, she was. That be her name. The Whistle What's It.
Oh, καλά.
You don't remember the ship's name, do you?
Anyways, I be a young mate then, and we be anchored in Monterva, the grand western port of the once glorious Baksheevan Empire. I be having ship leave until the following evening, and it be me first visit to that exotic and dangerous port. So I sets out to have a look around. Now, bear in mind that Monterva be ruled by a mock. Like all large Baksheevan cities. In principle, the mock be having to report to and pay half of all taxes to the Emperor in Port Altaban. But with the Baksheevan Empire having all but crumbled into pieces, the provinces do be having the power to do pretty much as they be wanting. And so I sets out on me own that day to explore the city. Now, bear in mind that all the cities of the Southlands
Finally.
Adventures in the once glorious empire of Bakshiva. And that be how I meet me bird. How I seduce and romance the Mock's daughter. How I be chased from Monterba by the Mock's soldiers. And how I be the first man to walk across the desert of Shangagriel, the wastelands. And how I be getting this awful rash on. Girl, you do not be sleeping.
What? What? Sleeping? No. Just concentrating really hard. Good story, though. Solid material. Ever considered doing a book?
Aye, but the agents in Marcuria be bloodthirsty vampires with no thought but to milk your life's blood.
Oh, so they take an outrageous commission then?
No. They actually be bloodthirsty vampires with a penchant for biting your neck when you ain't be looking.
Huh.
Το πώς έπεσε για να δείξουν ότι κοιμηθεί. Γκντουμπ. Όχι, μάλλον δεν θέλουμε άλλες ιστορίες.
What have you got in that chest?
Πίστηκα κι εγώ.
What chest?
The one you're sitting on.
Oh, that be no chest, girl. That be me stool. Aye, me stool, carved into the uncanny likeness of a chest.
But what's in it?
No priceless treasure, that be for sure. Nothing at all. It's
nothing.
Σαρώσος μιλάει. Nothing at all.
Nothing.
Only vodka. No, really, what's in the chest?
Really?
Πες μας τι είναι μέσα,
Oh, live snakes. Aye, snakes that'll bite your face off before you have time to jump. Better leave them be then.
Δεν θα μας πει,
Δεν θα μας πει.
Okay.
I'd better get going.
Use young'uns be always.
Το να σπρώξουμε στη θάλασσα.
Everything is so important. He's been having no time to sit down and take a breath. So go. Be not wasting your time here with me.
Πριν είπε για ένα birdie bird, το οποίο δεν υπάρχει. Δεν το έχει δίπλα του, οπότε...
Δεν θα είναι εκείνο.
Φαντάζομαι μήπως είναι εκείνο το μαγικό πουλί, ξέρω εγώ, που...
Big boat. Small πήγαμε. City. Άρα δεν έχουμε τίποτα άλλο εδώ, τα κάναμε όλα, πάμε πίσω.
Ναι, αυτό είναι. Πήραμε info και γυρνάμε πίσω.
Πάμε πίσω στο ναό.
Ναι. Αυτό ήταν ουσιαστικά τώρα, να δούμε τι γίνεται στην πόλη και να γυρίσουμε πίσω. Θες να μιλήσουμε σε αυτόν
ναι.
I'm not in the market for an instrument at this particular
moment.
Still, good to know where to get one in case of a musical emergency.
Κάπου θα χρειαστεί, το πιάσαμε.
Musical emergency. Νέο μέρος.
Το τομερό μέρος τι είναι, το λιμάνι?
The pier.
Πάμε πίσω. Πάμε λίγο στους εμπόρους, όπως έγινε κάτι καινούριο.
Okay.
Άρα δεν έχει σημασία να θα πάμε αριστερά και δεξιά στην πόλη, πάει στο ίδιο.
Ναι.
Τίποτα, Μαύρα, πάμε πίσω. Πάμε στο ναό. Και οι άλλοι παλεύουνε και τι κάνουνε?
Ναι. Κάνουνε ψευτομάχη.
Vestrum Tobias.
Excuse me, Vestrum Tobias?
Tobias. Just call me Tobias, please. I require no ceremony from a distinguished guest such as yourself. Did you enjoy the sights?
I don't know. I'm overwhelmed. Walking around out there, seeing with my own two eyes things that can't possibly exist. I kept thinking, it's all a dream. I'll wake up at any moment now and everything will return to normal. But then I realized, I'm still here. It's real. I can touch it. I can smell it. And you know what? It doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense here. Magic, alien creatures, parallel worlds. I don't believe in those things. I don't believe in fairy tales.
In your world, in Stark, there is no room for magic. That is and always has been the curse of science, the fallibility of logic and order.
Όχι, η κατάρα της επιστήμης,
όχι. They leave no room for the imagination. If it does not fit into the narrow perception of the laws of nature that
narrow
your world
perception
appears to, it's a fairy tale. But then, magic has its downsides too. It's unpredictable. It invites chaos. It puts the balance in peril in a way that science alone never could.
I keep hearing about the balance and about Stark and Arcadia and... This is probably going to sound strange to you, but I'm clueless. I have no idea what this place is or what I'm doing here or... All I know is that something strange is happening in my world, I guess. I had dreams, and the dreams felt so real, and then things started happening in real life too. Things that couldn't happen, and
I think I will begin at the very beginning.
Oh my God.
I believe that's why you were sent here. To learn, to understand, to see for yourself. Like you said, you cannot believe in this place. Well, you will. After you have learned the truth, you will. Come with me, and I will tell you the story of Earth as your books never have. And when your eyes and ears are open to the truth, perhaps your mind will follow. We can only hope. Come.
Come.
This is the true story of the balance, as observed by the Sentinel, the Order of the Balance, the Fathers.
Πώς αυτός?
The Sentinel Minstrom committed this story to the pages of the scriptures and to these temple walls thousands of years ago, so that coming generations could learn and understand their past and their future. The wall paintings we are looking at became known as the murals of the balance, and it is through these images that I will recount our common history to you, April Ryan. The story begins and ends here, with this mural. Ages ago and in ages to come, the earth was one, and magic and science existed side by side in nature and in all people. There was balance, and there was harmony.
You're saying there was just one world then?
One world, one earth. Magic and science in balance with each other, within each and every living creature. The power to make the stars dance and to create life itself was within our grasp. But then, humankind began to exploit this divine power of two, and they saw fit to use it for their own selfish purposes.
Φυσικά.
The balance of the cosmos was in peril. Unless something was done, unless man was humbled and learned to fear the power he wrought over cosmos, the twilight of chaos would fall upon Earth. It had happened before, in distant times and on distant worlds, and it would happen again. And every man, woman, and child of every people and every race would be devoured by the coming apocalypse. We were given a visitation then. The Drag Kin, having lived among us for untold generations, rose to offer their guidance and assistance in preserving the balance on our world.
Drag Kin.
Dragons! Παίζει, ναι. Drag Kin, ναι. Dragon Kind.
The Drag? I think I've heard that name before.
Drag Kin, Draken, Dragons, whichever name they go by, they remain the eternal servants and custodians of the balance. There were 4 of them here on Earth. And of the 4, one who would found the order of the balance, the Sentinel. The first Minstrum were instructed that magic and science would have to be separated before the balance collapsed and brought untold disaster. Earth would have to be split in 2 equal parts. Arcadia and Stark. Magic and science. Chaos and order. The first Sentinel were counted 13. 6 scientists, 6 magicians, and 1 who was between. The Drag Kin, our mentor, our custodian, our learned guide. Both magic and science were needed to perform this most difficult of tasks. To split a world in 2, to create 2 worlds from 1.
Wasn't the use of that kind of power dangerous to the balance?
Yes, and so for this purpose, they built a tower to channel their powers and focus them on the divide that they would create. The Kin had brought a disc with them, a disc forged in the fire of their world. Placed at the base of the tower, and the epicenter of the divide, the disc and the tower would become one, a conduit for the flow of magic and science. At the appointed hour, the 13 came to the tower, and with them a woman, whose destiny was decided by the purpose to which she had been born. She would be the first guardian, the human protector of the balance, who would stay in the tower for 1,000 years to watch over the 2 worlds, and to ensure that the flows of magic and science were always equal. And so the ritual began. One world was to become 2, separated by the balance, and each world visible to the other only by way of dreams. Who was ushered into which world was not an arbitrary choice, nor one taken lightly. For the magical creatures, the choice was simple. They had to go to Arcadia. Their kind would not survive in Stark. But for others, families were torn apart, lovers separated, and friends lost for all eternity. Encircled by the 12 and the 1, and the 1 who would be guardian, the disc at the base of the tower began to spin faster and faster as more and more power flowed through it, until it was a blur. Darkness enveloped the tower, but the disc glowed brighter and brighter. Reality turned, and in one moment, a new reality had been created and 2 new worlds born. In the tower there was silence. The original disc had disappeared, and in its place was a smaller counterpart, a similar yet different disc. Around and outside the tower the world looked different. They were now between Stark and Arcadia, between reality and dream. This was the realm of the balance and of the guardian, and it would be her home for the next 1,000 years. The one who was kin picked up the disc and said, "This disc is a counterpart to the original disc, which has now become this realm, and the key to which has been split and divided in 4. The key is the disc, and the disc is this realm. This mystified the 12, and the one who was kin continued. Know only this. The Guardian's realm cannot be broken unless the disc is broken.
Ooh.
But nor can it be repaired without the disc being repaired. The 4 pieces, that is the key, will be given to the 6 of you who are to be taken to Arcadia for safekeeping. Yet the key will never be complete, he went on, without the precious stones that adorn each piece. I will keep 1, and my fellow kin the 3 others.
Interesting.
Should the day come when this realm must be repaired, or the worlds reunited, and that day will come, you will assemble the disc, and the kin will come together one last time. With that, 6 of the 13 went to Arcadia, and 6 to Stark, and the one who would be Guardian ascended to the throne. Witness the mural, where her dreams and hopes, her very soul, were locked away in the disc. In service of the balance, these traits were nothing but barriers. Through new eyes, the imbalance between the worlds was as clear as the stars themselves to the Guardian. And with one thought, she channeled chaos from Arcadia and logic from Stark into the disc, and redistributed the power wherever it was needed. A new era had begun, the era of the Guardian. After they left the tower, 2 of the Drakkin went to Stark, the other 2 to Arcadia. The 6 who came to each world started what is now known as the Sentinel, the Order of the Balance. But while in Arcadia the Sentinel thrived, in Stark they did not. In Stark, the memories of magic and the balance could not survive in the face of the new reality of natural laws, of logic, and of science. And soon, very soon, Arcadia became nothing more than legend, a myth, tales of fairies to recount to impressionable children, and stories to frighten and entertain around a fire. And while dreams still brought sights and sounds of Arcadia to those asleep in Stark, they were discounted as mere dreams and nothing more.
So that's it? We forgot about our past and about Arcadia? And that's the way things are? Then what's wrong with that? And why does magic from Arcadia seem to have begun leaking through to Stark?
That is another long story.
Oh.
But I can tell that you are tired of stories, and so I shall be brief. As I told you, while in Arcadia, the Sentinel grew in numbers and in strength. In Stark, while flourishing for a brief time, they were soon diminished and powerless. Some of the Stark Sentinel did not take kindly to this, and they berated the Arcadian Sentinel for their politics and teachings. The Stark Sentinel wanted people to work towards reunification, while their brothers did not. So the inevitable soon came to pass, and the Stark Sentinel parted ways with their Arcadian brothers, and named themselves the Vanguard. And while at first their philosophy was not so different from ours, over the years it changed radically. The Vanguard wanted the divide torn down, the worlds reunited, and the return to what they called the Glorious Ages, when humankind could control the forces of cosmos. But first they needed their own servant in charge of the balance, their own guardian. Now, every 1,000 years, a new guardian took the place of the old one, because no one can be separated from their souls for any longer than 1,000 years. Every 1,000 years, a new guardian was born. The balance provided the seed from which a new fruit grew. But now, it has been 200 years since the previous guardian, the 12th guardian, was to be replaced. Every new child born to the balance has been taken away by the Vanguard, to be studied in an attempt to control them. In every instance so far, they have failed. But the 12th guardian could wait no longer. Only a short time ago, the disc in the tower shattered, and the Guardian left his throne. The balance is now untended, and we have yet to find a new Guardian. Unless we do so, the Vanguard may get their chance. And they may be able to place their own puppet on the throne, to rule the balance according to their principles. And this we cannot allow. It will mean the end of Stark and Arcadia, and the dawn of an era of chaos. Now do you see?
I understand the history. I can even accept it. But I don't understand why I'm here and what Cortez wants with me.
The balance is in peril, April. The Guardian has abandoned his tower. He has disappeared, and there is no one to take his place. He must be reinstated to protect the balance until a new Guardian may be found.
And what can I do? I'm nobody. I've just been having a lot of bad dreams.
You are a strong shifter. I have not seen your like in my lifetime.
A shifter?
Someone capable of opening doors between worlds. A shift. A portal between the realms of Stark and Arcadia.
Are you kidding? I didn't do anything. Cortez was the one who opened the shift, and he just waved his hands around in the air. I'd be capable of opening a portal even if I had a magic wand.
Only a shifter's own power can allow her to travel. No one else can do this for her. Cortez only channels your power to aid you. He would not be able to step through the shift himself.
Even if that's true, I don't have any control over my talent.
Not yet. But in time you will. How else do you intend to travel back to your world?
God, I hadn't even thought about that yet. Can you help me?
I'm afraid not. Even if I could shift, I would not be able to channel through you like Cortez did.
So, I'm on my own?
If you have any questions, I will do my best to answer them. But aside from that, yes. Yes, you are.
That's so not cool.
No, it has been unseasonably warm. If you don't mind, I will return to my studies now. Thank you for listening to an old man and his long stories.
Long stories, 21 λεπτά.
No, thank you. It's starting to make a little bit of sense now.
That is good news. Come see me again if you have any more questions.
Ναι. Λοιπόν.
Εδώ θα σταματήσουμε καταρχήν γιατί είναι 50 λεπτά, είναι αρκετά για ένα βίντεο. Ελπίζω να έχει πολύ ακόμα ώστε να δικαιολογηθεί και το τρίτο βίντεο. Μην είναι μόνο 10 λεπτά το τρίτο βίντεο.
Λοιπόν, για να συνοψίσουμε λίγο.
Να κάνω εγώ τη συνόψη που μου αρέσει.
Ναι.
Ωραία, λοιπόν. Πριν από εκατομμύρια χρόνια, βασικά 12.000 χρόνια, 12.000 χρόνια για την ακρίβεια, υπήρχε ένας κόσμος, συγγνώμη, που ήταν ο κόσμος μαγείας και επιστήμης ταυτόχρονα. Αλλά κλασικά η ανθρωπότητα τα έκανε μπουρδέλο και πήγε να καταστρέψει το σύμπαν, έγινε η αποκάλυψη και γι' αυτό ήρθαν οι δράκοι, που είναι μάλλον αυτός εδώ, λογικά, ο δράκος, φαντάζομαι, ή αυτός. Αυτός είναι ο δράκος.
Ένας από αυτούς είναι δράκος και ήταν, λέει, από άλλο κόσμο.
Ναι, σαν εξωγήινη φάση δράκοι, οι οποίοι φέραν ένα δίσκο και είπαν: παιδιά, με αυτό το δίσκο θα κάνουμε παιχνίδι, θα σπάσουμε τον κόσμο στα δύο. Και πήραν 6 επιστήμονες, 6 μάγους και τον ένα δράκο και έναν τύπο που έγινε ο...
12 και ένας.
6 και ένας, όχι 12 και 12.
Ναι, είναι οι 12 και ένας και...
Και ο άλλος τι είναι ο έξτρας, ο Πιλάτος?
Ο Χριστός.
Ναι, ο άλλος έξτρας, ο Guardian.
Ο άλλος έξτρας
είναι 14 συνολικά.
Αυτός είναι ο Chosen, ένα άλλο πράγμα.
Τέλος πάντων, δεν νομίζω ότι σχετίζεται με τον ίσο.
Έλα τώρα, 12 και ένας
και ένας ακόμα.
Και ο teacher, ξέρω εγώ, ένας.
Τέλος πάντων, λοιπόν, έγινε η διάσπαση των κόσμων, έγινε ο κόσμος μαγείας και της επιστήμης. Ο επιστήμης είναι ο δικός μας, της April.
Έτσι.
Της μαγείας είναι κάποιος άλλος που τον ξεχάσαμε εμείς γιατί, ξέρω εγώ έτσι, η επιστήμη μας θέλει να ξεχάσουμε τα πάντα. Όπως βέβαια και αυτοί έχουν ξεχάσει τον κόσμο της επιστήμης πάνω κάτω γιατί δεν τον βλέπουν. Πιστεύω ότι είναι θρύλος.
Ο ένας βλέπει τον άλλο κόσμο μέσα από τα όνειρα, ας πούμε.
Ναι, έτσι εξηγούνται τα όνειρά μας που έχουμε νεράδες και τέτοια. Χωρίστηκαν οι κόσμοι. Ο Guardian είναι αυτή που για 1000 χρόνια, γιατί για κάποιο λόγο μόνο 1000 χρόνια μπορεί η ψυχή να διαχωριστεί από το σώμα, because lazy writing. Έπρεπε να βάλουν ένα χρονικό διάστημα. Κάθε 1000 χρόνια λοιπόν πρέπει να βγει καινούριος Guardian και τώρα η παλιή εξάδα είναι η Vanguard που θέλουν να ενώσουν τους κόσμους πλέον. Είναι οι 6 που μείναν στον κόσμο της επιστήμης. Και γι' αυτό τι κάνανε οι πονηροί, επειδή ο κόσμος της προφανώς μαγείας υπερήχε και έβαζε το δικό του Guardian κάθε φορά. Τώρα ο κόσμος της επιστήμης τα τελευταία 200 χρόνια παγάγει συνέχεια Guardians για να μην αφήσει να μπει ο επόμενος. Και προσπαθεί να βάλει ένα δικό του για να ελέγξει αυτό τη ροή της μαγείας. Αυτό είπε. Γιατί ο Guardian ελέγχει τη μαγεία της ροής, τη ροή της μαγείας και της επιστήμης και τη βάζει σε κάθε κόσμο.
Αυτό που θέλουν οι Vanguard βασικά είναι να ενώσουν τους κόσμους.
Ναι, αλλά για να το κάνουν αυτό πρέπει αυτός που ελέγχει τη ροή να είναι δικός τους.
Ναι, όχι απαραίτητα επειδή ήταν από Αρκέντια ή από Στάρκ, μπορεί να ήταν τυχαίο. Το θέμα είναι ότι αυτοί θέλουν ένα δικό τους.
Ναι, αλλά είναι πιο πιθανό να μπορούν να ελέγξουν κάποιον που είναι από το Στάρκ παρά κάποιον από το Αρκέντια.
Τέλος πάντων, το θέμα είναι ότι τα τελευταία 200 χρόνια δεν υπάρχει Guardian.
Οπότε είναι χάος. Δεν υπάρχει καθόλου throttling, πώς το λένε.
Εντελώς τυχαία είμαστε στο 2200 κάτι.
Ναι,
by the way, που σημαίνει ότι γύρω στο 2000.
Όχι διατήρηση. Πώς το throttling στα ελληνικά. Είδες, για να ασχολείσαι πολύ με αγγλικά.
Ναι.
Τέλος πάντων, δεν υπάρχει λοιπόν διαχείριση ας πούμε της ροής, οπότε η ροή έχει γίνει ό,τι να είναι.
Έχει αρχίσει να σπάει.
Μπαίνει η επιστήμη στη μαγεία, μπαίνει η μαγεία στην επιστήμη. Και αυτά. Και θα τα πούμε στο επόμενο βίντεο. Γεια σας.
Λοιπόν, η ιερέα που μας έκανε αυτό το τεράστιο exposition για το lore του παιχνιδιού.
Μισή ώρα, 22 λεπτά το μέτρησε. 22 λεπτά
μέτρησε 22 λεπτά,
Αν θυμάμαι καλά, ναι. Το είχατε δει στο προηγούμενο βίντεο, αν το είχατε δει. Τι. Όχι. Πρόβλημα με τον ήχο. Επιστρέφουμε αμέσως. Και επιστροφή με ήχο. Σωστό επιτέλους.
Λοιπόν, πάμε. Δεν μπορείς να πεις όμως, έχουν πολύ ωραίες ζωγραφιές. Αυτό το πράγμα που έχουν κάνει, που έχουν πολύ ωραίες ζωγραφιές, πολύ ωραία σχέδια.
Όλα αυτά τα adventure είχαν θεϊκό.
Lore.
Είχαν θεϊκό art όλα αυτά τα adventure.
Ναι. Art. Μου αρέσει.
Προφανώς εκεί βασίζονταν.
Πάμε λοιπόν. Έχουμε να του κάνουμε και άλλες ερωτήσεις.
Excuse me.
Μίλα μας, ιερέα.
Κάτσε.
What do you know about Cortez?
Your mentor? What has he told you about himself?
Not much. Nothing, in fact. He's a complete mystery to me.
To learn something about someone, the best way to go about it is to ask them yourself. There is nothing I can do to enlighten you.
Λυπάμαι.
He is who he is, what he is. If he has not told you himself, then perhaps he does not wish you to know. It would be improper for me to divulge his secrets.
You're as bad as he is. No offense. It's just frustrating.
No offense.
I understand. The next time you see him, tell him what you have told me. Maybe he will tell you the truth, maybe he will not. It is his choice to make.
Ωραία. Για να δούμε τώρα.
Αυτό.
Do you know a man named Brian Westhouse?
The life of
Westhouse? That old goat? Yes, unfortunately. What would you with him?
What would you what?
I need to find him.
I do not know where he lives. I hear somewhere on the outskirts of the city by the sea, but I cannot tell you any more than that.
Κάπου έξω την πόλη.
Who'd know about Westhouse?
His whereabouts? I do not understand what you would with him. He is rude, uncultured, and ignorant.
Cortez told me to look him up.
Well, I do not know where he lives or frequents, but someone at the market may.
Maps.
He trades merchandise
Sounds
there.
like a plan.
I think he collects maps of the Northlands.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
I'll see you later.
See you later.
You will. If you say so, then it must be true.
Δεν θέλω να διακόψω τα λόγια. See you later, Prestigator. Prestigator. Όχι.
Τι βολικό που τρέχει.
Ναι. Αλλά δεν είναι βολικό που δεν έχει ένα always run, ας πούμε.
Εντάξει.
Πάμε να μιλήσουμε στους χαρτορίχτρες.
Maps.
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 I'm looking for Brian Westhouse.
Briar west of house? It's not on any of my maps, and I've never heard of it. Maps!
It's a man, not a place, Mr. Brian Westhouse.
I would most certainly remember a name as queer as that, and I don't. Get your maps while they're fresh.
Fresh.
Fresh maps.
Bye.
Maps! Get your fresh maps here. Buy 2, get the second one half price.
Περίεργο.
Πάμε σε
Νομίζω
αυτό.
θα μας έλειπε, πώς θα το μιλήσουμε και δεύτερη φορά.
Θα δούμε.
How about a game of cups today?
Sorry, I'm broke. Δεν έχω μέταλλα. Ρίχνω στοιχεία.
Sorry, but I'm broke.
May the balance bring coin to your pocket, young lady, so that you may return to me and invest it in a game of cups.
It's a talking bird.
Για να μίλω του πάλι.
Δεν μιλάει.
Όχι για του map merchant. Αφού αυτό θα μας έλεγε.
Maps!
Maps.
Όχι, δεν έχει.
Για βάλε.
Mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
Μπορεί, αλλά δεν νομίζω.
Yes, maps!
Yes, maps.
Thanks for your help.
Αυτό ήτανε.
Maps!
Maps!
Οκ, πάμε να φύγουμε, ξέρω εγώ.
Maps! Get your fresh maps.
Πάει κάτω. Α, την Dancer την κοιτάξαμε.
In a world without the screen, that's what passes for entertainment. And it's pretty darn good.
That's περίεργο. Είναι από βάθρα, δεν νομίζω έχουμε κάτι άλλο. Όπως το ξέρουν οι ναύτες.
Ναι, πολύ πιθανό. Έτσι, οι πολύ ταξιδεμένοι ναύτες.
Ναπολέοντας.
Φαίνεται πολύ και εντυμένος σαν να είναι από το Στάρκο τύπος.
Not really, no.
Bye.
Α.
Τίποτα.
Για να δούμε τον τρελιάρη, εκείνον εκεί τον...
Το γερό.
Ναι.
Μας πάρει ιστορία να κοιμηθούμε.
It's an old treasure chest. Hello again, old man.
It be you.
I'd love to hear some more maritime stories.
Όχι,
Περίμενε.
Sure, sweetie, I'd be happy to. What story you be wanting to hear now?
Any tale of your exciting adventures will do.
Exciting.
You want more? Damn be me wooden left ankle. I be having a great old tale to tell you about how I be coming to have me wooden pecker. It all began...
You know what? On second thought, forget about it.
Μας έσωσε. Okay.
I'm still curious about that chest.
Right. I be telling yous, curse the balance, girl. You never give up, do you? I be having no real treasure in here, like I told ye. But it be where I keep me personal articles and things I be picking up now and then on me travels. And me bed, it's where I be keeping me bed before I be losing him. I be a stupid old man. He be my best friend. I ain't nobody else around to talk to, you see, on account of him being a talking bird.
Opa, what happened to your talking bird?
What happened to your talking bird?
I be cheated out of him. That cups handler on the marketplace be cheating me in a full game of cups, and I be having to give me bird up to try to win me money back.
And what happened?
He be taking me bird when I be choosing the wrong cup. My best friend taken from me. Cursed to be the balance. I be all lonesome now. The worst part is that me bird is now a prize to be won. A prize in the cups game. Hit the handler thrice and you win a prize of your choice, me poor bird.
What's your bird's name?
Bird.
See you later.
Νομίζω τώρα έχουμε ένα lead.
Έχουμε. Εγώ θα έλεγα να ξαναμιλήσουμε και στον ιερέα. Μήπως έχει να μας πει κάτι ακόμα.
Αμφιβάλλω, γιατί μας είπε, δεν ξέρω αν άκουσε ένα τίνκ όταν μας είπε για τον West House.
Ξαναρίξε μια καλή, γιατί δεν βλέπω κάτι άλλο. 4 άτομα θα μιλήσουμε μόνο και μιλήσαμε σε όλους, ας πούμε.
Ναι, θέλω να πω ότι τώρα μπορούμε να πάμε να μιλήσουμε σε εκείνο το πουλί και να του πούμε ότι μπορούμε να τον πάρουμε. Γιατί τώρα ξέρουμε ότι αυτό το πουλί είναι εκεί κάπου. Είναι ένα plot. Λοιπόν, δεν έχει κάπου αλλού. Όχι, αυτό δεν είναι τώρα. Δεν έχουμε κάτι να... Docks. Έχουμε πάει στα docks. Όχι. Κάτσε. What? Sorry. Sorry λίγο.
Τι είδες?
Αυτό. Είχε κάπου...
Παρά το 6 για τις εξόδους.
Όχι, εντάξει.
Stout guardians of the city. Wooden but stout. And that blue fire is way cool.
Λοιπόν, Marketplace. Πάμε να ρωτήσουμε τον Tobias.
Tobias. Vestrim Tobias.
Vestrim Tobias.
Το πάει το γράμμα. Oops. That joke. Για μίλα του ανθρώπου να δούμε.
Excuse me.
Α, πρέπει να κάνει και το animation.
Α, για πες λίγο.
Τι?
Για το West House, δεν μας ενδιαφέρει. Θα το εξαντλήσουμε.
Όχι, δεν έχει κάτι άλλο. Είναι επανάληψη.
Who did you say I should see about West House?
The map merchant that the market may know. There is one thing I must tell you, however. Few would know West House by his real name.
Μπορεί.
In the city, he is known as the Rolling Man because of his strange two-wheeled vehicle. A most dreadful and dangerous contraption if I ever saw one.
Έχει μηχανάκι.
A bicycle?
Perhaps. It has a grotesque appearance, much like the West House himself.
Δες το ding. Οκ, έχεις δίκιο.
Αυτό το ding δεν το είχα προσέξει ποτέ. Τι κάθε φορά που παίρνεις ding σημαίνει...
Σημαίνει ότι έχεις μια νέα πληροφορία για να πας να ρωτήσεις κόσμο.
Πάμε λοιπόν στον έμπορο να του πούμε για το
I'll see
Willman.
you later.
You keep telling me so, and I do believe you.
I do believe you.
Φαίνεται εντελώς fourth wall break εδώ μεταξύ, εντελώς. Σε φάση, ξέρεις, ναι, το λέει το παιχνίδι, αλλά έτσι πρέπει να είναι.
Ναι, αυτό. Για πάμε να ρωτήσουμε για τον Rolling Man. Που είναι με το ποδήλατο.
Maps!
Can you tell me where the Rolling Man lives?
Maybe, maybe not. Why?
Because I need to find him.
Sorry, guild rules. I'm not allowed to divulge any personal information about my customers.
Opa.
Maps!
I really need to know where the Rolling Man lives.
Sorry, can't do.
Please? Pretty please.
No.
Και αυτό είναι...
Don't give me that doe-eyed look. Don't.
No.
Balance, you're giving me that doe-eyed look, aren't you? I still can't tell you, though. I got maps.
Αυτό ήταν reference, το θυμάσαι. Monkey Island reference είναι αυτό. Του λέγανε pretty please,
please.
Please tell me where the Rolling Man lives.
No, can't do, miss. I can't divulge personal information about my customers. You're late again, and you know what else? You're fired! Give me back the delivery list and get your sorry blue skin elsewhere!
Στρομφάκι είναι.
Δεν ξέρω.
Hired hell. Bah! Never hire a Dolmari to do a human job.
Ντορμάρι είπε.
What are you gonna do now without a delivery boy?
Hire a new one, of course. Blasted be the balance. That means I'll have to pay the damn fee to the Guild of Merchants. Damnation.
Haha.
Maybe I could
Ένα
help
delivery
out.
girl.
You? How?
I'm quick, honest, and reliable, and I've got a lot of experience in the service industry.
Και πάνω απ' όλα είμαι άνθρωπος.
Perhaps a female errand boy. It could work if the Guild of Merchants don't find out.
I won't tell them if you don't.
Mind the pay is not much, only a single errand per delivery, plus whatever tip the customer may see fit to give you.
I'll take the job, if you want me.
Agreed. Maybe you'll even bring in some new business. Here's the delivery list for today and your first map. It's for the captain of the White Dragon. Nebeve, I think his name is. You'll find him in the harbor.
Για να δούμε.
Ο καπετάνιος ο Ναπολέοντας.
The delivery list. The guild are sticklers for protocol. No signature, no money, no new jobs.
Bye now.
Maps, fresh, detailed, life-saving maps.
Οκ, φύγαμε για το Dockers, για τα Dockers.
Για κάτσε λίγο.
Α, δεν του μιλάει, όχι.
Όχι.
Αλλά τώρα λέει Bird. Αλλά και πριν έλεγε Bird.
Ναι, αλλά τώρα είναι Bird.
Έλλειψη φαντασίας εντελώς. Πριν ήταν The Bird, ξέρω εγώ, τώρα είναι ο Bird.
Ναι, η Bird.
Δεν ξέρω που είναι όμως οι πίτσες.
Α, ναι, πού είναι οι πίτσες? Γιατί πήραμε πίτσες!
Που δεν σας ενδιαφέρει γιατί βλέπετε το βίντεο μαγνητοσκοπημένο ένα μήνα μετά, αλλά...
Δεν έχει καμία σημασία.
Κάποια στιγμή θα μπορούμε να τα κάνουμε live όλα αυτά. Και θα είναι αλλιώς τα πράγματα. Αλλά προς το παρόν δεν μας παίρνει. Oh!
One map, see songs to Captain Horatio Nebeve. Of the White Dragon. A map of Shangangriel, the Wasteland,
to
the Rolling Man.
Μάνε, the Rolling Man.
Οπότε είναι ορθόγραφος. One map of the Northlands to be delivered to Tunluek.
Ωραία, εντάξει, πάμε στο καπετάνιο λοιπόν. Είσαι μανάρι μου. Είσαι ωραίο αγόρι. Πάρ' το χάρτη.
Ναι. Γιατί τα ρούχα του είναι πολύ έτσι σταρκό κατάσταση.
Λες να είναι ο άλλος,
όχι,
ο γέρος, αφού δεν του δίνει.
Λες, μπορεί.
Όλα μπορεί.
How are you today then?
Like you care.
Oh, come on. I do.
Is this the White Dragon?
That's what the big white letters on the prow spell out. What do you think?
Oh, sorry,
I'm looking for the captain. Is he around?
What would you with the captain of the White Dragon?
I have a delivery for him, a map from the map merchant at the temple market.
Aye. I be Captain Horatio Nebeve of the White Dragon, fastest vessel there ever was. Hand the map over, girl. With Jarl's blessing, the wind will return soon, and I can leave this accursed harbor for sunnier shores.
Okay.
Sorry. Για να δούμε, θα το πάρει τώρα. Τώρα το παίρνεις,
Ναι.
Τώρα λέει και Captain Nebeve.
Ναι.
Λέει ο Sailor.
Thank you. There's an errand for your trouble.
Δώσ'
του τη λύση να την υπογράψει. Είναι σημαντικό.
Ναι.
Και έχουμε και ένα νόμισμα για να παίξουμε τώρα,
Sign this, please.
What is it?
I need your signature to confirm that you've received the map.
What map?
Map? What map?
The one I just gave you.
Θα πέσει ξύλο.
Oh, that one. Sorry, I never put my signature on a piece of paper.
Why not?
Brings bad luck to give a piece of yourself in that manner. A signature has untold powers. It's part of your soul. I can't sign away my soul.
Στοιχείο τύπος συναγράμματος.
Εντελώς.
Who told you that signing a slip of paper is bad for your soul?
I'm from Gien, and we're a spiritual people. Our souls are in balance with our bodies, and the great Mojal has taught us not to endanger this balance. Signing my name, giving a piece of myself in that manner, breeds corruption and imbalance within. And it pisses the Mojal off no end.
And that's why you choose to make my life difficult?
Hey, Blame organized religion.
Λοιπόν, η συντομία για όσους ξέρουν αγγλικά μάλλον, λέει ότι δεν θέλει να υπογράψει γιατί έτσι δίνει ένα κομμάτι της ψυχής του και το λέει η θρησκεία του.
Ναι,
και στο τέλος της λέει άμα έχεις πρόβλημα με αυτό, να τα βάλεις με την οργανωμένη θρησκεία. Αυτό μου θυμίζει εκείνες που λένε ότι άμα τους φωτογραφίσεις, δεν ξέρω αν τους έχεις πει ότι έχει παλιά. Τώρα δεν υπάρχει πια αυτό.
Υπάρχουν.
Που λένε ότι άμα σε φωτογραφίσεις, παίρνεις ψυχή, τώρα όλοι τραβάνε selfie στο Instagram με μόνο τους.
Καλά, ναι, κάποτε
παλιά λέγανε ότι δεν θέλω να τους φωτογραφίσεις γιατί σου λέγανε ότι έτσι παίρνεις ψυχή μου. Και
ναι, αλλά η πραγματικότητα ήταν ότι απλά δεν θέλουν να ξέρεις που πάνε.
Αλλά αυτό. Όχι, εγώ σου λέγα πορτρέτα.
Α, ναι, πιο παλιά. Ναι,
τώρα το 90, ας πούμε, φάση.
Όχι, ναι.
Πρόλαβε εγώ κόσμο έτσι.
You can't write, can you?
Pardon?
That's what this is all about. You can't write.
So what? So what if I can't write? So what if I was born at sea and never spent more than a month ashore ever since?
Σωστός.
I still won't sign your accursed paper, by Jal.
Look, all you have to do is sign an X next to your name on the list.
You can't trick the great Mojal. The Mojal's untrickable.
That's not trickery. It's legally binding.
I said no.
Is there anything I can do to get you to sign?
Ξεκινήσαμε τα quest.
Well, yes. But, no.
Όχι σεξ. Δεν κάνουμε
Look,
σεξ.
Captain, I'm desperate here. I really need some kind of signature.
Well, there's always music.
Oh my god.
I know where this is going.
What's music got to do with you signing my list?
Nothing. But it distracts the Mojal.
What are you talking about? Why would you need to distract the Mojal?
Για να μην κοιτάγει.
I can't sign when there's a chance the
Το ξέρα.
Mojal is watching. Music distracts the Mojal. Ergo, I can sign.
But doesn't that mean the Mojal is always distracted? I mean, there's always music somewhere in the world.
The Mojal has an eye and an ear for every acolyte. And straying from the path can bring great wrath upon us.
Granted, I know very little of the Mojal. But seriously, maybe you should look into alternative religions?
Blasphemy! Besides, I only have to visit the temple once every 2 years, and the membership fees are quite reasonable.
Ναι, άλλη θρησκεία. Τρελάθηκε, πάω μόνο 2 φορές το χρόνο και έχει πολύ καλή συνδρομή. Γιατί να αλλάξω θρησκεία?
So, if I play some music, you'll sign?
Aye. I'll give you that much.
Μ' αρέσει να σε βλέπω να τριγυρνάς γύρω-γύρω, έτσι, γιατί...
I'll be back.
I don't doubt it for a second.
Pizza is here.
Πίτσα!
Τώρα πώς θα παίξω?
Εγώ θα βρω τρόπο να παίξω.
Συνέχισε. Πάμε στο επόμενο.
You underestimate my power.
Είχε έναν που πουλάγε όργανα στην εισόδου της πόλης.
Ναι. Έτσι, όπως λέγαμε και πριν. Δεν τρελάθηκε ο τύπος να αλλάξει θρησκεία. Πάει μόνο 2 φορές το χρόνο.
Όχι εδώ, όχι αυτόν.
Ναι, πάει μόνο 2 φορές το χρόνο εκκλησία. Και έχει και πολύ καλή συνδρομή.
Αυτός είναι εδώ. Θα ήθελα. Κάποια θέλει καυτερία.
What's your most affordable instrument? That's cute. The flute, right? And how much for the flute? I'm guessing that's 1 Aaron?
Απαντάμε μόνο με όργανα.
Ευτυχώς που έχουμε ακριβώς 1 Aaron.
I'll have the flute. That's 1 Aaron, isn't it?
Οκ. Έχω μουσικούλα.
As luck would have it, I actually know how to play a flute. Not very well, but I'm sure the Mojal won't mind.
Πάμε να απασχολήσουμε τον Μότζαλ. The Mojal.
I'm ready to play some music if you're ready to sign.
Aye, go on, but don't stop until I'm done signing, or the Mojal will surely wreak vengeance on us both.
Και τώρα θα παίξουμε μουσική σοβαρά.
Done. Here you go. And don't ever ask me to sign anything ever again.
I can pretty much guarantee you that.
Εγώ τουλάχιστον θα το ζητήσω.
Πάμε πίσω στον έμπορα τώρα.
Θέλω να το δω.
X. Ναι. X marks the spot.
Πίτσα!
Οι μικρές χαρές της ζωής. Πίτσα με πιπεριές και ανάνα.
Ναι. Και Φιλαδέλφια.
Δεν το περίμενα ποτέ.
Να, είναι πολύ ωραία. Του δίνουμε αυτόν τη λίστα.
Right. Your next assignment is a map of Shangagriel to the Rolling Man. Hold on. Did you not ask me about him earlier today?
No, that wasn't me. That was somebody else.
I could have sworn. Well, no matter. Do you know how to get to the Rolling Man's house?
I forget.
Let me explain then. Now, pay attention because this is complicated. He has chosen to live in the most inaccessible place in the city, but I guess he has his reasons. First, you head west off the marketplace on Oak until you get to a tiny little apothecary, Mrs. Cassop's Herbs and Oils, where you turn north on South Street. You do that for about 4 minutes of brisk walking. That's when you see a large grove of trees. It's a memorial to those who died in the last war with the tyrant back the balance knows when. Can't see why they choose to remind us of that, where you'll turn left.
That's west?
No, left. That'll take you back south, but onto North Street instead. And that keeps you out of the Dalmari neighborhood. Down that way. Nasty, nasty neighborhoods. Keep walking south or about, or was that north? Wait, north on South Street, south on North Street, or the other way around. Anyway, find the Rose Bridge off Iread Avenue and cross it.
There's a river?
No, just a bridge. The river disappeared 500 years ago. No one knows what happened to it. After you've crossed the bridge, you'll be on the western slopes of Marcuria.
And that's where West House... I mean, the Rolling Man lives.
No, far from it, but you need to pass through that part of Marcuria to get to the Rolling Man. Keep south and watch out for the livestock. They're likely to attack in that part of town. Eventually you'll get to a large circular square. That's where they used to hold executions back when the city was civilized.
You call murder civilized?
Better than locking people up for years, as any level-headed person would tell you. Our freedom cannot be curtailed. Real men choose the honor of death to the shame of incarceration.
Yeah, sure you do.
Circle around the square and head down Tandak for half a mile. Or should that be Parrot Lane? Yes, Parrot Lane. Head west on Parrot Lane for half a mile. Then turn right at the Maiden's Honor Tavern.
North again?
No, west. Parrot Lane has a few twists and turns. Anyway, you should now be able to see the Ivory Tower.
Is it a big tower?
No, only about 5 feet tall, but it's ivory, straight from the coast of the Southlands, bravely cut from the drooling jaws of the gruesome Kandar.
Big creature, 4 legs, large ears, long snout, sort of grayish in color?
Yes, the horror of the Southlands. Many a brave hunter has fallen victim to its ravaging hunger.
Good grief. Okay, then what?
Pass by the tower to the edge of the cliff and look down. The rolling man has built his home on the cliffside. It's a wonder he's not been washed away by the storms.
I hope I got all that. Basically, go west until I hit the edge, right?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay, φύγαμε.
Έλα. Α. Πρέπει να φύγουμε κανονικά.
Basically go.
Ναι, λέει όλα αυτά και ουσιαστικά λέει μετά, οκ, απλά πάω προς τα εκεί μέχρι να πάρω στο τοίχο, ας πούμε.
Ναι, πάω θετικά, λέει, μέχρι να πετύχω την παραλία. Ναι. Οπ, νάτος.
Oh, hi.
Hello, Mr. Westhouse?
Damn, Mason, what is it now? Oh, well, guess you're not calling on behalf of that son of a bitch Sanyef, are you?
Sorry, I don't know who...
No, that's very unlikely. From what I hear, he doesn't much enjoy the company of women. Well, who in damnation are you?
April Ryan, sir.
Ryan? Doesn't sound very Northlandian. Are you by any chance from the coast of
America?
Hold on. Ryan? April Ryan? I'll be damned. You're from Stark.
Apparently. Until today, I thought I was just from Earth. I had no idea there were 2 of them.
Takes you by surprise, doesn't it? Well, goddamn. Sit down, Miss Ryan. Let me get you a drink.
Τώρα που σε βρήκα.
The liquor over here stinks to high heaven. Magic pollutes the purity of the spirit, but I keep a bottle of Glenfiddich for special occasions.
Thanks for the offer, sir, but I didn't come here to have a drink.
Glenfiddich.
Really? I see. This isn't a social call.
Κρίμα.
No, sorry.
Oh, no matter. It's still a pleasant surprise to meet someone from home. Now, what may I do for you?
I have a delivery for you.
A delivery? When did the U.S. Postal Service start delivering mail to Arcadia?
It's from the map merchant at the market. It's just a map.
Oh, good. I've been waiting for it. Hold your horses. What are you doing working for the Guild? Are you planning on staying in Mercuria? I'd strongly advise against it, Miss Ryan. Arcadia may look like a pastoral fairy tale realm, but it's not. You bleed as easily here as you do in Stark, and magic can do more damage than a gun.
I'm not planning on staying, but I had to find you. The map merchant was the only one who knew where you lived, and he wouldn't tell me. So I got him to hire me, and you were the second delivery on my list.
Gods. Carrick and his misguided loyalty. I'll have a word with the man. Thanks for the map, though. I collect them. There's not much else to do in this godforsaken city.
Άσε να μαντέψω. Κάποια στιγμή που θα χρειαστούμε να πάμε κάπου, θα πάμε σε αυτό του χάρτες.
Ναι.
Τέλος πάντων, εν συντομία αυτός είναι ένας που ξέρει για το Stark. Προφανώς είναι κάποιος Σταρκαρός.
Αφού είναι West House, το όνομά του είναι...
Πας να μετακομίσει για πάντα εδώ, ξέρω εγώ, του άρεσε. Βρήκε ωραίο οικόπεδο με θέα.
Από ό,τι βλέπω, μάλλον στην τύχη κατέληξε εκεί και απλά κατάφερε και πήρε το οικόπεδο, μάλλον σκότωσε κάποιον, I don't know.
Στην τύχη δεν νομίζω. Δεν κατάληγε στην τύχη.
Στην Αρκέδια.
Ο τύπος φαίνεται να ξέρει τι γίνεται και αν δεν κατάλαβε καλά τους ανοίγει και πόρταλς.
Μπορεί, για να δούμε.
Ήρθαμε εδώ για να μας ανοίξει πόρταλ νομίζω.
Για να δούμε, γιατί ναι, δεν ξέρω, μπορεί. Ο τύπος έτσι μεθύστακας που είναι δεν νομίζω, αλλά οκ.
Πλενφίντιχ, μόνο.
Cortez told me to look you up.
He did he? I see. Who's Cortez?
You don't know him?
I think not. I'd certainly remember. Did you say Cortez? You wouldn't be talking about old Manny Chavez, would you? Well, he ought to be dead by now, but then, by all rights, so should I.
Oh my god.
I don't know his first name, but he calls himself Cortez.
Tall fella, mysterious and elusive, rarely answers a question with a simple yes or no. Smokes like a chimney.
Aside from that bit about smoking like a chimney, it sounds exactly like Cortez.
I'll be damned. That old crook is still around. Well, how the devil is he?
He's good. Where do you know him from?
Oh, my old life back in Stark. We had some exciting adventures, him and I. Actually,
what the fuck?
Part of the reason I ended up here. I last saw him in the winter of 1934.
But that's almost 300 years ago.
Oops!
Yeah. Funny, isn't it? And I'm sure he doesn't look a day older than he did back then. The handsome devil.
Well, if I'm going to accept magic in parallel worlds, I might as well accept people living 300 years.
Oh, no, you misunderstand. I'm only 46. I arrived here about 15 years ago, but I left Stark in 1934.
Okay, χωροχρονικό.
Worlds where you dream time has little meaning. I was trapped, you see, for quite a while.
Ah, okay.
300 years?
Σε ένα dream world είχε...
Time went by pretty fast. It didn't seem so bad at the time, but now that you mentioned 300 years, quite disconcerting, really. Quite disconcerting.
Λοιπόν, ο τύπος το 1934 ήταν με το Σάβες / Κορτέζ. Μεταφέρθηκε εδώ. Αποκλείστηκε για 300 χρόνια στο ονειριόκοσμο, όπου ο χρόνος μετράει αλλιώς.
Είναι ένας ενδιάμεσος κόσμος, σαν λίμπο φάση.
Και πριν από 15 χρόνια βγήκε εδώ τελικά.
Ναι.
Για να δούμε. Πάμε το δεύτερο πρώτα.
How did you end up here in Mercuria?
That's quite a story. I won't bore you with the details, but suffice it to say, I was always somewhat of an adventurer.
Oh.
The promise of virgin territory untouched by civilization held great sway with me in my youth, as did the idea of a highly spiritual state of mind. The occult, magic, karma.
All that jazz.
I was born in 1902 in Boston. By the time I was 17, I'd put that life behind me. I spent the next 3 years at sea, and then I wandered around Europe for a time. In the early 30s, the 1930s, of course, I found myself in India working as a journalist. That's where I met Manny, and that's where I first heard of Arcadia. I was amazed and quite skeptical at first, but the thought of a whole new world to see and magic? I was a fool, of course, but who knew where my curiosity would bring me?
Έτσι. Η περιέργεια στέλνει τη γάτα στην Αρκέδια.
So what happened in India? Λοιπόν, να πούμε λίγο τι έγινε.
Ναι.
Το 1902 γεννήθηκε, ήταν περιπετειώδης τύπος και γνώρισε τον άλλο στην Ινδία.
Ναι, TLDR.
So what happened in India?
I've tried to forget about it, to be honest. If I could go back and convince myself not to...
Ήταν υπαγγελική κατοχή τότε, νομίζω.
No, but I still wouldn't have listened, of course. The unknown attracts. I ended up in Tibet in the winter of 34, wading through snow up to my chest, thinking for sure that this was it, and I was going to die. Manny pulled me out of that one, thank God. I spent 3 months in a monastery before pushing on the void.
There's only one way for a non-shifter to pass through the divide. And it's not an easy road to take. Now, if you don't mind, I'd prefer not to talk about the past anymore. There's more than enough to worry about in the present.
Okay.
Cortez said to look you up when I wanted to go back home, to Stark.
Now, why would he say that? I'm not a shifter, and I don't know any magic. I'm sorry, Miss Ryan, but you'd be better off asking the Sentinel priests for assistance.
Already did. They said I was on my own, that they couldn't help me.
Bloody typical, those reactionary fools. Can't help a drowning man who violated the principles of their bloody balance. But I can't think why Manny would tell you to visit me in order to shift home. It just doesn't make sense.
I should get going.
Very well. You're welcome back at any time, Miss Ryan. Anytime.
Λέει δεν μπορεί να τη βοηθήσει ο τυπάκος.
I'll remember that.
Και λέει αυτός δεν ανοίγει πύλες. Το έκανε με έναν τρόπο που του μάθανε στο Θιβετιανό μοναστήρι. Wing wing.
Ναι, προφανώς μέσω διαλογισμού and all that jazz.
Back home, a place like this would easily set you back tens of millions. Here, it's probably free.
Όχι μην φύγεις, να του δώσουμε να υπογράψει.
Ναι, σωστά. Δουλειές.
Sign this, please. It's just to confirm that I made the delivery.
Certainly.
Για να δούμε και την υπογραφή του.
Και μετά μίλα του άλλη μια καλού κακού.
Ναι.
Μήπως έχει κάτι έξτρα να πει.
Be Westhouse.
Hello, Mr. Westhouse.
Back again so soon, Miss Ryan?
Bye. Οπ, το μπαίνουμε το Glen City.
I should get going.
All right.
Bye.
Τι να κάνουν και τα παιχνίδια κάπως.
Hold on one second, Miss Ryan. I just remembered something. It's such a long time ago, I'd almost forgotten, but Manny did give me something that might be of interest.
What
is it?
It's a pocket watch. Manny gave it to me the last time I saw him. I never quite understood why, but maybe you can tell me.
Did he say anything about it?
He said that when his heart started beating again, he would know. It would be like a message in Morse code, a beacon. Damn watch never worked, and the winding mechanism is broken, so it's probably not worth much. You're welcome to it if it's any help.
Thanks.
Okay. Έχουμε ένα ρολόι λοιπόν. Παίζει ένα και μαγικό ρολόι.
It's an antique pocket watch. It's not ticking. The knob used for winding the watch seems to have broken off, and there's only a tiny hole left.
Tiny hole. Ναι.
If I insert this pin carefully into the hole, like so, and then slowly wind it. It worked! It's ticking!
Ένα ρολόι που φτιάχνει πύλες.
Όχι.
Did it! It's a shift! I can go home!
Τι όχι. Έφτιαξε το ρολόι και άνοιξε...
God, it's a shift. I haven't seen one for ages.
Why don't you come back with me, Mr. Westhouse? You could say hello to your old friend, Manny.
If I tried to step through that, Miss Ryan, I would suffer a most unpleasant experience. And I would be lost in the between forever. Besides, I built this house with my own two hands. I wouldn't want to leave it to these barbarians. And what does your Stark have to offer me? This world is more recognizable to me now. Now you go ahead, Miss Ryan. Go back. And don't let your curiosity of the unknown tempt you into making another shift.
Πήγαινε και μην ξανάρθεις ποτέ.
Thanks for your help.
Say hello to Manny for me. Tell him I'm doing all right. And then I said, thanks.
Δεν κάναμε ποτέ το delivery όμως.
Αυτό μας άφησε το παιχνίδι. Μπορεί να τα ξαναπάμε.
Cortez. Oh, God, it's real. It's all true. I saw it. I saw the other world. Arcadia. Either I'm going crazy or you were right about everything.
Let's hope for the latter, mi amiga?
Mi amiga.
So I gather your trip was a success.
Success? My whole world has been turned topsy-turvy, so I don't think success is the right word. Nothing about it makes sense. Fact is, I don't believe in magic.
The sun does not need you to believe in it to rise in the morning, señorita. You have seen the truth with your own 2 eyes. I can do nothing more to convince you. It is up to you now.
Well, do I have a choice? I have to believe at least some of it. My life wouldn't make much sense otherwise.
You are a true skeptic, April. Está bien. We need your kind to balance the hopeless romantics like myself.
Yes. Ποιος είσαι, Cortez?
Who are you really, Cortez?
Excuse me?
People knew you over there in Arcadia. Tobias. He didn't know you by your real name, but he did know you. And Mr. Westhouse, he knew you too, as Chavez. But several hundred years ago.
Secrets are being revealed, are they?
I wouldn't say that, because you're still a mystery to me. More so.
Good. You
Good!
is important. To know everything, to know the whole truth is dull. There is no magic in that. Magic is not knowing. Magic is wondering about what and how and where.
I'd settle for the truth, just to be able to know you. Because, honestly, I don't mean this in a bad way. You scare me, Cortez. I'm afraid of you.
And you are not the only one, mi amiga. I'm sorry, but whatever it is about me that mystifies you, it will have to stay a secret. There are things even you should not know.
Opa, mysterious.
Thanks. That really helped.
Perdóname. Perhaps later, when we are certain of what the future holds, okay? I think I can promise you that, Señorita Ryan. Later. But for now, we must speak of more important matters.
Της είπε βασικά ότι θέλω να είμαι μυστήριος τύπος. Αυτό μ' αρέσει που είμαι μυστήριος.
Ωραία, ποιο από τα δύο?
Ό,τι θες.
You helped me back, didn't you?
To shift? See? The power is yours, yes? But for now, you need me to focus your powers to call forth your dreams.
Γι' αυτό το ρολόι.
Dreams?
Yes. To travel from one world to the next, you must pass through the world of dreams. It is the only way. You are capable of opening a shift on your own, but you might not be able to.
What do you mean?
The power, the magic is within you. And when you sleep, sometimes you open the portal without even being aware of it. But when you're awake, it's more difficult. With practice, you will do it.
I don't think I want to do it.
You must. The worlds depend on it.
What happens now?
The minstrel told you about the balance, about Stark and Arcadia.
A man named Tobias. He was called the Vestrum, I think. Vestrum Tobias.
Ah, so Tobias made Vestrum. Que bien, good. I knew he would go far when I first met him years ago. He was just an instrument then, a student of the balance, but he was smart and resourceful. So you know what is going on with the balance.
Tobias told me that the Guardian was missing and that the balance was failing. He said this would bring chaos into both worlds.
As we are already seeing, your dreams, your nightmares, they are part of these. You sense chaos more keenly than most, but even they are beginning to notice that things are not as they should be. Like last night.
What about last night?
What you saw, you were not alone this time. There were others. and they saw the same thing. Not nightmares anymore. Real. The first sign of the damage chaos can do. The divide is being breached. It is not yet time for the worlds to be united. A breach could prove catastrophical.
So what do I do?
We must work together, April. I can't do it alone, and neither can you.
But what exactly is it that we have to do?
4 things. We must find the lost guardian, we must locate the gateway to his realm, and the disc that is the key to his tower, and we must do what we can to curtail and defeat the Vanguard.
Oh my god, μες στο τέλος διάλογη. Πάλι μια ώρα θα είναι αυτό το βίντεο. Για να δούμε.
How are we going to find the guardian?
The moment he surrendered his throne and left his realm, he stepped back into our world. This world, Stark. This is where he was born, and so this is where he must return to.
But he could be anywhere, right?
This city has power, April. Not magic, but the opposite of magic. And it draws people to it like flies to an open fire. All the pieces of the puzzle come together here. You, me, the Vanguard, the Guardian. I can guarantee you that he's here. But where exactly I do not know. I think maybe the Vanguard do. I think they may have him.
If they have him, how are we going to get him back? And why do they need him? Why do we need him?
He left his realm, but he's the last Guardian. And only he can open the doorway back to his realm to let his successor through. The Vanguard knows this. But what they don't know, yet, is how to get there.
Okay. Αφού ο Guardian είναι ο μόνος που μπορεί να ανοίξει την πύλη για να μπει ο διάδοχός του.
Μπορεί να μπει μόνο αυτός και ο διάδοχός του όμως.
Ναι, έχω να πω κάτι άλλο όμως. Πώς το διάλα είναι από τη Stark ο Guardian αφού ο Vestrum μας είπε ότι όλοι ήταν από την Arcadia όλα αυτά τα χρόνια?
Δεν έχω ιδέα. Θα μπορούσε να είναι ένα Lux.
Αυτό δεν μας είπε ότι ήταν όλοι από την Arcadia και δεν διαλέγαμε ποτέ κάποιον από το Stark για να μην είναι υπό την επίρρεια του.
Από ό,τι φαίνεται ο τελευταίος ήταν από το Stark.
Αυτό
είναι πολύ μυστήριο.
Για να δούμε το
που σημαίνει ότι και στην Arcadia δεν τα ξέρουν όλα, ας πούμε.
Ναι, μα για να δούμε. Ποιος ξέρει για την πύλη?
Who'd know about the gateway to the Guardian's realm?
That I do not know.
Oops.
That knowledge wouldn't be here in Stark. You must go to Arcadia, study the books, talk with the Minstrom and others who might know, but not yet. First, we must finish our mission here.
Εν τω μεταξύ, ο Guardian είναι από το Stark. Ο Guardian ήταν για τουλάχιστον μια χιλιετία.
Ναι, ήταν 1000 χρόνια.
Guardian. Οπότε ο κόσμος του Stark.
1200 νομίζω είπε, γιατί περίμενε να έρθει όλος και δεν ήρθε ποτέ.
Ο κόσμος του Stark τότε έμοιαζε πάρα πολύ με την Arcadia.
Πλάκα, ναι, το μεσαίωνα φύγει αυτό.
Πρέπει να έπαθε τρελό σοκ.
Τι είναι αυτά, αεροπλάνα, μεταλλικά πουλιά.
Μεταλλικά πουλιά.
Το κλειδί, άντε μετά αυτό το τελειώσει.
In Arcadia, the key contains 2 parts. One is the disc itself, the other is the 4 jewels, the eyes of the dragons.
The eyes of the
that
dragons.
gives the disc the properties of the balance and makes it complete.
Where is the disc?
The disc was left in the care of the Sentinel 10,000 years ago. In the beginning, it was kept in the open, displayed for all to see. But not anymore. Not since thieves tried to make away with it. They will know where it is. Ask Tobias, Vestrum Tobias.
Τα 4
the eyes of the dragons. They are kept by the 4 dragons themselves. 2 in Arcadia and 2 in Stark. The white dragon has 1, as does the old one.
White dragon
These
να σου πει
you
δεν
must
τα
find
όνειρα μάλλον.
I'll help you with the others.
Και πώς θα νικήσουμε το Vanguard?
How do we defeat the Vanguard?
The Vanguard are strong here and growing stronger. Even in Arcadia, they are gaining a foothold. And with the tyrant on a leash, the future looks quite bleak.
How do you know so much about what's going on in Arcadia?
Voices whisper in my ear, señorita. Voices that I trust.
You're saying the Vanguard are strong here. How come I haven't heard about them?
They don't go by the name here. Did you ever hear of the Church of Voltec?
Voltec?
Sure. They're... Oh, that's the Vanguard?
See?
Then they're big. Very big. But why do they... Why assume a different name here?
In Arcadia, they flaunt their philosophy. They preach the destruction of the balance under the pretense of returning humankind to the glories of the past. Here, they cannot do that. So they have integrated themselves slowly but surely into society under the subterfuge of the New Age religion. And they've built a financial empire to match governments.
They have that much money?
The Vanguard own multinational companies. They own planets, April. They own armies. All they need is the balance, and they will own everything. The twin worlds will be at their mercy.
So we basically don't stand a chance, do we? Against an enemy like that.
If we hold at bay the forces of chaos, and if we ensure the natural continuation of the Guardian's role within the balance, then they will have lost.
How are we supposed to fight this chaos you keep talking about?
You're the key, April. You have the power to shift, yes, but there's more to you than that. You are a child of the balance. And you... No, that will have to wait. By just being alive, you counter chaos. Without you, last night might have turned out much worse. That tiny breach might have been permanent.
What?
I didn't do anything.
Imagine the power you wield when you really do something. Trust me, Miss Amiga. Yeah. It's instinctive to you to fight chaos. You see it so clearly, and you will know what to do. You are most needed in Arcadia, where chaos is a part of reality. The tidal wave will hit there first, and unless it's subdued before it hits Stark full force, we'll never stand a chance. So you will have to travel to Arcadia after we are done here.
Okay, so that's it? Kick some Vanguard ass, find the Guardian, locate the entrance to his realm, and a 10,000-year-old disc and 4 Dragon Eye jewels? And oh, April, make sure you do battle with the physical manifestations of chaos along the way, because hey, that's your destiny.
Yay!
It's impossible, Cortez. I can't do these things. I'm 18, I'm an artist. No, not even that, I'm nobody. You can't place all these responsibilities on my shoulders. I can't carry that much.
I will help you, April. Others too, you're not alone.
Well, I feel very alone, and I can't even tell anybody about this. Yeah, hi, how are you? I'm the chosen one. Can you help me save the world from evil and chaos?
Help the chosen one here.
There is no chosen one, April. There are only those who would and those who wouldn't. You have a choice between the two.
You said I had powers, that I wasn't like everybody else.
True, but you still have a choice. Prophecies can never unravel the will of a single human. You are one of many possible paths, but unfortunately, most of the alternative paths have been blocked by circumstances beyond our control. The world does depend on you, but you have not been chosen. You choose for yourself what you are and what you will be.
Απλά σε σπρώχνω λίγο. Προς τα
Γι'
εκεί.
αυτό το παιχνίδι είναι τόσο γαμάτο. Γιατί έχει τέτοιες ατάκες, έχει τέτοια φιλοσοφία. Όχι, δεν είσαι εκλεκτή. Απλώς είσαι μία από αυτές που μπορούν να κάνουν κάτι.
Και είσαι μπροστά μου, οπότε θα το κάνεις.
Αλλά ναι, της λέει, θες να το κάνεις ή όχι. Αλλά δεν είσαι εκλεκτή, δεν είσαι ο Μεσσίας, ξέρω εγώ.
Πάρα πολύ exposition όμως. Αυτό ήταν το πολύ κείμενο.
Εντάξει, οι τύποι δεν είχαν πολύ καλό γραφιά, αλλά η φιλοσοφία του μου αρέσει.
Ωραίο, ναι.
Και αυτή που του.
Πολύ μεγάλα
είναι κλισέ. Δεν ήταν κλισέ να σου πω γιατί. Γιατί εκεί που του λέει είμαι 18, δεν είμαι καλλιτέχνης. Μετά λέει όχι, είμαι ένα τίποτα.
Ναι, γιατί είναι
ουσιαστικά. Το κλισέ ήταν μέχρι το είμαι καλλιτέχνης.
Ναι, όντως.
Το είμαι ένα τίποτα δεν το λένε συνήθως τα κλισέ.
Το λένε. Το λένε. Απλά εδώ έχει μεγαλύτερη βαρύτητα γιατί είναι υποτίθεται σε μια κοινωνία σαν τη δικιά μας. Δεν έχω καμία δύναμη απολύτως.
Πάμε να σώσουμε τον κόσμο τώρα. Δεν το συμφωνώ καν. Είμαστε ήρωες.
Θες αυτό?
Θα σώσουμε τον κόσμο. Yes, let's save the world.
Θες τόσο θετικά?
Ναι, είμαι θετικός πάντα. Όχι στο H.
Then the choice will have to be, yes, let's save the world.
Let's do
Where
it.
do we start?
Here, in Newport. We must find out about the Vanguard. Their headquarters are in this city. But where? Do they have the Guardian under lock and key? What are their weaknesses? Once we've done that, you must travel to Arcadia. I cannot go there, and besides, I have things to take care of here.
Right. Except, where the hell do I go to find out about the Vanguard? The library? The net?
Ναι.
Valuable information is hard to find. Remember the painting I showed you yesterday?
Sure.
The artist, a boy named Warren. I told you about him, yes? Warren is involved in a lot of activities that aren't exactly legal. He has connections. He can point us in the right direction.
All right. Okay. Where do I find him?
My friend, Father Raul at the Hope Street Cathedral, he's had some contact with the boy lately. Ask him.
Wait. Did you say Hope Street?
Yes.
As in the most dangerous neighborhood in Newport?
Yes.
Is it? I don't usually follow the civic affairs of the city. I remember Hope Street when they first built it.
That must have been a very long time ago.
Still, I'm sure you'll be safe. You're a girl, no?
Σε ποια εποχή ζει αυτό?
Well...
It's the self-respecting gentleman part I'm concerned about. Still, I can handle myself. Father Raul, was it? At the Hope Street Cathedral?
Yes. He will lead you in the right direction. Help you find Warren Hughes. When you're done tomorrow, we will meet up at the cathedral late in the afternoon. I need to speak with Raul as well.
Okay, good. It's a plan then?
Enjoy yourself tonight, April. Who knows what the future may hold? Good night.
Όπα, ημερολόγιο. Διασκέδασε όσο μπορείς, ξέρεις, θα φεύγει αύριο.
Ω, ναι.
Για να δούμε. Ω, τελείωσε. Diary. Yes. Οκ, λέει αυτά που μας είπε τώρα, τι πρέπει να κάνουμε, οκ.
Και να σκεφτείς, λέει, ότι πριν 2 μέρες ό,τι ήταν να θυμηθώ ήταν αν πελάτης...
Αν θα πάρω την καφλάτη, λέει low fat cappuccino.
Ωραία, μου άρεσε.
Άρα πάμε πίσω στο σπίτι μάλλον.
Θες να πάμε πρώτα στην καφετέρια ή στη σχολή?
Όχι. Εγώ θέλω στο σπίτι να τελειώσουμε το κεφάλαιο, γιατί ήδη παίζουμε μια ώρα. Λογικά πρέπει να τελειώσουμε αυτό το κεφάλαιο τώρα, δηλαδή γίνονται τόσα πράγματα. Δεν πιστεύω να έχει κι άλλο.
Εντάξει, κυρίως να μιλήσεις με κόσμο.
Δεν μπορεί να το χάσεις στο επόμενο κεφάλαιο, λογικά.
Θεωρητικά πάντα.
Αυτό το κεφάλαιο μας έχει φάει 3 ώρες. 3 βίντεο, 1 ώρα το καθένα. Και τα περισσότερα είναι 30 λεπτά διάλογοι, είναι τα περισσότερα. Πάμε στην πόρτα. Έλα, μπορείς, διπλό κλικ.
Οπ!
Oh shit. Σήμερα θα πάμε να ρωτήσουμε το Βλάκα.
Ναι. Οκ, ναι. Τώρα είναι η απόφαση αν θα πάμε ή δεν θα πάμε.
Τι πρέπει να κάνουμε, ξέρεις? Δεν πρέπει να μιλήσουμε σε κάποιον.
Για να δούμε.
Η πόρτα του Charlie ήταν να τη χτυπήσουμε για κάποιο λόγο.
Ναι, πάντα είναι.
Α, ναι, για να τη χτυπήσεις τώρα. Μα πράγμα στο καφέ που έλεγες. Δεν κάνει σπίτι.
Nobody home.
Ναι.
Πάμε στο καφέ τότε. Εδώ δεν έχει αγάπη, μόνο το να κοιτάξεις έχει.
That's Zach's room. I've never been in there and I pray I never will.
Πώς τρέχει έτσι. Καφέ.
Ναι, πάμε στην καφετέρια να δούμε αν υπάρχει κανείς.
Του δει καφέ. Ουλαλα, λα Παρί. Ελεβενείς de Newport.
Πω.
Τι?
Τίποτα. Στο το Newport. Πώς είναι έτσι?
Ωραίο το μου. Για 2.300 καλά είσαι.
Ναι, όντως.
Le dog. Oh, le dog de la café de la Marie. À Paris.
Pulling long hours today, Charlie?
Unfortunately, yeah. Are you staying for the show tonight?
What show?
You don't know who's playing?
I've had a few other things on my mind these past few days, Charlie. Sorry. Anybody good?
Anybody good? Are you kidding? Roy and Dale's playing. It's the first gig on their new tour. Sort of returning to their roots before they do the big venues.
Tonight? Great, that's perfect. Especially tonight. I need some serious unwinding.
Yeah? What's up?
Α, τα λέμε όλα.
Θα τα πει.
Δεν ξέρω.
Άμα είναι μιλάει 2 ώρες, άστο.
I just had the weirdest experience of my life.
Weirder than last night?
Much weirder. I mean, it sounded like what happened here could have... It might just have been mass suggestion, or a hologram, or even rapture gas.
April.
It's happened, I know it was probably very real to you, and I'm not saying it wasn't, but the alternatives...
Are the alternatives so much worse? That there are things going on that we can't explain? That there's more to life than what science teaches us?
I don't know, Charlie. I wish I did, but I don't.
So what's this thing you were gonna tell me about the weirdest experience of your life?
You wouldn't believe me anyway, Charlie.
Try me.
No, really, I can't. It's too much, too close. I don't know if I believe it myself.
Okay. You tell me about it later then, alright?
Alright.
Maybe. Is Emma around?
Haven't seen her. But she knows about the show, so she'll be here.
When does the concert start?
In less than an hour. I expect the place to be crowded soon, so you should find yourself a spot to sit down.
Thanks, Charlie.
No problem. Later.
Στα αριστερά. Εκείνος ο Elvis, τίποτα.
Όχι, είναι...
Animation.
Να τι...
Να, μα σαν τη Λάρα Κρόφτ είναι τώρα που τους βλέπω. Με τεράστια τριγωνικά που πινγκ.
Εντάξει, και τριγωνικά.
Εντάξει, ναι.
So where have you been all day?
Έχει και μια καμπύλη.
You didn't show up at school, you weren't at work, and then Fiona tells me you're out looking for Cortez again, and on top of that, Zach brags about bagging a date with you. What's up with that?
Oh, shit! Zach! I totally forgot. He's gonna kill me. If I don't show up, that is.
You mean it's true? You have a date with that asshole? I told him he was full of shit.
Full of shit?
I needed some information.
And you sell yourself to get it? April, you're insane. Well, you're just going to have to disappoint him.
Huh?
I made a promise.
Let's disappoint.
To that sleazebag? That's a promise made to be broken.
Οκ, εδώ έχουμε πάλι επιλογή, αν θα πάμε ή δεν θα πάμε.
Δεν θα πάμε στο βλάκα να μας βιάσει, όχι. Θα κάτσουμε εδώ.
Τι?
Τότε θα μας βιάσει ο βλάκας.
Οκ.
Θα μας πετάξει στο ποτό τέτοιο να.
Δεν νομίζω ότι είναι τέτοιος.
Όχι, δεν θα πάμε.
Οκ. Εντάξει. Ditch him.
You're right. I'm staying here.
Να ακούσω και τη συναυλία, τη γαμάτη.
Now, there are a couple guys you should keep an eye open for tonight.
Me?
I have a boyfriend. You need a boyfriend. You need a boyfriend because I have one and I need somebody to compare boyfriends with. It's not your choice to make, girl. It's just the natural order of things.
I thought we were here to listen to the band.
Sure, from the back. So we can scope out guys' asses.
I don't know which place is weirder, Mercuria or the Fringe Cafe on any given night.
Mark what?
Never mind. So, okay, which guys are we looking for?
Right. Now, you may want to take notes.
Βιντεάκι λογικά. Γεια σου. Όχι, κεφάλαιο 3 κατευθείαν.
Οκ,
τελειώσαμε επιτέλους το κεφάλαιο 2. Bye. Να βεβαιωθούμε ότι δεν έχει κάποιο βίντεο, να δούμε.
Oh, God. Headache.
Και να...
Didn't really have that much to drink, did I? No. But I did travel through a shift into a parallel universe, which would explain this weird compulsion to curl up into a fetal position and go back to sleep. Not that I'm particularly looking forward to it, but I guess I have to go find that Warren guy Cortez told me about down on Hope Street. And hey, like that's not enough. I have to avoid bump.
Πάλι το window. Δεν μπορούμε να κάνουμε κάτι.
Όχι. Απλά ήθελα να δω μήπως...
Ναι, μήπως βγήκε τίποτα. Όχι, εντάξει. Νομίζω πρέπει να πάμε να βρούμε τον παπά.
Ναι.
Που είναι ο σύνδεσμος και καλά εδώ πέρα του
σε εκείνη τη γειτονιά που δεν ξέρουμε αν θα βγούμε ζωντανή, ξέρω εγώ.
Ναι, οπότε πάμε και κατευθείαν μάλλον. Δεν βλέπω κάτι καινούργιο στο δωμάτιο.
Let's go.
Με πρόδωσες.
So you thought you could stand me up and get away with it, bitch?
Bitch. Bitch.
I'm sorry. What did you call me?
Bitch.
We have a date and then you don't show? Leave me looking like a sad prick all night in front of my friends?
I couldn't go, Zach. Get over it.
I don't fucking care. You'll regret fucking with me, bitch. I can promise you that.
What are you gonna do?
Αυτό.
Okay, τι θες?
Έτσι. You'll find out, April Ryan. You're gonna be so fucking sorry you ever fucked with me.
Πω, αυτό το βίντεο πέντε monetize. Αν είχαμε monetize θα πήγαινε monetize κατευθείαν.
Ναι.
Μόνο και άμα έτσι από το λεπτό ακούγεται fuck bitch κτλ.
Ναι, γιατί κάποτε αυτά δεν ήταν τόσο πρόβλημα.
Καλά, κάποτε. Ποτέ δεν ήταν όταν έπαιζες μόνο στο σπίτι σου.
Ναι, είναι και αυτό. Αμπά.
Κοίτα εδώ. Αυτό το κοκομπλόκο.
So.
Μετρό. Πάει καλά σήμερα με το ακουστικό.
Για να δούμε.
Τα γνωστά. Αυτό το πράγμα που τα μετρό έρχονται κάθε φορά με το που έρχεσαι στην ώρα τους. Πόσο το λατρεύω.
Ναι.
Δυστυχώς δεν υπάρχουν αυτά εδώ πέρα.
Ναι, όντως.
Νομίζω ήταν στην οδό Ελπίδος ή κάτι τέτοιο.
Ναι. Στην Ελπίδος που δεν υπάρχει καμιά ελπίδα.
Πάμε. Ωραίο φαίνεται. Ωραία γειτονιά.
Ναι, είναι καταπληκτική γειτονιά.
Κατευθείαν η μαφιόζη.
From his uniform, I'd say he's one of the West Side Kings. They got recruitment posters all over town.
Ouch.
Πάμε στο καθίδρυαλ, εκεί πρέπει να πάμε. Βλέπω την πόρτα στο βάθος.
Cabs never stop on Hope Street.
Τα ταξί δεν σταματάνε ποτέ εδώ. Είναι κάτι σαν την παλιά Ομόνια, ξέρω.
Ναι. Τώρα πλάκα η Ομόνια είναι...
Πού είμαστε?
Στο καθεδρικό.
Δεν μας βλέπω. Είμαστε και στο βάθος και
ναι.
Πάμε να εξομολογηθούμε στον Πάτερ. Πάτερ, έχω αμαρτήσει. Πήγα στην Αρκαδία. Δες τον πρώτο.
It's a priest.
Σοβαρά. Is it the priest?
Good morning. I'm Father Raoul. You're not a Hope Street regular, are you? I haven't seen you here before.
I don't visit the neighborhood very often, no.
And why should you? It's not a very nice place. This cathedral is all there's left of the hope in Hope Street.
Sorry to hear that.
Δεν έχει πολύ μικρό κεφάλι.
So am I.
Ναι.
But we cope.
Σου μοιάζει λίγο.
How may I be of assistance?
Έχω μεγάλο κεφάλι.
Ποιο από τα δύο?
Όποιο θες.
Κατευθείαν στο ψητό?
Πάμε στο ψητό.
Do you know a boy named Warren Hughes?
As a matter of fact, I do. The Hugheses were regulars before they traveled to the colonies. Poor Warren was left an orphan by his family. I haven't seen him for years.
Where does Warren live?
I'm not sure he lives anywhere. But he does belong to a Hope Street gang, the Razor Blades, I believe. They seem to congregate just down the street in Building 87. Be careful, though. Although they're far from the worst gang around here, they're not a particularly friendly lot, and they don't care for strangers.
I can take care of myself.
I don't doubt that. Still, be careful.
Do people still go to church?
Yes, some do. Some do. Religion is pretty resilient.
Religion, sure. But there's so many new religions, and people tend to abandon the old ones, don't they?
They'll be back. The Voltex and the Manus of the world offer only a fleeting chance of material happiness. What they cannot offer is spiritual enlightenment.
So you're not worried about the competition?
We have over 2,000 years of experience and tradition to build on. I don't see us just rolling over on our backs and giving up. No.
Thank you, Father.
Please come by again if you're ever in the neighborhood.
Προχώρα το εσύ και θα μου κάνεις κατσά.
Εντάξει.
It's the confessional. It's been more than 2 years since my last confession, but no. I'm not in a mood to be counting beads right now, and with my list of, shortcomings, I'll be counting beads for a very long time.
Οπότε η April είναι... χριστιανή.
I think he's in trouble. Looks like he knows how to use that steel pipe.
Για να δούμε τώρα. Το Building 87. Και αυτός είναι ο Warren, Oh.
It's out of order. I think I'll just take the stairs. It's a boy. Looks to be about 15 or so.
Μάλιστα.
Can I talk to you for a minute?
Λοιπόν, νομίζω μόλις βρήκαμε τον Warren. Ήτανε το κτίριο που μας είπε ο τύπος ότι το κτίριο είναι το 87. Και ήταν αυτό ακριβώς μπροστά από το μετρό. Οπότε, ναι.
Και ήταν αυτός κατευθείαν ο Warren εκεί.
Μπήκαμε μέσα, ναι, και βρεθήκαμε εδώ. Οπότε, τι τον ρωτάω, το κατευθείαν το όνομά του ή αν ξέρει έναν Warren Hughes?
Αν ξέρει το όνομα του Warren Hughes.
You know where I can find a kid named Warren Hughes?
Who's asking?
Haha, who's asking?
Warren Hughes. Never heard of him.
What's your name?
What's yours?
Alright, well, I guess you can't help me.
Nope. Nobody can.
What do you mean?
A nice, pretty girl like you in a neighborhood like this, asking all the wrong questions. You're heading for some serious trouble, you know.
I can take care of myself.
Sure you can. The thing is, there are 4 guys waiting downstairs for you to come back out, and they can take care of themselves real good.
Don't threaten me.
I ain't threatening you, girl. I'm just telling you how it is. You're in deep shit and you've only got yourself to blame.
Ήρθες εδώ, εσύ φταίς.
What do you want from me?
I should have asked you the same question, except I don't care. You should have thought twice before coming after me.
After you, I hadn't come.
Oh.
Your warrant.
Ha.
What?
Gotcha.
No. Cortez told me your name, where to find you, but.
Hold on. Cortez? Old Spanish talking. Real crazy in the head?
That's a fair description, yeah.
Shit. You're not a cop. Social services? Corporate?
No, I'm a friend of Cortez. He said to look you up.
I haven't seen Cortez in a while. Not since before. So what does Senior Cortez want with me?
We need some help.
What kind of help? Look, I gotta stay incognito most of the time now that corporates and cops are stepping up their search for me. I can't go risking my ass for nobody. Not even Cortez.
That's alright. I just need some information on a group called the Vanguard. And their leader, Jacob McAllen.
Oh, sorry. Never heard of those guys.
You wouldn't have. They keep to themselves. And they got some kind of cover operation going. But I don't know what it is, and...
Need to find out? Alright, here's the thing. I got a friend who might be able to help you out.
Great!
Hold on. Before I use up my favors with him, I need you to do me a favor in return. Probably even help yourself out at the same time.
Fair enough. What do I have to do?
Easy. Break into the Newport Police Department computer archives. Get me some information on my family. Destroy my criminal record and get the hell out of there. Preferably alive.
Οκ, να πούμε λίγο τι έγινε. Για ποιον δεν ξέρει αγγλικά, της είπε βασικά ότι αυτός είναι ο Warren, ξέρει κάποιον που μπορεί να τη βοηθήσει, αλλά για να κάνει τη χάρη πρέπει και αυτή να του κάνει τη χάρη να μπει μέσα στο αστυνομικό τμήμα, να σβήσει όλα τα αρχεία, να χακέψει τους υπολογιστές.
Να βρει την οικογένειά του, γιατί.
Ναι, αυτά τα λίγα.
Οκ, και τι να το απαντήσω.
Νομίζω ότι το παιχνίδι για να συνεχίσει πρέπει να. Πρέπει να του πεις ναι έτσι κι αλλιώς κάποια στιγμή.
If you don't do this for me, I won't help you out. Besides, there's probably some information on the Vanguards, was it? In the archives. And that information will be valuable to my friend if he's going to help you out.
True!
I'll do it.
Θα το κάνεις έτσι κι αλλιώς, θα έπρεπε οπότε. Και no να πούμε.
My dad doped out on raps and seduced by commercials. Sold out our whole family to the shiny happy colonization program for a lifetime supply of the big R. The rapture. He neglected to ask his lovely wife and children, and the corporates didn't care. One day they came to pick up my mom, my sister, and me. I got away though, snuck out the window, and I spent the next 2 weeks in a dumpster.
And your family?
That's just it. I don't know. Off to the colonies, of course, but which one? I don't know. Sometimes they split up families too. You know, they don't tell you that in their ads. I don't give a shit about my dad, and my mom, she can take care of herself, but I want my sister back. We were real tight. I'm not gonna let them use her in the mines and factories out there.
So, you want me to find out where they took your sister?
That's it. You're catching on. You do that for me, and delete my criminal record at the same time and get them damn corporates off my ass. I'll give you all the help you need.
Okay.
Την αδερφή του θέλω να βρει στην ουσία.
Where's the police station?
Take the subway to Metro West. You'll come out on what they call Cop Street. You'll see the NPD headquarters down the block. You can't miss it.
Okay, πάμε στο Metro West λοιπόν.
I'd better get going.
Be cool, eh?
Seems like a mission.
Yep.
Sorry και ο τύπος έχει γίνει αρχηγός συμμορίας στο μεταξύ, ξέρω εγώ.
Όχι, μέλος συμμορίας, δεν νομίζω να είναι.
Κοίτα, για να λέει ότι με ono που με έψαξες είναι 4 τύποι κάτω, μένα για αρχηγό τον κόβω.
Μπορεί απλά να το πες στους άλλους, I don't know. Radio Power Building, αυτό πρέπει να είναι.
Το άλλο τι είναι? Στο Metro West δεν είπε να βγούμε.
Ναι.
Ναι, δεν ξέρω τι είναι αυτό. Μπορεί να εμφανίσει και από κάποιο άλλο διάλογο. Μπορεί να μας χρειαστεί μετά. Για να δούμε. Container. Roadblock. Πού πάει? Όχι.
It's your garden variety robotic roadblock. You see them all over this pothole infested town. There's a small control panel on it. The display reads 3018.
Okay. Γιατί πάει από εκεί?
Δεν ξέρω, άστι να πάει όμως. Προφανώς από εκεί είναι το route που τους έχουν δώσει.
The garbage container, and it's mostly empty.
Α, είναι εκεί πίσω. Το roadblock είναι μόνο αυτό. Ω, είναι τέτοιο. Για κάνε use το...
Α.
Α, μπήκε μέσα.
This is so gross. And me in my favorite shirts. Hey, is that a fur mitten?
You.
No, dead rat. I'm not gonna check out that other mitten in the corner. I think it just moved. How utterly pointless is this? And I'm starting to reek a little of crap too.
Oh, the crap.
Οκ, κατάλαβα. Θέλει να μπει στο αστυνομικό τμήμα από το σκοπιοτονικέ.
Όχι, δεν θέλει τίποτα για την ώρα. Για κάποιο λόγο εμείς μπήκαμε.
Αυτό εκεί μπορείς να το... Αυτό το νοβελίσκο εκεί έχει... Όχι απλώς...
Αυτό, όχι, δεν είναι τίποτα.
Οκ, εντάξει.
T-Rex ad.
My grocery shopping at T-Rex. Not that their food is particularly good, nor their prices particularly low. I just love their ads. They're pretty cool. Especially the one where they built an actual-sized robot dinosaur and sent it out to mangle a competing chain of grocery stores. For real. I don't know if anybody got hurt, but man, that campaign kicked ass.
Aggressive marketing.
Εντελώς, ναι. Φτιάξαν ένα μηχανικό T-Rex και το στείλαν να καταστρέψει το ένα και το άλλο.
Οκ.
Εγώ σου λέω πως αυτό έχει γίνει. Θέλει να μπει μέσα με τα σκουπίδια.
Ναι μωρέ, απλά δεν το ξέρει ακόμα και είναι στη φάση γιατί με έκανες να το κάνω αυτό.
Ναι, αλλά προφανώς για να μπαίνει μέσα είναι... Να δούμε.
Τι ήταν αυτό?
Κάτσε να δούμε.
This is Lucinda Carlisle reporting live from just outside the Metro Precinct police station, and I bring you today a senseless and tragic display of technology gone wrong. In the carnage you see behind me, medical drones are digging through the rubble of a crashed shuttle for the remains of over 100 people who lost their lives today in an accident that could and should have been prevented. Only hours ago, a brave New World Airlines shuttle carrying starry-eyed colonists to the Metro Tower experienced an engine failure and came roaring down on this street without warning, crushing 3 cars, 9 innocent pedestrians and 2 would-be carjackers. The cause of this human tragedy, as of yet, there is no...
Hey, Mom!
We can only speculate, and speculate we will. Was the pilot drunk? Was he hopped up on Amethyst? Was someone aboard carrying a bomb? Did the manufacturers of the shuttle, Monster Limited, skimp on a part and import it from a bootleg factory in Germany? The truth is all of the above. Whoever is responsible, and whatever the punishment, it won't bring any of those bloodied, mangled corpses to life. It won't bring Teresa Roseman, mother of 3, back to her husband, Marty. That loss is forever. And a huge cash settlement can only ease the pain. It can never remove it altogether. Only expensive brain surgery or personality modification through proprietary drugs can do that. The exact death count is still under wraps, and work will continue throughout the day to identify the thousands of body parts that are being picked one by one from the twisted wreckage of BNWA.
Okay, that's dark.
What repercussions will this accident have on our city? Probably none. You fly a shuttle, you take your chances. This is Lucinda Carlisle, reporting live for the Metro Channel Action News. Back to you, Lisa and Dan.
Τόσα πολλά μπιχτές γιατί...
Ναι! I do. And what are the ratings? 5 million? That's it? 5 million? Jesus, we've lost out to reruns of Gillian's Island? What the fuck, Gregory? Why the hell did you... Yeah. Don't give me any of that shit. You were the one who said this would broaden my audience. I should have stuck with the game shows. Jesus!
Ouch!
Τόσες πολλές μπιχτές για την τεχνολογία, την επιστήμη, τα εργοστάσια, την ψυχολογία και την τηλεόραση, όλα αυτά σε... Δώσ' μου λίγο.
Εδώ κάνανε μπιχτές για τη Γερμανία, τι μου λες τώρα.
Εντάξει, Σκανδιναβή είναι λογικό.
Ouch! Burn!
Ναι, η Γερμανία για τους Σκανδιναβούς ήταν η Κίνα του μέλλοντος. Θα θέλανε.
Ναι.
Πώς το κάνεις και πάει γρήγορα?
Δεν το κάνεις, πρέπει να πας κοντά του πρώτα.
Ρομπότ είναι.
Είναι ο Robocop.
Except for that crashed hovercraft.
You see those everywhere these days.
Όλο πέφτουνε τι?
Dime a dozen.
Crashed hovercraft are a dime a dozen?
15 a week, ma'am, at the very least, in this city alone.
Ouch! Κακό.
Από τι τα φτιάχνουν?
Safest mode of transportation available.
Statistically, yes, unless you're aboard one of the buggers. Then your chance of survival drops drastically.
Εργοστασιακά προβλήματα.
They're the safest mode of transportation if you stay on the ground. The chances of being hit by one going down are relatively low.
Thanks for ruining my trust in modern technology.
We're here to protect and serve.
The other way around?
Γαμάτο.
Just keep it moving, ma'am. Nothing to see here.
Εντάξει, αυτό είναι θεϊκό, της λέει. Είναι το πιο ασφαλές μέσο. Μα πέφτουν 15 τη μέρα μου είπες. Ναι, είναι το πιο ασφαλές μέσο αν δεν ανέβεις αυτά. Η πιθανότητα να σε χτυπήσει λέει είναι μηδαμινή.
Ευχαριστώ που μου κατέστρεψε την εμπιστοσύνη. Hey. Είμαστε εδώ για να σε προστατεύουμε.
Καμάτα, θεϊκός διάλογος.
Για λογάρε.
Πάμε.
Except for you, officer.
How you doing?
I always did love a man in a uniform.
Wing, wing.
Sorry, ma'am, but I'm gay. Hold on. Nothing to see here.
Except for the escaped convict right behind you.
I'm on special duty today, ma'am. So that escaped convict will have to take care of himself. Bro, who'd guard this perimeter in my absence?
Έλα δε.
Me? I'll be good.
That was a rhetorical question, ma'am. You are not qualified. Now, move along. Nothing to see here.
Ευγενικός πάντως.
I won't tell you again, so move along. There is absolutely nothing to see here. Nothing. Gee, don't you people have anything better to do?
Όπα, αρρωστούλης.
Feeling all right, officer?
Thank you, ma'am. I'm fine. All the dust from the debris is just choking me up.
Οκ. Κάτι μου λέει ότι δεν θέλει να...
Ευγενικούλης πάντως.
Ευγενικούλης με τη στιγμή που έβαλε το όπλο στη μάπα μας.
Καλά, ναι. What the fuck?
Για μίλα του και αυτόν να δούμε, θα μας πει.
Hey!
How you
How do I
doing?
get into the station?
That is the question, is it not?
Pardon?
To get in or not to get in? That is the question.
Σεξπυρικός μπάτσο.
Ναι!
Αυτά είναι, αυτά είναι.
Grief, more weirdos.
Oh, I'm not a weirdo. I'm an actor.
No offense, but isn't that an oxymoron?
Ouch.
Lady, you are the cruelest she alive.
Οκ.
Ναι.
Το από κάτω, σε παρακαλώ.
Αυτό.
Είσαι ηθοποιός ή αστυνομικός?
Or a cop?
Both, darling, both. I am an actor, but I will portray an officer of the law in my next motion picture.
Α, κάνει πρόβαση.
It's called Mad Cop 2. I play the mad cop's friend, the somewhat ticked-off cop.
I think I saw the first one. It stunk.
I agree. But this one has a certain je ne sais quoi.
Je ne sais quoi.
Γιατί όλοι οι ηθοποιοί μιλάνε γαλλικά.
More violence, more sex, less plot.
Ναι.
That's it.
Οκ, πάμε. Το ίδιο,
So you're doing research for your next role?
Indeed, my fair maiden, I am. I have been assigned to a squad to capture the essence of Her Majesty's honorable service.
Έχω βασίλισσα, τι παίζει.
Δεν ξέρω.
What squad would that be?
Vice.
What?
Ηθών. Οκ, για προχώρα.
Why are you reading back and forth like that?
I am practicing the fine art of policing.
It doesn't look like policing. It looks like acting.
Bollocks! And I thought I was making
Bollocks?
Bollocks.
Maybe you tried being a little less rigid?
Yeah, but it's this bloody suit. It makes everyone move the same way. I'm not able to release the character.
You're not supposed to.
How do I get into the station?
You don't. Not today.
But I need to get in.
Not today.
What if there's been a crime?
Game of Thrones.
Good point. I guess you need to report it via one of the many kiosks installed throughout the city, or by contacting an officer of the law.
Like yourself?
I am but a humble servant of Her Majesty. And I'm actually...
Είναι Άγγλος γι' αυτό. Λέει Majesty.
Any chance you'll let me through?
Shower me with sweet forgiveness, princess, but unfortunately, I cannot. The doors ain't working.
Δεν δουλεύουν οι πόρτες.
The doors.
They're not. Good lord, I must report this immediately, after I'm done with my policing exercise.
Did you say the doors weren't working?
Ah, correct. The only things getting in and out of the station today are police officers, prisoners, and garbage.
Ouch.
Aren't they all pretty much one and the same thing?
Ooh, burn.
Cutting words from wench's barbed mouth. Sweet princess.
A wench. Yeah.
How are you able to bring garbage out and prisoners in when the doors are broken?
These doors don't work, but the gate downstairs does. Of course. You can only get through that inside of a vehicle. The security measures are quite extreme.
Like how extreme?
Can you say radiation poisoning?
Ooh.
Okay.
Thanks and good luck.
Οπότε τελικά πρέπει να μπούμε μέσα με τα σκουπίδια.
Such sweet sorrow. Farewell, princess. Till we meet again.
Πες και δεν έχει.
Έχει τίποτα, πρέπει μην βγεις ακόμα, έχει από εκεί τίποτα. Καμία έξοδο, όχι,
όχι.
It's a holographic sign. Doors are closed.
Okay, let's go. Let's get the hell out of here. Περίμενα, μην φύγεις ακόμα. Περίμενα, να δω κάτι. Okay.
Ναι, δεν έχει κάτι άλλο.
Είπα πως έχει καμιά έξοδο από εδώ που την είδαμε.
Όχι.
Όποια δες.
If I'm not completely mistaken, and if I remember my tech classes correctly, that's an anti-gravity control unit. It looks fully intact.
Δεν μπορείς να το πάρεις.
Για δοκίμασε αυτό να θα πει.
I can't pass through the fence without setting off the alarm, or worse, getting fried by that military grade laser.
Έχουμε κάτι στο inventory για να δούμε. Έχουμε κάτι που μπορεί να το πάρει.
Δεν νομίζω να... Ναι.
Τι είναι αυτό το φλάουτο? Α, το φλάουτο που είχαμε πάρει από το...
Μάλλον
αργότερα.
Εντάξει, αυτό είναι για κάτι πιο μετά, φαντάζομαι.
Έλα που φαντάζεσαι, έχει το παιχνίδι 10 φορές. Ξέρεις.
Δεν ξέρεις εσύ.
Όντως, εγώ δεν ξέρω, αλλά εσύ ξέρεις.
Ούψ.
Για κοίτα λίγο το roadblock, νομίζω δεν το είδαμε.
Α, ναι, σωστά.
Είδαμε μόνο το container. Πού είναι?
Πρέπει πρώτα να έρθουμε από εδώ. Θα κάνει μια ώρα αλλιώς.
Τρέχει, είναι rich man's well.
It's a numeric keypad, but I have absolutely no idea what numbers to type in to move the roadblock.
Οκ, μήπως αυτό που είχε πάνω του...
Όχι, αυτό ήταν το 1308, ήταν γι' αυτό. Το 1308, πω αυτό θα είναι ο αριθμός μητρός του πανεπιστήμιου ενός φίλου.
Όχι, δεν είναι... 3-0, κοντά ήσουνα.
Α, ξέρεις κάτι. Μπορεί και αυτό να μας βγάλει το radio tower στο μετρό. Να πάμε εκεί, να δούμε το όνομα του δρόμου εκεί, για να του πούμε να πάει εκεί. Δεν εξηγείται γιατί να μας βγάλει μια περιοχή έτσι τυχαία. Πάμε λίγο να δούμε το radio tower. Μπορεί να έχει όνομα δρόμου εκεί πέρα. Βλέπεις είναι και δίπλα, είναι επόμενος σταθμός. Οπότε λογικά οι δρόμοι είναι δίπλα-δίπλα.
Α, όχι καλέ.
Το radio tower είναι αυτό.
Ναι, έχουμε πάει στο radio tower.
Περίμενε λίγο, άσε να δω λίγο κάτι για όσοι παρακαλώ.
Ναι.
Μήπως κάπου έχει κανένα δρόμο, για κάτσε λίγο έξω.
Metro Circle είναι το τέτοιο, το μετρό. Όχι, δεν είναι το μετρό.
Το Metro Circle είναι εκεί που ήμασταν, δεν ήτανε? Εκεί που είμαστε εμείς το Metro Circle, το πανεπιστήμιο μας και αυτά.
Δεν πάει κάτι από εκεί.
Popular place.
Πάει από εδώ και...
Ναι, αλλά ήθελα να δω αν υπάρχει καμία ταμπέλα που να μπορεί να δει...
Όχι. Αλλά για πήγαινε... Ναι, πήγαινε από εκεί.
Τζαζό, νέο τζα...
Ναι, έχουμε ξανάρθει εδώ. Αυτό
τι είναι?
Elevators. Ναι.
Είχαμε πάει στο elevators.
Όχι, δεν μπορούμε να πάμε. Δεν μπορούμε να πάμε στα elevators. Τα elevators πάνε σε...
East Gateway.
Στην πάνω πόλη. Uptown. Εδώ είναι το σινεμά νομίζω.
Ναι, εδώ το σινεμά που κάναμε τον αστυνομικό τον άλλο, τον undercover, τη φάση, αλλά...
Πήγαινε στην έξοδο, όχι στο liquor store.
Στην έξοδο εδώ?
Όχι αυτή την έξοδο. Εκείνη την έξοδο.
Εδώ νομίζω το έχουμε κάνει όλο το να κάνουμε.
Ναι, δεν νομίζω να είναι κάτι...
Ούτε εγώ νομίζω εδώ έχει κάτι. Και είναι σβηστή η ταμπέλα τώρα, γιατί σβήσαμε.
Opens August 1st, 2209. That's on Tuesday. Sounds interesting. Maybe I'll go.
Φεύγω. Δεν βλέπω κάτι. Δεν βλέπω καμία έτσι ένδειξη για το όνομα του δρόμου. Πάμε πίσω στους αστυνομικούς.
Ναι, απλά τυχαίνει το Metro Circle να είναι ακριβώς δίπλα με το radio station. Αυτό πρόσεξα.
Κάτσε, η αστυνομία ήταν στο Metro West.
Ναι.
Και το Metro Circle είναι αυτό.
Ναι.
Είναι... έχεις δίκιο, είναι δίπλα-δίπλα.
Ναι.
Οκ. Άρα ξαναπάμε εδώ στην αστυνομία τότε. Δεν βλέπω άλλη λύση. Και να βρούμε το όνομα κάποιου άλλου δρόμου ίσως.
Όχι. Περίμενε.
That's probably where the cops dumped their trash. And the mangled bodies of uncooperative witnesses. Garbage gets into the station.
Για δες αυτό.
Street sign.
It says Threadbare Lane, MCW.
Να
The
το.
street ID number is 3018.
3018. Άρα αρκεί να βρούμε άλλη μια ταμπέλα δρόμου για να βρούμε ένα άλλο νούμερο. Αυτό. Από κάτω. Να το.
Έχεις δίκιο.
Χαχα! Είχα παίξει εγώ adventure.
It says Calabar Crossing MCW.
0-0.
The street ID number is 0092.
Ωραία.
0-0-9-2. Φύγαμε, εντάξει. Sounds like a plan.
Yes.
Μεταφέρουμε το roadblock, μπαίνουμε στα σκουπίδια, βγαίνουμε στο αστυνομικό τμήμα.
Perhaps if I try entering the idea of the intersecting street, the roadblock will move.
Το κάνει αυτόματα.
Ναι.
Όχι ρε φίλε. Σου βγάζει όλη τη χαρά.
Εντάξει. Σου λέει το βρήκες που το βρήκες, μη σε ταλαιπωρώ άλλο.
Μα μου αρέσει να βάζω. Εδώ ήθελα την άλλη φορά να πάμε στο μηχάνημα με τα εισιτήρια και να κάνουμε όλη τη μανούρα. Κάνει και ένα save με την ευκαιρία. Για τράβα ένα save.
Οκ.
Σαφέ. Ωραία. Γιατί έκανες και το diary. Έτσι να μην αναβοσβήνει συνέχεια.
Κάτι...
Έβγαλε πράγματα που αναβοσβήνει. Το βλέπω με το μάτι μου συνέχεια. Κοίτα εδώ πως έβγαλε.
Πω.
Προχώρα. Βλέπεις πως έγραψε.
Oh my god.
Ωραία. Αυτά που διαβάσαμε.
Αυτά με τον Warren, ό,τι έγινε με τον Warren.
Πάμε στον κάτω τώρα. Πριν κάπου πατήσω οτιδήποτε. Δεν θέλω. Όχι.
Ναι, πήγαινα. Επειδή ήταν το roadblock, δεν περνάγανε τα tracks.
Ναι,
τώρα περνάνε τα tracks, οπότε πήγαν να την πατήσουνε.
Γι' αυτό έκανε ο. Οκ, τώρα το πίσω. Περίμενε το, θα έρθει σε λίγο. Έτσι δεν μπορούμε να κάνουμε τίποτα, είναι broken ο δείκτης.
Περιμένουμε. Και περιμένουμε. Και ήρθε! Και επειδή δείχνει γεμάτο το κοντε...
Όχι, τα ποντίκια σε επιτέθηκαν. Δεν καταλαβαίνω γιατί...
I do to save the world. I mean that smell, that sticky smell, the way that rat just wouldn't let go. Disgusting. The fact that I really, truly stink.
Μπάνιο.
I don't think this is ever coming off. I'm gonna stink like fish heads and moldy pizza for the rest of my sorry life.
Of my short life. Της μικρής μου ζωής.
You can usually tell a crook by his eyes and his foul behavior. Tuvok?
Το ξέρει.
Tuvok?
Okay, whatever. Μίλα στον αστυνομικό εκεί. Δεν μιλάει. Φυσικά και μιλάει.
My extensive knowledge of cop shows.
Cop shows.
With the desk sergeant on duty. For some reason, they're always slightly overweight and grumpy.
Ναι, γιατί άμα δεν ήταν overweight θα μπορούσαν να βγουν έξω. Να κάνουν περιπολία.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Yeah, what can I do for you?
Where are the archives?
The archives? You're not an officer of the law, are you?
Το 3.
I'm in training at the academy, and I need to get into the archives to study.
Study? Training? Uh-huh, sure you are. Then what the hell you doing here? You should be at the academy doing push-ups and learning how to bullshit like a pro.
Γιατί αυτό μαθαίνουν αστυνομικοί.
About the archives.
Well. You're not an officer of the law, are you?
Yes, I am.
Yes, I am. Undercover.
Where the hell's your uniform? Your badge? Your standard issue disruptor pistol?
At home. They're all at home.
Then I suggest you get your cute little butt home and get your badge, your uniform, and your gun. Capiche? Now shoo, leave the grown-ups to do the grown-up work, okay?
Oh, Bern.
About the archives.
You're not.
So what if I'm not?
Then you can't go into the back, capiche?
Peace.
Cops only. Besides, half the doors in this building, including that one, are out of order. Nobody's going in, nobody's coming out.
Εντάξει.
And until those overpaid, underworking service guys get off their butts and back to work, that's the way it's gonna stay.
Thanks anyway.
Well. Το κόκκινο εκείνο... κάτι. Toolbox.
Toolbox. Μ' αρέσει το toolbox.
Toolbox.
There's a sheet of paper in here.
Oh.
Some kind of requisition form or work order.
Για δες.
Bocama Mercer Corporate Labor Union, form number 09042. Short-term tactical suspension of union members' benefits. It's a carbon copy of an old work order.
Για προχώρα, για να δούμε την πόρτα.
Δεν έχει κάτι εδώ. Okay.
The doors are closed. They don't open manually.
Screen.
The panel is closed.
Όχι, πού το είδες αυτό?
Από... Φαίνεται εδώ τι...
Για να δούμε την οθόνη τώρα. Κοίτα λίγο την οθόνη πρώτα. Δεν το χρησιμοποιείς. Πάνω, πάνω.
Α, αυτό.
This phone 099-12090.
Okay.
It's an old vid phone. Ancient technology. Visuals are so passe.
What the fuck, man.
Ναι. Η αστυνομία έχει τη χειρότερη τεχνολογία. Dial home. Dial...
Όχι, home. Αυτό είναι το δικό μας.
I haven't spoken with Mom since I left, actually. I should give her a ring.
Yes, you should.
Hello?
Hi, Mom? It's April. How are you?
Where are you, sweetheart?
Σας είναι παθημά.
City, Mom, you know that.
Why didn't you call? I've been worried sick about you, sweetheart.
Didn't you get my letter?
Yes, and I can't say I understand why.
Well, that was the problem, wasn't it? You didn't understand.
Oh.
I don't think it was fair of you to be so hard on your father. You hurt him a lot, you know? And I'm not just talking about you pushing him down the stairs.
What about me? You don't think he hurt me? Were you so blind you didn't see that?
April, you know I can't take sides in this.
Oh.
No. Of course not. Not you. Not ever. Anyway, is Dad doing okay? I mean, after the fall.
He broke his arm and he had to take some time off work. Money short because of that. We had to pull Danny out of school until next semester.
You can't blame me for those things, Mom. If you hadn't left like you did, I'd probably be dead now, Mom. I couldn't take it anymore. Please, let's not argue about this now. I just wanted to...
Probably be dead. Τι κατά συνέβαινε στο σπίτι της.
Εντάξει, δεν άντεχε. Θα έχει αυτοκτονήσει απάνω.
No. Thank you, but no. That's not gonna happen. Listen, I have to go. I'm in the middle of...
saving the world.
Something. Take care, okay?
Okay, sweetheart. I love you.
Bye. Yeah, me too, Mom. Bye.
Γιατί στο άλλο τώρα δεξί.
Vidphone. The screen and camera are both out of order.
Α, δεν το χρησιμοποιεί. Κάτσε να δούμε. Όχι, μην πας. Λες να πρέπει να πας. Νόμιζα θα πήγαινε αστυνομικός. Για πήγαινε αστυνομικός. Μίλα με τους τύπους στα κόκκινα, πρέπει να είναι εργάτες.
It's a thin guy wearing red coveralls. He looks like a repairman. Hiya.
Thin fella.
Huh? You an angel from heaven come to take me away?
No point talking to old Georgie there. Ever since he overdosed on raptures, he ain't been right in the head. I don't ever let him hold a hammer no more either, I'll tell you that.
Hi.
What do you want? We're on our lunch break, honey.
Πόση ώρα είστε σε lunch break?
Γιατί δεν μιλάτε, ρε?
Why are you guys
Γιατί δεν δουλεύετε, sorry.
We're on our contractually bound lunch break.
Right. But you're not eating.
We're done eating, sure, but we're still on our break. Clause 16 of the contract, and I quote, improper digestion may prove detrimental to further work-related activities. End quote.
Meaning what?
We're letting the corned beef settle, honey.
No comments.
Aren't you supposed to fix the doors?
But we're on a break.
That's right.
But instead you're just... sitting here.
Yes.
That's right.
And you're not planning on getting back to work anytime soon?
That's right.
And you're not bothered by this?
That's right.
That's right.
I could say anything at all.
That's right.
That's right.
And you just answer...
That's right.
That's right.
Well, how's that for productivity? Yeah, that's right.
Okay, how do I smell?
Excuse me, how do I smell?
Smell? Are you coming on to me, honey?
What?
No.
I don't know. Women don't usually come on to me, so I'm just checking. I wouldn't want to miss a come on.
Oh, that's
I
right.
asked you how I smelled.
Yeah, right. Like, moldy pizza and... is that salmon?
Smoked.
Smoked.
And a faint touch of rum?
Ouch.
I had an accident with a bottle inside a garbage container.
Happens to me all the time. In fact, there are meetings downtown every Wednesday night.
Oh.
I don't have a drinking problem.
If you can't admit it to yourself, honey, you do. After all, who's the one reeking of rum? Not me, that's for sure. Not today, anyway.
Κλείστο και δώσω στο συμβόλαιο που
Enjoy your
βρήκαμε.
lunch break, guys.
Κάτι έλεγε για ανάκληση συμφωνίας.
You betcha, honey.
Είναι old petition.
Δεν έχει σημασία, θα το χάψει.
Αν μπορούσαμε να το δώσουμε...
Όχι, σε αυτόν σίγουρα. Όχι, στον άλλον.
Όχι.
Κάτι πρέπει να γίνει με αυτό όμως. Είδες μήπως να το δώσεις ένα αστυνομικό που έλεγες.
Ναι, αυτό θα κοιτάξω. Όχι.
Για να ξαναδούμε λίγο τι γράφει. Κάνε το ένα look.
Το είδαμε πριν, αλλά ναι. Οπα.
Μπορεί να πατήσει και το I, ξέρεις, για να μην κουράσεις το χέρι σου συνέχεια.
Bokamba Mercer Corporate Labor Union, form number 09042. Short-term tactical suspension of union members' benefits. It's a carbon copy of an old work order.
Carbon copy, που σημαίνει ότι...
Recall of the memberships. Okay, τους κάνουν ανάκληση τέτοιων, ανάκληση δικαιωμάτων.
Ναι, δηλαδή δεν μπορούν να κάνουν lunch break, ας πούμε.
Ναι, αυτό. Άρα πώς θα το βάλουμε αυτό in effect?
Πάντως, ίσως όχι εδώ.
Πώς πρέπει να τους πάρεις τηλέφωνο?
Όχι, νομίζω.
Περίμενε λίγο.
Πρέπει να βρούμε ένα άλλο χαρτί για να το κάνουμε. Αυτό είναι carbon copy, οπότε πρέπει να το κάνουμε ένα κανονικό χαρτί.
Λες,
Official. Αλλά πώς θα το κάνουμε αυτό?
Δώσ' μου λίγο, να δοκιμάσω κάτι.
Ναι.
Από τα παλιά adventure.
It's me again.
Έλεγα μήπως του πει ότι σε ζητάνε στο τηλέφωνο.
Is there anything I can do to make you go back to work?
No, short of emergency, we ain't moving our asses in the foreseeable future.
Και παίρνουμε και υπερορίες τσάμπα.
Constitutes an emergency.
Any event accompanied by a specific work order signed in triplicate.
What kind of work order?
You know.
About the work order.
Yeah? Which one?
You know, for emergency.
You mean the short-term tactical suspension of union members benefits requisition form?
Sure.
Well, if you were to produce said requisition with the appropriate signatures, we'd be forced to prematurely suspend our lunch break, for tactical reasons, of course. Thus, allowing our scheduled work to be completed.
Don't you just love bureaucracy?
You what?
Never.
What?
Where do I go to get the requisition form?
What form?
The requisition form for the...
Any official office for which we perform services.
Enjoy your lunch break, guys.
Άρα και εντάξει.
Ναι, αλλά...
Η αστυνομική.
Ναι, απλά πρέπει να το ακούσουμε από εδώ τώρα. Έχεις δίκιο. Για δοκίμασε τότε να το δώσεις αυτήν.
Πάτα μου το άι. Όχι, αλλά μπορεί να της μιλήσεις γι' αυτό.
Ναι.
Excuse me, ma'am.
You again, what do you want now?
I need a requisition form number 09042. Short-term tactical suspension of union members' benefits.
Hold on.
Μια χαρά. Τα ζητάς και σου έρχεται.
Ναι, θέλει και τις υπογραφές. Ποιος θα υπογράψει?
Αυτή.
Here you go, miss. Union requisition form number 09042.
Για να το δω τώρα.
Bocamba Mercer Corporate Labor Union, form number 09042.
Για δω και όσοι τη χρησιμοποιήσουμε με την παλιά. Δεν και όσοι τη χρησιμοποιήσουμε με την παλιά. Πώς είναι να τη γράψει. Το ανάποδο.
Όχι.
Άρα πώς θα... Έχουμε κι άλλο. Για πήγαινε κάτω, έχει κι άλλο το inventory.
Όχι.
Εντάξει. Άρα πώς θα την κοπιάρουμε? Λες, έχει κανένα φωτοτυπικό κάπου?
Δεν έχω ιδέα. Θες να τους το δείξουμε να δούμε τι θα μας πούνε? Γιατί...
Ναι, μπορούμε να μας δώσουμε κάποιο κλου. Μας πούνε αυτό είναι άδειο.
Ναι, αυτό.
Fill out this work order first.
Better forge, λέει.
Οκ, οπότε πάει μόνη της.
Όχι, δεν νομίζω, απλώς φεύγει από εκείνο το σημείο, λέει.
The damn doors. Sign the commission. There.
Fix the damn doors. Φτιάξτε τις γαμμένες πόρτες. Διαολεμένες τυπικά.
Fix the damn doors!
Now we're set.
What's this?
Oh, just a jolly little requisition entitled Short-Term Tactical Suspension of Union Members' Benefits.
Say what? Lady, do you realize what you've just done? You've interrupted our lunch break. This is an official work order. It can't be. Wait. 09042. This isn't 09042-A, is it?
No, just plain old 09042-
Nothing.
Γραφειοκρατία του κερατά.
This being Sunday and all, that petition is useless. On public holidays, you need the extension -A form. Addendum for public holidays. A spin on triple overtime and all. So, we're gonna stay here and enjoy our extended break. Thank you very much. Now go away.
Γιατί μας το κάνει αυτό το παιχνίδι? Τώρα πρέπει να πάμε να μιλήσουμε στην άλλη, να πάρουμε την Α, να κάνουμε και την Α.
Ναι, και ναι.
Όχι ρε φίλε.
Βασικά θέλω να σου δείξει πόσο ωραία είναι τα παραθυράκια.
Έλα.
I'm sorry, but I need the 09042-A requisition form addendum as well.
The what? The 09042-A? Well, didn't you ask me for that one in the first place?
Δεν ξέρω ότι υπάρχει.
Because I'm a cruel bitch and I love torturing you. In fact, I've made it my life's mission to haunt you forever and ever with requests for useless forms and documents.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
Hold on.
Και δεν της είπε τίποτα.
Ναι, στη φάση, οκ, εντάξει.
Εσύ έχω βάλει αποστολή του ίδιου να σε βασανίζω, ξέρω εγώ, και... Οκ, κάτσε να τη φέρω, με κουράζεις, εκεί παίζω στο Game Boy μου, ξέρω ότι, το μελλοντικό.
Alright, requisition form number 09042-A. And that better be it.
Thank you.
Όχι, να τη δώσεις αυτούς, να σου πούνε ότι είναι άδεια. Να πας πίσω, να την κάνεις αργά.
Έλα.
Πες μου ότι την έφτιαξε μόνη της.
Okay, now we're set. I hope.
Why do you keep bothering us?
No.
Do you have anything better to do?
No, absolutely not. This is requisition form number 09042-A, the short-term tactical suspension of union members' benefits requisition form with the public holiday addendum.
Balls! We've been nailed, George. Get your ass off the chair. We're going back to work, thanks to this lovely young lady.
Πρέπει να δουλέψουμε, γάμο το. Πρέπει να κάνουμε τη δουλειά για την οποία πληρωνόμαστε.
Και παίρνουμε και τριπλές πληροφορίες. Για θα το φτιάξω 5 δευτερόλεπτα στα κλασικά.
The doors are closed. They don't open manually. It's a toolbox. Are you guys gonna be done soon?
Hey, who knows? This is complicated stuff, honey.
Good to see you up and about, George.
Mister, the plane! The plane!
Κάτι μου λέει ότι είναι επίτηδες.
Όχι, πάλι.
Θα δοκιμάσω άλλη μία φορά.
Hey, there's a phone call for you.
For me? Who is it?
Αυτό που κάνω εγώ. Πριν.
Out of my way, lady!
Έλα, φύγε από τη μέση.
Φύγε από τη μέση!
The panel is open and some wires are hanging out. Good to see you up and about, George.
Όχι, τώρα έχει use.
The ants.
Πάτα skip, πάτα skip.
I can't get to the wires while these guys are working on them. I need to create some kind of distraction. Get them away from the panel.
Μίλα στον George.
Ναι, τι να του πω όμως.
Δώσ' μου λίγο.
There's a call for you.
Me? I get no calls ever. Except from my mommy. Is it my mommy?
It could very well be your mommy.
Oh. Thanks.
Για να δούμε τώρα τι μπορούμε να κάνουμε με αυτό.
Και αυτοί τώρα θα μιλάνε μεταξύ τους και καλά,
It's a long shot, but if I try to cross these wires.
Πόσο αργά πάει ο άλλος.
Σοβαρά τώρα!
Πάμε.
Complicated stuff, honey!
Hey, you can't go back there. It's a restricted area.
Oh, fuck.
I need to distract her. But how?
Έχει και για σένα τηλεφώνημα.
Όχι, θα της πω να μου στείλει κάποιο...
Ma'am.
You again, what do you want now?
Thanks anyway.
Για να δούμε λίγο. Εδώ, το I, πιο γρήγορα. Δεν θα πιάσει αυτό το flout. Μήπως εδώ οι κρατούμενοι μπορούν να κάνουμε κάτι με τους κρατούμενους.
Λες,
You can usually tell a crook by his eyes and his Tuvok?
Τίποτα. Δεν θέλω να κάνω ποιος είναι ο Tuvok.
Πώς θα την κάνουμε αυτή?
Πού έκανες κλικ?
Εδώ στα shelves.
Για να καθυστερήσει. Πρέπει να πάμε γρήγορα. By bingo. Οπότε πρέπει να τρέξεις, να κάνεις use στο πάνελ και να τρέξουμε μέσα.
Ναι.
Ma'am. You again, what do you want now?
I'd like that form for complaining about lewd and indecent behavior, please.
Number?
31366.
Hold on.
Δώσ' μου λίγο κάτι, περίμενε.
Τι?
Δεν δώσ' μου λίγο.
Πάμε, φτιάξε τα καλώδια και...
Γύρισε. Προλάβαμε.
Ναι.
Περίμενε λίγο τώρα. Τώρα επειδή είμαστε πάνω σε μια ώρα, νομίζω θα σταματήσουμε το βίντεο εδώ πέρα.
Οκ, θα κάνουμε ένα save.
Και θα δούμε το υπόλοιπο αστυνομικό τμήμα. Κάτσε να τελειώσει το animation.
Δεν έχει animation, εδώ είναι.
Και το υπόλοιπο. Όχι. Εδώ δεν είχε τίποτα το σπουδαίο. Και το υπόλοιπο αστυνομικό τμήμα next time. Γεια σας.
Bye.
Φορτώνουμε εδώ, ναι, είχαμε μείνει ακριβώς σε αυτό το διάδρομο.
Μόλις είχαμε μπει μέσα.
Για να δούμε τι έχει. Όπου κάτσε, βλέπω πράγματα.
Bingo! Bingo soda.
Πιο αργά.
Bingo, the world's favorite soda. And after the devastating soda wars of 2159,
What soda wars?
Μάλλον κάποιο μαρκετινίστικο, ξέρεις.
Για χρησιμοποιήσει έτσι.
Μάλλον θέλει να πει ότι τους αγοράσει όλους.
Οκ, έχουμε λεφτά. Για να δούμε το inventory.
Ναι, έχουμε την κάρτα.
Let's see. Cola, lemon, lime, strawberry, strawberry cola, cherry cola. Yuck. I'll go with the old standby, Bingo Classic. Boring, but safe.
Η cherry cola να είχε βγει τότε, η Coca-Cola, η cherry.
Όχι.
Εκείνη την εποχή.
Δεν είχε βγει.
Στο εξωτερικό. Δεν λες, στην Ελλάδα αργούν να έρθουν πολύ.
Ναι, είναι και αυτό.
Για να δούμε λίγο το inventory.
Ναι.
Για κάνει ένα look το.
Sorry.
It's a can of delicious Bingo Classic soda. Even if it wasn't the only soda available, Bingo would still be the soda for me.
Και κάνει το use, θα το πιει. Όχι, έχει use με κάτι άλλο. Οκ, για να συνεχίσουμε. Τι είναι αυτό, βλέπω εκεί μια κάμερα. Να το, σκάνε. Κάτσε, κάνε λίγο το τέτοιο πριν φύγεις. Μην φεύγεις έτσι.
It's a retinal scanner, instantly outdated by the genetic scanner, but I guess here they don't care. I don't think so. The security feedback will probably fry my eyeballs.
Ouch.
Δες αν υπάρχει κάτι, και άλλα πράγματα.
Archives.
Εδώ είναι τα archives.
Έχει τίποτα άλλο, σιγά σιγά. Μην πηγαίνεις κατευθείαν εκεί που είναι.
Locker room.
Σκάναρε λίγο την περιοχή, μπορεί να έχει κάτι, έχει και εκεί μια πόρτα. Αυτή η πόρτα έχει τίποτα.
Δεν έχει, όχι.
Ταμπέλα της δίπλα.
Πήγα από εκεί.
Δεν νομίζεις.
Ωραία, πάμε.
Για κάτσε να κάνω, είναι ένα long shot, αλλά κάτσε λίγο.
Το Monkey Eye.
Εντάξει, έπρεπε να το δοκιμάσω.
Κάτσε, δεν το δοκίμασες.
Όχι, δεν το βάζει, θα αναβόσβηνε.
Σίγουρα, για κάνε το άλλη μία. Eye.
Ναι, δεν.
Ναι, έχεις δίκιο. Κρίμα. Αλλά μπορεί να πάρεις το γυάλινο μάτι κάποιου άλλου ίσως.
Ναι.
Σαν το Death the Tentacle φάση. Το Death the Tentacle λέω. Στο Death the Tentacle ήταν, με το άλλο, με τη μασέλα.
Sergeant Anthony McDonald. Sergeant Morty Load.
Morty Load.
Sergeant Maria Hernandez. Sergeant Ricky Mahoney.
Τι ονόματα είναι αυτά.
Sergeant Russell Franco.
Μαχώνη είναι από τη μεγάλη του στο σχολείο.
Sergeant Frank Minelli.
Δεν ξέρω πως και οι άλλοι είναι τη μεγάλη του στο σχολείο reference. Δεν θέλω να τα όνοματά τους.
Θα μπορούσε.
Και το Μινέλη μου θυμίζει κάτι.
It's occupied.
Κάποιος δεν μπορεί να χέσει.
Hi, who's in there?
Minelli, who's asking?
Hernandez.
God, I know that voice.
What? Who are you?
Όχι, είναι ο τέτοιος!
Ναι, Hernandez. Ο τύπος ήταν στον δρόμο. Agent Scully λέει. Agent Scully FBI.
Thank God you're here. Listen, I need you to get my stomach medicine from the locker. Here's the key. Oh, God.
How convenient.
How convenient όμως.
Το Άι, μωρό μου, το Άι, εδώ είναι το.
Ναι, απλά... Τι βολικό, όχι.
Το δικό του. Το ένα δεν ήταν, Μινέλη.
Όχι, Μινέλη ήταν...
Να το ένα ήταν, στόπα. Α, τι έχει ο τύπος.
Tummy ooh-ah.
Ooh-ah.
For a runny tummy.
Okay.
Τι άλλο μπορούμε να πάρουμε
It's a
για δει.
receptacle for a synthetic eye. Guess Frankie boy's using one of those babies.
Πάρτα, δεν μπορούμε να τα πάρουμε.
Περίμενε.
Κάτι γίνεται εκεί μεταξύ.
Δεν έχω τέτοιο.
Άρα ο τύπος έχει μάτι.
Ναι.
Sergeant Manelli's been banging his locker shut one too many times. Say hello to 7 years of bad luck, guy. It sure makes me feel a whole lot better about harassing you.
Γι' αυτό είναι στην τουαλέτα, γιατί το στείλαμε εμείς.
Ναι! Είναι ακόμα στην τουαλέτα, είναι μια...
Κάτσε, μην το μιλήσεις ακόμα. Για πήγαινε στη διπλανή πόρτα, έκανε τίποτα.
Όχι.
Ούτε στον κάδο δίπλα.
Όχι. Είναι 24 ώρα εκεί μέσα.
Εντάξει, φρικτό.
Hello?
Κάτσε. Βγαίνεις εκτός κάδρου.
You got my medicine?
Yep. Got it right here.
Well, slide it under the door, will you? Hurry.
Φέρε το μάτι σου πρώτα. Για μην μιλώ του πάλι, πως έχει καμιά άλλη επιλογή.
Hello?
Maria, you got my medicine?
Yep.
Οκ, τίποτα. Θα το δώσουμε έτσι χωρίς... Είπα να το δώσουμε την κόλλα. Γιατί θα δώσουμε την κόλλα, κάνει μίξη.
Όχι.
Οκ.
Όχι.
Πώς θα πάρουμε το μάτι έτσι.
Περίμενε. Νομίζω απλά κάτι θα γίνει και θα το... Δηλαδή όταν σκύψει, you never know.
Βάλε το ένα χέρι, να το έχεις έτοιμο.
Εντάξει.
Oh, thank God, thank God.
Μετά θα βγει έξω και θα δει ότι δεν είμαστε η Μαρία.
How are you feeling?
Better. A little better. I need it. I think this medicine is flushing out my system a little, you know what I mean? It's accelerating the natural process.
Μένω πάρα πολύ.
No need to go any further, sir.
Thanks, Maria. Hey, you got a cold or something? You sound different.
Yeah, a cold or... I got something, all right. Gotta go, Manelli.
Thanks for your help, Maria.
Κάτσε, έχουμε το κλειδί στο inventory, για πάμε το inventory λίγο.
Όχι, δεν το έχουμε πια.
Μπορούμε να το πάρουμε, όχι μάλλον. Για πάμε να φύγουμε.
Κάτσε, περίμενε.
Gotta go, Manelli.
Thanks for your help.
Οκ.
Λες να πρέπει να κάνουμε κάτι στο...
Κοίτα, εντελώς τυχαία έχουμε εδώ το μάτι.
Ωραία, για βάλ' το να δούμε. Δεν μπαίνει. Να δω λίγο εγώ κάτι.
Ναι.
It's a receptacle for synthetic eye. It's a receptacle for synthetic eye. It's a receptacle for synthetic eye. It's empty, so he must be using it.
Όχι. Πάμε πως μπορούμε να κάνουμε κάτι και να κολλήσει, ξέρω εγώ. Αυτό το organic plastic το έχουμε πάρει, δεν έχει χρησιμοποιήσει πουθενά ακόμα.
Δεν νομίζω, περίμενε. Τον άκουσες πριν που φτερνιζότανε. Όταν φτερνίζεσαι, πιέζονται τα μάτια. Μήπως του πέσει, αν του μιλήσουμε πολύ.
Πόσο πολύ, του μιλήσαμε 3 φορές και ξεκινάει το ίδιο διάλογο.
Ναι.
Gotta go, Manelli.
Thanks for you.
Όχι, δεν γίνεται τίποτα. Πάμε να συνεχίσουμε να δούμε τι άλλο υπάρχει. Μπορεί μετά να βγει από εκεί και να πάμε στο ντουλάπι και να βρούμε... Α, δεν έχει κάτι άλλο.
It's a retinal scanner, instantly outdated by the genetic scanner, but I guess here they don't care.
Μάλιστα.
I don't think so.
Άρα ό,τι είναι να κάνουμε πρέπει να το κάνουμε εκεί πέρα.
Manelli's in there. Gotta go, Manelli.
Thanks for your help.
Για να δούμε μπορούμε να του ρίξουμε κάτι. Όχι.
Εγώ λέω δεν πάμε να παίξουμε πως βρούμε κάτι, όχι.
Οκ. Πάμε, δεν βλέπω κάτι άλλο.
Α! Περίμενε. Για πήγαινε πάρει του λάπτο να δω λίγο. Δώσ' μου λίγο, να κάνω ένα προσεκτικό σκάν. Μήπως χάνουμε κάτι.
Για κοίτα τον καθρέφτη που έχει χαλάσει.
Το κοιτάξω και αυτό. Καμώ το ελπίζω να είναι σαν τα mirror.
It's a loose shard of mirror glass.
Εδώ έχει γιους.
I'll just carefully separate this shard.
Αυτό, ήθελα να δω για εκείνο το κομματάκι.
Like so. I'll have to be careful carrying. Archives login. F. Manelli. Password, wife's birthday. What a smart boy. Real security whiz. It's broken. It's a receptacle.
Nice. Οπότε τώρα...
Κάτσε λίγο.
It's empty, so...
Περίμενε, τώρα είναι ευκαιρία. Τον ρωτάς γι' αυτό.
Οκ. Προχώρα.
Πήραμε πληροφορία.
How's Mrs. Manelli doing?
Why are you asking? I didn't think it... Hell, Maria, we spoke about this. I told you Can't you just let it rest?
Oh, sure, sorry. Just wondering.
I wish you wouldn't, Maria. You know how... It is what it is, you know?
About Mrs. Manelli.
God damn it, Maria, I'm on the freaking can, yeah?
I was just thinking, maybe I should get her a birthday present. What do you think?
Are you nuts? Have you gone completely nuts? What are you doing? What the hell are you doing?
Being nice?
Nice? You want Laura to kick me out of my own apartment? Is that You want my wife to kick me out of the apartment tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Your wife's birthday's tomorrow?
You're not buying her a present, Maria. Don't even think about it. That would be such a big mistake. You don't want to make a mistake like that.
Okay, boss. You're the boss.
Don't call me boss. And would you leave me alone? I'm not in a sociable mood. Hell, I'm on the can.
Gotta go, Manelli.
Thanks for your help, Maria.
Οκ, εδώ δεν βλέπω να γίνεται κάτι άλλο τώρα.
Gotta go, Manelli.
Okay.
Πάμε πίσω να δούμε λίγο τα Loki, τα showers θέλω να δούμε λίγο. Κάτσε, γιατί τα showers καλέ.
Oh, crap, my eye.
Manelli's in there.
Βάλ' το ψεύτικο,
Περίμενε.
Hey, leave my eye alone. There you are. Back in your slot.
Δώσ' μου λίγο παρακαλώ.
Περίμενε.
Άσε εμένα λίγο. Θέλω λίγο να πέφτω. Είμαστε δύο άνθρωποι εδώ πέρα.
Ναι.
The showers. I could use a shower.
Πήγαινε πίσω.
Oh,
Δώσ' μου λίγο.
Ξέρεις, έχει πέσει το μάτι του κάτω.
Περίμενε.
It's a light switch.
Oh, crap, my eye.
οπότε τώρα έχουμε το κανονικό μάτι.
Για να δούμε το κομμοντός, τι λέει.
Yep.
Όχι, πάμε φύγουμε.
It's Frank Minelli's synthetic eye. I'm just borrowing it. He'll get...
Μπερδεύτηκαν τα... Αυτός τώρα θέλει γιατρό, πάμε φύγουμε. Πριν έρθει ο γιατρός και μας πιάσει. I'm seeing red, λέει. Απίστευτο ότι δουλεύει το μάτι παρόλα αυτά. Άι. Οκ, για να δούμε τώρα. Archives, επιτέλους. Yay!
Και έχουμε και το password και το...
If I remember my digital history lessons correctly, that's what's called a dot matrix printer. They used that in, like, the 18th century or something.
The 20th ήταν.
From, like, the Stone Age. I've never seen anything like it outside of a museum. It's a miracle it still works.
Let's use the computer.
Let alone in active service.
Νομίζω το computer θέλουμε πρώτα. Να κάνουμε το login.
Hi, I'm Frank Minelli. I feel really guilty doing this. I love my wife Laura, and her birthday is on the 31st of this month, which means Laura 0731. Please. Yes.
Yay!
Good. Again. Now, what to search for?
Warren Hughes, έτσι λεγόταν.
Αυτό. Θες να κοιτάξουμε μήπως και κάτι άλλο?
Ας ξεκινήσουμε με το April Ryan, να δούμε θα βγάλει για μας.
Yeah, oh, Erica Hughes.
I'm just gonna make sure there's no warrant or anything.
No information, okay.
Okay, Erica Hughes then.
Warren's sister. Please let there be something.
Nothing.
Church of Voltec. Ας το τελευταίο το Warren, γιατί είναι αυτό που θέλουμε.
Church of Voltec is the front of the Vanguard use here in Stark. There must be at least some information available.
Oh.
Jacob McCallum. Οκ, δεν έχει print. White Cardinal.
Jacob McCallum. White Cardinal? What the hell is that? I should keep that name in mind though. It could turn out to be important.
Πιο πάνω κάνει look ή όχι?
Όχι.
Οκ, πάμε να δούμε. Vanguard.
It's a long shot, but...
No, nothing.
Για να δούμε τώρα τον Warren. Δεν έχει μείνει.
Jacob McCallum?
Α, εμφανίστηκε.
So-called White Cardinal.
Για να δούμε. Οπ!
Continue.
Οπ!
I have no idea what that is.
Κάπου θα μας χρειαστεί αυτό.
Ναι.
Άμα ήταν παλιό adventure θα πρέπει να το σημειώσουμε σε ένα χαρτί.
Μήπως να το σημειώσουμε anyway?
Όχι, νομίζω στα καινούργια adventure όλα θα γίνονται αυτόματα.
Οκ.
Warren Hughes.
Oh. Siblings, Erica Hughes.
Sister, and that's her colonization number. I'd better remember it in case I need it.
Για δες το, για κανένα look αυτό. Κάνε ένα look στο number που θέλει άλλο look ξεχωριστό. Α, εντάξει, το ίδιο είναι. Okay. More?
Diseased όμως mother και father.
I don't think I need to see any more of Warren's rap sheet. He's been kinda active.
Print? Έχει print.
Until I update Warren's rap sheet, there's no reason to print it out.
Okay.
Delete ή edit?
Delete. Μπορούμε να κάνουμε edit.
I'll just make a few small changes. Nothing major. That's much better. Scary how easy it is to manufacture a saint.
Για κάτσε να δω.
Ναι, απλώς του ζούσε όλα τα τέτοια. Τα που τον ψάχνανε. Πριν.
Ναι.
Presses are rolling. Now, where's the printer?
Ο ήχος, Θεέ μου.
Πω, ναι, απέσιο.
Είχε πει να το σβήσουμε, για πάντα delete. Είχε πει να το σβήσουμε κιόλας, δεν νομίζω.
Whoa, I think I just killed Warren. Oh well, he's just gonna have to live with that.
Για δες πάλι το print.
Won't be after him anymore. Just the morgue.
Όχι, δεν μπορούμε να κάνουμε print.
Έχει κάτι άλλο βγήκε πιο κάτω.
Τίποτα, τώρα να ξανακοιτάξουμε αυτό.
Βγήκε κάτι καινούριο.
Όπα.
Print. Adopted λέει.
Adopted by Lieutenant Carol Drake.
Και αυτή είναι αστυνομία.
Οκ.
Πάρε τα χαρτιά και φύγαμε τρέχοντας.
Log off.
Εκεί είναι τα χαρτιά, τα βλέπω. Α, θες να δεις αυτό,
Οπ! Δεν ξέρω αν θυμάσαι κωδικούς.
Α, θα σου πω τι ήτανε. Πρώτα ήταν αυτός.
Αυτό.
Αυτό. Ίσως. Και αυτό. Όχι, τα από κάτω. Άστο τώρα, τα από κάτω ήταν.
Καλά.
Πάμε να το σημειώσουμε, ορίστε, άντε πάμε. Μπες πάλι μέσα. Α, ναι, πάρε τα print outs. Δεν έχω εδώ χαρτί και στυλό όμως, θα πας να φέρεις εσύ. Γιατί το θυμόμαστε, μπορεί να τα θυμόμαστε.
Έχουμε εδώ ένα στυλό και ένα χαρτί.
Το χαρτί που είναι? Στυλό, ναι, χαρτί.
Όχι.
Αυτό είναι χρήσιμο χαρτί. Όχι, αυτό είναι ακόμα πιο χρήσιμο χαρτί. Για να το σημειώσω λοιπόν. Και ήταν πολύ εύκολο να θυμάται ο καθένας από δύο, αλλά... Ορίστε, έτοιμο. Βάλ' το. Εδώ.
Λοιπόν, έχουμε και λέμε.
Αυτό.
Αυτό. Οπ. Λοιπόν.
Ποιο πάτησες τώρα, το 2 ή το 3?
Όχι, όχι, το 1. Τώρα πάμε στο 2.
Ναι, αυτό είναι. Το πρώτο. Και το 4ο. Όχι το 4ο, sorry, το 5ο. Όχι ούτε. Το 8ο. Όχι. Το 8ο. Το 8ο. Button 8.
Αυτό.
Ναι.
Ναι.
Τώρα να σου λέει ότι είναι, ξέρεις ότι δεν έχεις δικαιοδοσία, αλλά να σου βγάζει τον κωδικό είναι λίγο μαλαγία. Γιατί να βγάλει τον κωδικό σε αυτό που δεν έχει? Ναι.
There's nothing in here. Oh, except for a tiny data cube.
Όπα.
Για δες τι είναι αυτό.
It's a tiny data cube with a non-standard interface. It probably won't work on the screen we have at home.
Για κάνει use. Άστο.
Οκ.
Όχι, θέλει κάποιο ειδικό μηχάνημα για να το δούμε αυτό τώρα.
Exit.
Φύγουμε, μας προλαβαίνουμε. Εντάξει, είναι αστυνομικό τμήμα, δεν έχει κάμερες να καταγράφουν στους διαδρόμους, τίποτα. Δεν πρέπει να μας πιάσουν ένα κατσαβίδι. Εδώ είμαστε.
Κάπου θα είναι χρήσιμο αυτό.
Εντάξει, αυτοί πάλι κάθονται, τι παίζει ρε παιδιά.
Ναι. Magnetized.
Θα μας χρειαστεί σε πολλά μέρη μάλλον. Και στον Αρκάντια που θέλει να κάνουμε το κολπάκι. Θέλουμε να τους μιλήσουμε. Αρρώστησε. Δούλεψε λίγο και αρρώστησε.
Ναι.
Τι εννοείς?
To the basement. Τώρα δουλεύουν οι πόρτες.
Άμα φτιάξεις μια πόρτα, φτιάχνεις όλες, τι παίζει?
Όλο το σύστημα μάλλον.
Ναι, από απλώς ένωσε δύο καλώδια, αυτό ήταν. Oh my god, πάμε στο Warren. Να του δώσουμε τα χαρτιά να μας δώσει το contact.
Ναι, εν τω μεταξύ τον σκοτώσαμε κιόλας.
Good for him. Αν ήταν σε άλλο σταθμόμετρο, έχεις δίκιο. Στο Hope Street ήταν αυτός, ναι. Εντάξει, ήταν τόσο απλό να μπει στον κόσμο και να σβήσει τα πάντα που μπορείς πως δεν το έκανε μόνος του ο τύπος, πραγματικά.
Εντάξει, δεν μπορούσε να πλησιάσει. Εμείς ουσιαστικά ήμασταν τυχεροί. Hope Street, yeah. Πάμε να δούμε τον Warren.
I don't want to know what he's doing.
Δεν θέλω να του μιλήσω. Το δίνει. Okay. Sorry.
How did it go? Did you get the information? Is my sister okay?
It wasn't easy, but I did it. Your sister's fine. You don't have to worry about the law or the corporates anymore.
That's great. Thank you. Really. Thank you. So do you have the information for me?
Sure, right here. Listen, Warren. Your parents. They're dead. But your sister's okay. She's been adopted by some woman named Drake, a lieutenant with the Wakamba Mercer Corporation.
My sister's a corp brood? And my parents. You know that should hurt, but it doesn't. I don't feel anything. My parents left me a long time ago. But my sister, I gotta find her.
I'm sure you will, Warren.
Hey, wait a minute. You killed me? Thanks a lot.
Δεν το κάναμε πριν αυτό.
When you're dead, nobody cares. The cops are not going to be chasing after you for crimes committed by a dead guy.
Ναι, αλλά δεν θα μπορεί να κάνει και άλλα πράγματα.
Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna have a tough time getting a new ID. You should have just wiped my record clean.
Αυτό που κάναμε στην αρχή.
I'm not complaining though. I'm better off now than I was a few hours ago. So what can I do for you now, sister?
Τι γίναμε sister τώρα?
Can you put me in touch with your friend now?
Yeah, for the information you needed? Right, you got it. Head on out to the Newport docks, down in the outskirts of the city. It's all deserted now since they stopped using the boats for cargo shipments. Head across the construction yard to a large garage. You can't miss it. It's got all these large tubes outside. Knock 3 times on the door, and tell Burns Flipper, and this guy's weird, so don't mind the stuff he says. Tell the Flipper that I sent you. I'll call ahead to let him know you're coming. He should be able to help you out with almost everything you need to know, okay?
Προλόγω πάλι 40 λεπτά διαλόγους.
Ναι.
Bye, Warren.
Για δεν ξέρω και το ημερολόγιο.
Ναι.
Αστράφτη.
Keep it cool, sister.
Αστράφτη.
Τώρα είναι sister γιατί τον βοήθησε.
Ναι, έτσι. Αχα.
I got in, I got out.
Flipper, δολφίνι.
I got a glorious career in crime. Καλό, μου άρεσε.
Ναι, έχουν πολύ. Αυτή δεν μπορεί να τη δεις.
She's gone.
She's gone. Bye.
Okay, Newport Docks. Γρήγορα.
Τι θέλεις να πάει αργά και αυτό? Να μας δείχνει το μετρό να πηγαίνει στάση, τουκ, 15 λεπτά.
The shipyard's been closed down, but all the machines are still there. It's a wonder nobody's bothered to dismantle it to prevent accidents.
Θα πάει εδώ πάνω. Οπωσδήποτε. Λύκει πάνω.
Τι απλά είναι αυτή.
Είναι και usable. Μάλλον μετά για να φύγουμε. Κάτσε να πάει πρώτα κοντά, να το δει. Περίμενα λίγο.
Hey, cool! It's a 2032 Camaro in prime condition. Gas-guzzling automobiles was my secret passion before I turned 15. They were so much more fun than boys. Still are, really.
The Camaro. The Camari.
Thanks for putting your greasy hands on me. I'm now charged with a fuckload of electricity, and any further physical contact will result in you being toast.
Uh-oh, it bites.
Okay.
Είναι το καινούριο σύστημα τέτοιο. Το καινούριο αντικλεπτικό, ξέρω εγώ, και συναγερμός. Είναι συναγερμός. Κάτσε, είπε 2023. 32. Λοιπόν, το 2032 οι συναγερμοί πρέπει να λένε αυτό. Take notes.
Πρέπει.
Ναι.
Πήγε το γράψε ένα παιχνίδι.
Ναι, γιατί είναι τέλειο.
Okay.
Μα είναι τέλειο.
Where there's ventilation, even if I could somehow squeeze through that hole, there's just no way I'm gonna risk getting stuck 10 feet down and starve to death. Where there's ventilation, there's life. MTI Industrial Strength Paint Shaker. So it's a device for shaking paint then? It's so last century. The doors are closed.
Ωραία, knock 3 times.
3. Με την πρώτη δεν γίνεται τίποτα.
Ναι, 3 times.
Μα έτσι μας είχε πει αυτός.
Ναι.
Okay.
Το είπε ο Warren. Περίμενε τώρα.
Where'd that come from?
Μάλλον από το Tube, το μεγάλο. Α, το μικρό.
I'm April Ryan, Warren's friend.
I don't know anybody named Ryan, so how about fucking off?
Warren called you on my behalf. Warren Hughes. You know Warren, right?
Didn't I tell you to fuck off?
Yeah, but...
So, fuck off already. I mean, here, Jesus H. Christ, you'd think that fuck off would be clear enough as it is for even a slag like you to understand.
I'm not a slag.
Ah, so you're a gangbanger. Baby, there ain't enough here worth shit, you know? I got no beat with your posse, so fuck off.
No, I'm...
A corp? Yeah, I'd recognize a corp bitch anywhere.
What?
No funny stuff. Got my corp permit right here in my little hand 2 weeks ago. And I only do inventory by appointment, so you're gonna have to phone me up there, Toots.
Could you, like, shut up for just 1 second?
Όχι, τα πήρε στο κρανίο.
Chill out!
I'm April Ryan. I'm a friend of Warren's, who apparently is a friend of yours. And he called you a short while ago to let you know he's cashing in on a favor. Does any of this ring a bell?
Ring a bell? Ding dong, the witch is dead. What are you, like a cliche movie chick? Yeah, it fucking rings a bell, but not the bell you'd like to hear. Think I was born yesterday?
Oh.
Like jacking in on a satellite conversation in a fucking guidebook to good corporate surveillance? Jesus! Corps always underestimate the flipper. Like I fight because I see a babe in tight pants. I don't think so.
Oh, camera.
No. If the fate of 2 worlds didn't depend on me, I'd tell you to go straight to hell.
Did I mention blow me, baby? Could you blow me really hard?
Okay, πολύ βρεσίδι.
Bastard! Listen! If I was out to arrest you, don't you think I'd have brought an army of corporate goons?
You got a point. Fine, huh? Shit, my channel warm was scrambled anyway. Top of the line African scrambler. Fucking impossible to hack unless you're the flipper.
You're telling me that you knew who I was the whole time? Are you a psychopath or something?
Ναι.
Or something. Sure, babe. Hey, hold on.
Or something. Κάτι τέτοιο, ναι. Αυτό είμαι, ένας ψυχοπαθής, περίπου. Καλό!
Πού θες να πάω, για παιδί μου?
Για και τα τριγύρω, μήπως.
Το μόνο που βλέπω είναι... Και πάτε το 6 να δούμε εξόδους.
Ναι.
Into the pit.
Ναι.
Πού είναι αυτό?
Αυτό. The pit. Πάμε μέσα.
Όλα αυτά.
Στην πηγάδα.
Πού είναι?
Η πηγάδα. Όχ, αυτός είναι ο Flipper.
Burns Flipper.
Very cyberpunkish.
Όχ.
Καλά το παραδέχεται και η ίδια. Όχι, το κομπιούτερ το θέλω να δω.
It's a mishmash of old and new computer hardware. Very cyberpunkish.
Οκ, άρα με αυτό πρέπει να μιλήσουμε.
It's a guy in a hover chair. That's gotta be Burns' Flipper.
Hover chair.
Hello?
Και είναι hacker.
Are you Burn?
Yeah, chill out, baby. Chill. Be there in a sec.
A baby in tight pants.
Ναι.
Για να μωρώ με στενά βαλελάκια.
Who the hell are you?
Oh my god.
I knocked, you let me in. We spoke only a few minutes ago. Warren's friend April?
Warren who? I don't know any Warren. Oh, Warren, right, yeah, Fire Lizard. Zeke. He's a good supplier. Flipper likes him. Likes him good. You a buddy of his? Yeah, oh, you his baby, yeah.
Oh, sure, I date 15-year-olds all the time.
Whatever. So, what the fuck do you want?
Τι θέλουμε?
Πάμε από την αρχή.
I need some information.
So visit the fucking library. The Oracle or whatever. The Flipper can't help you?
That's too bad. I guess Warren was wrong about you.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey, what?
About you being the best there is at getting information. Any kind of information. I guess you can't help me.
Fuck yeah, I'm the best. It's better than chocolate. I'm the king of data streams, the emperor of the feed, baby. What kind of information do you need?
Θεούλης. Yeah.
I need information on a guy called Jacob McAllen and an organization called the Vanguard or the Church of Voltec.
Sounds pretty heavy. I gotta tell you, Voltex and shit, they got security top of the fucking food chain. You got something concrete for me to go on here, huh? Besides names? Names are nothing.
Oh.
What do you mean?
Details! Gods and the Jesus is in the details, woman. There's a fucking ocean of info out there. Gotta know where to start, what to focus on, where do I begin? Give me a map!
Έχει ένα δίκιο.
Έχουμε ένα δίκιο. Αλλά ας δούμε και τι άλλο έχει να πει πρώτα.
This is the Flipper's boutique, mademoiselle. I sell everything, from joy chips and porn cubes, strictly hardcore. Max, illegality. Fucking point otherwise. The satellites and VH generators.
Okay, ο τύπος είναι πολύ deep.
For a price. This place ain't your neighborhood S-Mart. Let me tell you, shop smart, shop S-Mart. Nah, what I got here costs moolah. Mucho moolah. Are you in the market for a neutronium bomb, by the by? Got a hot one sitting in storage. Give it to you for a cool 100 million, huh? Bargain. Interested?
Neutronium bomb.
Sure. Let me just check my wallet. No, of course not. Are you crazy?
Or something.
Maybe.
I know you are, but what am I?
Καλό. Ωραίος. Ωραίος.
What happened to your legs?
Jesus, are you fucking kidding me? My fucking legs, huh? You wanna know?
I wouldn't have asked if I didn't want to know.
I'll tell you who took my legs. Captain Crunch. Now, answer this question for me. I'll tell you who took them.
Sure.
Are you a virgin?
What?
I ain't telling you nothing until you answer the question there, Trebek.
Trebek? Τι είπες?
Δεν ξέρω. Λογικά she's not.
Λογικά she's not.
Αφού δεν είπε ότι έχει κάνει σεξ κάποια στιγμή.
Δεν θυμάμαι.
Τέλος πάντων, βάλε τη θέση εσύ.
I'm not a virgin.
Good for you. Who'd you lose it to, Warren?
Oh!
What? No! Why the hell are you?
I lost my legs when I was 18. I was doing odd jobs, breaking into high security accounts, spying, shit like that. I was hitting MTI at the time. Malkuth Technologies, big guys, big guns. So they caught me with my finger up the proverbial anus. You know what I'm saying?
Oops.
I was hooked up, cruising their network, when they hit me with some shit hits the fan tech. Fried my brain like breakfast sausages.
Ouch.
Ouch, almost.
Major brain malfunction. I was dead as a lesbian black chick at a Republican fundraiser.
Ouch! Oh!
Shit-spewing goons from MTI are hovering over me.
Lesbian blacks
Try
Republican.
that again, dickhead, you die. Yeah, shit like that. Then I found out my legs are cut off. Sure, I can get some new ones, no problem. But that costs like an arm and a leg. Ha! Get it? An arm and a leg. Shit, I'm funny. So I start building me this hovercraft chair instead. It only works in here, but I don't care. Never leave the damn place anyway. That's the story. Not a virgin. Tell you something personal? I'll tell you something personal. And the world keeps turning round and round and round again because the Flipper's on board.
Ο τύπος ήταν πολύ βαθιά χωμένος και απλά τον πιάσανε και του κόψε και τα πόδια.
Του κόψαν τον εγκέφαλο τα antivirus, αυτό είπε. Πάμε thanks for your help και δώσε τον data και με τελειώνουμε. Αυτό δεν νομίζω ότι έχει νόημα.
Thanks for your help, Mr. Flipper.
I'm the Flipper. The Flipper. Call me Burns, yeah, beautiful. Ha! See ya!
See ya!
Δώσε τον data cube, δώσε τον data cube. Μπας και δούμε κάνα κάτι συγκεκριμένο σε αυτό το κεφάλαιο. Κάθε κεφάλαιο θα είναι 3 ώρες, τι γίνεται.
Να από ό,τι φαίνεται.
I'll be right up.
I got this data cube from the police station.
Yeah, so what the hell is on it?
Your map, bitch.
You asked for details? This thing has details. Plenty of it. I hope.
And you expect me to sort through this shit for you, locate the relevant information, dive into the big blue sea of corporate security, fish out whatever it is you need from the
Could
you? Please?
Please.
Shit, you're cute.
Oh.
Warren's little plaything would kick you out. And whatever. Hand it over and give me a few minutes.
Few minutes. Κάνεις έτσι για few minutes.
Το θέμα δεν είναι αυτό. Το θέμα είναι ότι τον έβαλε να κάνει κάτι. Και στη φάση έχω και τα δικά μου να κάνω. Πάει και γύρω γύρω γιατί γουστάρει. Φλίπιτι, φλίπιτι. Φλίπρο.
Holy macaroni, you do know what the fuck you're fucking with here, yeah? You do know, don't you? These guys are the fucking epitome of uncoolness. It's good stuff though, precious information. I gotta hand it to you, sexy. You know what you were doing bringing this to the flip stop.
So, what can you tell me about the Vanguard? Is there anything in there about where they're located and how to get access to their files?
Shit! Aren't you a little too eager to trot with the beast, babe? Slow down, chill. I'll tell you what you need to know. But first, take a look at this recording. Step over to the screen there, and I'll play it back for you, okay?
Θα δούμε βιντεάκι.
Για να δούμε.
Το πάει μόνη της.
Ναι, ναι.
To join in the effort, we must charge forward into a new era of compassion, companionship, and goodwill. An era of expansion and enrichment. A golden era.
Okay.
We must forge a future for ourselves, our children, and our children's children that can withstand the forces that oppose us. We shall be victorious.
Τι, γιατί, τι είναι να κάνω, οκ, δεν ξέρω.
What the Church of Voltec was created to do is bring spirituality back into our lives and into our world. Spirituality and knowledge. Our enemies have suppressed the truth for too long. We can no longer stand idly by while they spread their lies and their disinformation to the people of our planet.
Πριν από λίγο έλεγε για compassion.
Ναι. Θρησκεία.
Against our oppressors. I am not, by nature, a man of violence. Nor are you. I know that. But the time comes when all people must do their duty to protect their ideology and to preserve their beliefs. That time has come. Our time has come.
Okay.
We will do what we must to protect ourselves and our families. We will do what we must to defend our beliefs against the heretics. We will go to war if that's what it takes.
War!
Who was that? He was incredibly charismatic.
Vanguard Hitler.
What do you think? Your friend and mine, Mr. Jacob McAllen, head honcho of the Church of Voltec, or the Vanguard if you wish. Supposed peaceful philosopher dude. Not the case, as it turns out. Obvious Hitler complex, real Nazi wannabe. This is heavy, dangerous shit you got here. And I love it.
I love it.
But I thought the Church of Voltec was a peaceful religion dedicated only to meditation and philosophy.
Oh.
You and 20 billion other souls, Missy. This is the truth, it's clear as simple as butter. Take a look at this, on the screen again.
Κάτι που λέμε για διάλογους 20 λεπτά.
Ναι.
Κοντεύουμε.
That's a guy named Gordon Halloway. Evil-looking dude, huh? Turns out he's McAllen's right-hand man, runs the Vanguard's secret ops. There's a gold mine of info on this data cube. Yeah! The Vanguard have a bunch of agents that they've bred in tanks. Their grasp of genetic engineering far surpasses anything I've seen so far. I've seen everything. But when I can tell the Vanguard are up against an enemy they call the Fathers or the Sentinel, I don't know who the fuck they are, but I'll find out. Must be the good guys, though, if they're fighting these creeps.
Ah, the Sentinel.
Anyhow, this guy Gordon, he was originally intended for some kind of religious duty, whatever the hell it was, for the Sentinel dudes. Let's say, like, Dalai Lama or whatever.
Ναι.
Ήταν επόμενος Guardian.
Τον ετοιμάζανε για Guardian.
Shit with them, some experiments to try to use his powers, and I'm thinking this spiritual crap, it's just bullshit. But both the Vanguard and these Sentinel dudes, they believe this kid has powers, that he's destined for something very important. So when the Vanguard grab him, that's like, holy shit, fucking big deal.
What kind of experiments did they perform on the child?
Weird fucking things. Trying to control these powers he has, they fuck up big time though, and the kid is totally screwed up, split in half in some spiritual way. One part chaotic, the other pure logic. So now this dude Gordon, he's like the coldest motherfucker you'll ever meet, so stay out of his way. According to these documents, he'll kill somebody for cutting in line ahead of him, which I'll do too, you know, or like coughing in his own direction, which I'd fucking lop your head off for, but anyway. Now, he runs the whole dark side of the Church of Voltec, and I'm guessing he's next in line to take over, after old man McCallum leaves this earthly realm, which could take ages, I'm afraid, with the tech these guys got.
How come the police were able to gather this much information on the Vanguard, and yet they don't do anything about it?
I don't know, maybe it's routine. Maybe they want something on the bastards to pressure them when they really need to. And maybe the information just got lost in the system.
Maybe.
The fact is, though, that with assholes like these walking among us, we're not safe. None of us. Least of all you. So please don't hang around longer than necessary. Yeah.
So, okay, these guys are badasses, and I should stay as far away from them as possible. Disregarding that, however, where are the Vanguard headquarters?
You're either very brave or very stupid, Chiquita. But whichever it is, I shouldn't tell you.
Why? Because I'm a girl and I can't take care of myself?
No, because anybody who fucks with these guys is sure to end up with a bullet lodged in the back of their skull. Or worse.
I'll take that chance.
Shit. You know, I'm the flipper. The flipper. I'm not into this shit, you know. I'm strictly into sales and profit. Detective shit you're doing. What the hell is it?
Hey.
Why are you doing it?
That's a very long story. Some other time, yeah? I really need that information, Mr. Flipper.
Okay, chill, Dick Smack. I got it. You see, the church has several unofficial headquarters round and about, but they're insignificant. Cover operations, basically. There's no concrete address on this data cube you gave me, but I scanned it through some online records quickly, and I discovered that the Voltex, the Vanguard, are linked to a very big company in...
Which is?
MTI, Malkuth Technologies Incorporated.
Opa.
Big guys, almost as big as Bocamba Mercer. Freaked the hell out of me, but it looks like the head honchos of the Vanguard may be running MTI. Which is kind of funny, because I got some beef with MTI, some heavy-duty beef. Now I got something to hit them back with, fuckers.
What does that mean? That MTI is run by the Vanguard?
It means that wherever the corporate headquarters of MTI are, you'll probably find the Vanguard elite.
And do you know where the MTI corporate headquarters are located?
I'm the flipper, dude! What the fuck do you think? Shit! Don't answer that. Grendel Avenue.
I don't know where that is.
You don't know where Grendel Avenue is? Holy Christ. You're kidding, yeah? It's like the numero uno neighborhood in Newport. Only the top dogs live there. Apartments go for hundreds of millions of dollars.
How do I get there?
Sorry, babe. A slag like you are stuck on the ground level for all eternity. There's no stepping up in the world for you. Proper ID, top level ID to get to Grendel Avenue. And you don't, babe. Sorry.
Νομίζω πρέπει να μας φτιάξει ένα ID.
Μισό λεπτό πριν. Να πω λίγο τι έγινε.
Πες μου.
Όχι, να πω τι έγινε για όποιον δεν ξέρει αγγλικά.
Ναι. Translate, please.
Κοινώς ανακαλύψαν ότι αυτοί δεν είναι τόσο φιλιρινικοί όσο φαίνονται και θέλουν να σκοτώσουν τους πάντες. Επίσης τρέχουν την εταιρεία που έκαψε το μυαλό αυτού νου. Και ο προηγούμενο Guardian τον έχουν απαγάγει αυτοί και του κάνανε κάτι ψυχολογικά πειράματα.
Όχι, δεν ήταν ο προηγούμενος Guardian.
Ήταν αυτός που θα έπαιρνε τη θέση του προηγούμενου Guardian.
Που θα έπαιρνε τη θέση.
Ναι,
ήταν ένα παιδί σαν την April ουσιαστικά.
Η April δεν είναι παιδί που θα γίνει Guardian. Το είπε ο Κορτές καθαρά αυτό.
Όχι, άλλο λέω εγώ.
Όχι.
Ότι έχει powers.
Όχι, δεν έχει powers. Είναι αυτός που ήταν τον επόμενο Guardian. Που τον απήγαγαν. Μας το είπε τον Bios, έχει ξεχάσει. Τον επόμενο Guardian τον απήγαγαν οι Vanguard. Γι' αυτό δεν μπόρεσε να πάρει θέση του άλλου. Και είναι αυτός που του κάνανε πειράματα και τον κάνανε διπολικό.
Ναι, αυτό.
Και δολοφόνο.
Τρελά powers.
Hey, Burns?
I'll be right up. What is it?
Πάμε.
Could you fix me up with some fake identification?
Why would you want that?
Έτσι.
How else am I going to get to Grendel Avenue?
Φυσικά.
Hey, I'm warning you, don't fuck with those Vanguard shitheads. Yeah, they fight. I bet you they don't let go like fucking, what do you call those little fucking dogs that don't let go?
Pit bull terriers?
Shit. Man, those things are nasty, fucking wicked nasty.
Can we discuss the fake identification?
Please?
Baby, I gotta tell you, it's gonna cost you cash only. You got a lot of cash? Lots of it. You better come it out of your ears, baby. Cause sorry, friend of a friend and all, but it ain't cheap. And I advise you to forget about it pronto.
Let me worry about that. How much will it cost me? I have like $300.
Try 20K on for size, shortcake. Sorry, little missy, but fake IDs cost a moolah. I need to buy a properly generated key from a connection downtown. I need an authorized blank card. You're an idiot. It don't come cheap, that stuff. Even if I cut out my profit, which for a friend of Warren's I just may, it'll still come to $15,000, baby.
Σιλικοκό.
Αυτό.
Would you consider alternative forms of payment for a fake ID?
Sorry, Chiquita, that urge disappeared with my little legs.
No! Oh, not that! God forbid! More like a favor or something you need.
Don't think I need it. Whoa! God!
Όπα.
Ω, τι κάνει, χορεύει. Ιουχου, βάλτε δίσκο.
Gets me every time.
What's up with your chair?
The anti-grav control unit is fired like fried taters, brainiac. It'll be gone for good in a few days. But I hope my good friend, my buddy, my mate, Freaky Sales, gets me a new one for that, so it don't fall down.
Άρα χρειάζεται να την gravity unit.
Anti-grav control unit. Would that get me a fake ID?
If you found a good one that actually works, and one that can lift more than 200 kilos, hey, sure. Like you're gonna find one.
Κι όμως έχουμε δει ένα, φίλε.
Οκ. Πάμε. Bye.
Sure.
Πάμε, φύγουμε. Πάμε να το πάρουμε τον μπάτσο. Τι τρομερό που έχουν βάλει αυτή η καμερούλα εδώ, πολύ μου αρέσει. Τι έπεσε που δεν έχει instant deliver όμως.
Ναι.
Θα πάτε σαν ένα κουμπί όπως στα Monkey Island που είναι να φέρει κατευθείαν. Τα καινούργια Monkey Island τουλάχιστον. Εντάξει, ανάγκη να τη βλέπω να τρέχει μέσα στο...
Μα κοίτα τι ωραίο τοπίο. Τσάμπα δουλέψαν αυτοί που φτιάξαν τα περιβάλλοντα.
Όχι, αλλά ήταν την πρώτη φορά. Τη δεύτερη φορά. Δεν είναι το δω 20 φορές.
Να τα ξαναδείς. Look at them. Έτσι, κοίτα τα καλά.
Κάτσε λίγο, η πόρτα αυτού που ήταν, την πέρασα.
Το construction yard.
Εδώ, αυτό ήταν, για κάτσε λίγο. Γιατί θυμάμαι ότι είχε μια μηχανή που κουνούσε μπογιά και ήθελα να δοκιμάσω τα αντικείμενά μας, να δω αν θα κουνήσει τίποτα. Αλλά τώρα δεν μας την έδειξε που βγήκαμε. Δεν θα την ξαναδούμε αυτή την...
Φυσικά και θα την ξαναδούμε.
Μας την έδειξε γιατί το πήρα χαμπάρι. Μας την έδειξε και ήμουν αφηρημένος,
Εδώ κάτω.
Ναι. Για να δω τα αντικείμενα λίγο. Πάτα το Άγι.
Τη σόδα.
Πάτα το Άγι. Αχα, έχεις δίκιο.
Ναι, ξέρεις τι θα κουνήσεις ρε παιδί μου πολύ έντονα. Μια σόδα.
Και κραγεί εκεί μέσα.
Ξέρω τι θα κάνουμε με αυτό.
Μίλες.
Όχι, δεν είναι. Θέλω να πω. Τι κάνεις μια σόδα, τη δίνεις κάποιον. Τη δίνεις σε κάποιον.
Πάτα το Άγι λίγο να τη δω. Τι πρέπει να είναι έτοιμη να κραγεί τώρα.
I
Oh my god, ναι. Πάμε γρήγορα.
Νομίζω.
Όπου είναι να πάμε, δεν ξέρω.
Επειδή θυμάσαι που φυλάει ένας μπάτσος.
Το anti-gravity unit.
Ναι.
Ένα αστυνομικό στα λέμε εδώ πέρα.
Ωραία.
Ένας μπατσονός.
Αν για κάποιο λόγο πέσει νερό πάνω σε αυτό το unit που φοράει. Το που είναι cyber τέτοιο.
Τίποτα, δεν είναι αδιάβροχο, είναι δυνατό. Σε μια πόλη που βρέχει συνέχεια.
Maybe.
Πω. Downstairs, upstairs. Θα πάμε downstairs. Oh my god, πρέπει να κατέβει και τη σκάλα. Jesus Christ, γυναίκα. Πού, και από τώρα.
Αριστερά.
Καλύτερη περιοχή της πόλης και αυτή. Εδώ ήταν η αστυνομία,
όχι. Ήταν στο...
Εδώ.
Metro West, ναι.
Κάπου εδώ. Όχι, δεν ήταν στο police station.
Στο police station πρέπει να ήταν. Απ' έξω.
Πού πήγε το... να το, εδώ είναι. Αν έχεις δίκιο. Γιατί μας είχε πει ότι διψάει αυτός, δεν θυμάμαι.
Όχι, αλλά πάμε να του μιλήσουμε.
Πες να μας το πει τώρα. Τώρα τρέχει.
Move along. Nothing to see. Keep it moving, ma'am. Dust.
Για να κατεβάσει τη σκόνη.
Πάρω το inventory.
Για να δούμε.
Κύριε αστυνομικούλη, θέλετε μια σόδα?
Much obliged, ma'am.
Μα, τώρα είναι μάμι, Wayne. Όχι, άλλος την έλεγε Wayne.
Damn it! I have to get to the service office before my suit short circuits.
Τώρα δεν τον νοιάζει τι θα γίνει με το τέτοιο.
I feel so bad. And I love it.
Πάρω το άλλο τώρα. Νομίζω έχω ένα μαγνητικό κατσαβίδι. Που κάτι θα κάνει εδώ λογικά.
Για δες, γιατί εδώ έχει λέιζερ και τέτοια.
Το καθρέφτη, το καθρέφτη. Τα λέιζερ είναι οπτικά. Λογικά με το καθρέφτη κάτι θα
γίνει. Για δες. Ναι.
Κλασικό κόλπο.
Αυτό. Όχι, συνεχίζει ο MacGyver.
Οκ, eye please. Πού είναι?
Νομίζω απλά το παίρνεις.
Και το πάει το κατσαβίδι αυτόματα.
Ναι, για δες.
AG control unit is fastened tight with a couple of big screws.
Πάτα το
free might damage the unit.
Jesus Christ, πρέπει πρώτα να μας πει ότι βλέπει τις βίδες. Ναι. Εντάξει, δεν είναι παράλογο, αλλά...
Πάμε πίσω στο flipper. Το πήρε.
It's an anti-gravity control unit. Such a tiny device for such an enormous job. I sure hope this wasn't the reason the shuttle went down, or Mr. Flipper might be in for a nasty surprise.
Η τύπισσα μπαίνει σε αστυνομικά τμήματα, παραπλανεί αστυνομικούς, κλέβει για πλάκα πράγματα που κάνουν δεκάδες χιλιάδες δολάρια.
Είναι μια shifter, δεν ξέρεις εσύ.
Το
σύμπαν είναι υπέρ της.
Ναι, αυτό το σύμπαν είναι υπέρ της.
Πραγματικά όμως είναι τόσο κολόφαρδη.
Ναι, όλα τις έρχονται κουτί, ας πούμε.
Ναι, είναι αυτό, μερικές συμπτώσεις οι οποίες
πάμε τώρα γρήγορα.
Τη βοηθάνε στα πάντα. Όχι!
Πού είναι η έξοδος εδώ και τη δείχνει?
Δεν τη δείχνει, γι' αυτό δεν χρειάζεσαι αυτά.
Θα τη δείχνει κανονικά, περίεργο.
Δεν θα έπρεπε, αλλά δεν.
Εδώ τι είναι?
Subway.
Bugs. Εδώ τι είναι, κάτσε. Δεν είναι το επιστροφή. Εντάξει, το βγάζω. Ανέλαβε εσύ, μου πόνισε το χέρι. Είμαστε υποδιάλυση.
Γι' αυτό άμα δεν πίνετε, δεν καπνίζετε, κάντε το γιατί είναι άσχετο. Για να δούμε.
Φιλαράκι, φέρε την ταυτότητά μου τώρα. Θέλω να πάω πάνω στους πλούσιους. Να κάνω μόστρα στην Εκάλη. Burns.
Is this what you need?
Πόσο χάλια είναι τα
heavy
γραφικά.
duty. That baby's worth just enough for me to get you top of the line, all access ID, babe.
All access.
Top of the line κιόλας.
This I might even be able to zoom on out of here once in a while. Excellent.
How soon can you have the ID ready?
Σε επόμενο κεφάλαιο.
Couple of days.
Couple of days? I need it now.
Oh no. Ain't gonna happen. Shit takes time, you know? Shit takes time. Tomorrow night at the earliest. Can't promise anything though, but I'll certainly try for the little girl.
Oh, thank you, bitch.
Well, είναι αυτό το ότι έλα αύριο τουλάχιστον.
Αύριο βράδυ. Οκ, πάμε να φύγουμε τώρα.
Εντάξει, τίμιο.
Νομίζω κάναμε τα πάντα. Πάμε στο Hope Cathedral να βρούμε τον Κορτές.
Ναι,
Μας
λες.
είχε πει ότι όταν τελειώσουμε τα πάντα
να είμαστε
έλα
εκεί.
να με βρεις εκεί, είχε πει. Οπότε.
Στο καθεδρικό, Το
Ναι.
θυμάσαι αυτά.
Κάτι θυμάμαι κι εγώ, ο γέροντας.
Είναι μια ελέφαντα.
Ο γέροντας Πυρίσιος.
Ναι.
Μου είμαι χρυσόψαρο, τέλος πάντων.
Δεν πειράζει. Η αλήθεια είναι ότι επειδή είναι φίλος με τον παπά εκεί πέρα.
Πάμε στο Hope Street, κάτω αριστερά νομίζω.
Yep, και εδώ είναι ο καθεδρικός φατσακάρτα.
Ελπίζω να μας περιμένουν και οι κορτές, αλλιώς κάτι έχουν ξεχάσει να κάνουμε και ένας τόσο ξέρει τι είναι.
Νομίζω δεν έχουμε κάτι να κάνουμε, δεν μας έχουν πει κάτι να κάνουμε παραπέρα.
Stirring up support for their ideas. And Arcadians, those easily misled sheep, they embrace these ideas because they prophesize change. And change is always attractive to humans.
Τεράστια χέρια έχει, τι είναι αυτό το πράγμα εκεί το.
The Vanguard are using a tyrant to force their changes into effect. They say the tyrant have turned to religion, that they have...
The tyrant. Those beasts are not much for loyalty, but promise them money and power. The Vanguard are probably ready to offer them half of the Northlands, perhaps even Mercuria itself for their services.
Opa.
And they have certainly wanted to put their filthy claws on that city for as long as I can remember.
Yes, it's
politics.
Quite bleak. What about the girl?
I think she may have seen the light, finally. She does not know even half of what is going on, and if she did, I do not think she would be able to handle it. Better she does not know.
Aren't you worried that the fate of the balance in our worlds is in the hands of a child? A simple country girl?
Of course. I do my best to help her, as does the mother in her way. Still, April will be on her own soon enough, and then, who knows? After all, she is the one. No one seems to doubt that. The balance knows, and the balance provides, and if the balance believes in this girl, we should as well.
Spoken as a man of true faith.
But of course, Father, you're not the only one who places his faith in higher powers.
Speaking of higher powers, I have to go prepare my sermon for tonight.
And what lessons will be taught today?
You know the usual. Sacrifice, devotion, faith. The cornerstones of any religion. Even the Vanguard seem to follow these tenets.
Yep.
They require devotion through faith just as much as we do.
Good night, Raúl. Que Dios te bendiga.
Okay.
Και ξαφνικά θα σκάσουμε έντυπωση του πουθενά. Γεια σας καρτές! Περνούσα από εδώ εντελώς τυχαία.
Θέλω να το δω αυτό.
Anti-gravity unit, ναι. Είναι γεμάτο hints αυτό,
Ναι.
I just overheard the conversation.
Δεν ξέρω ποια είναι η φίλη μου πια.
Τρομάζω κτλ. Οκ. Let's go.
Μάλιστα. Δεν είναι ότι αφιβάλλω για το ότι είναι με το μέρος μου, απλά δεν μου αρέσει να μην μου λένε πράγματα.
Μίλα στον Κορτέζιο. Έγραψε κι άλλο το μερολόγιο μόλις το διαβάσαμε.
Όχι, όχι.
Ξανά
Beautiful in here, don't you think? So quiet, so Spiritual.
See, I'm no Catholic, but I still like coming here to meditate, to pray if you want.
If you're not a Catholic, who do you pray to?
To the universe, to the birds, to the rock in this floor and the air around us, to you and to myself.
What is that, Buddhism?
It's life, señorita, pure and simple. So, what did you dig up today?
Oh, nothing, except for everything you ever wanted to know about the Vanguard and Jacob McAllen.
You got the information? You found Warren? He helped you?
Warren.
Eventually. It wasn't easy, but I know where to find McAllen, and I'm working on how to get there. I should be all set by tomorrow.
Good news. And just in time, too. Things are not going well out there.
What do you mean?
The balance is collapsing, and magic is seeping through into this world. Stark is still protected by its strong currents of logic and order, but Arcadia is on the brink of war and utter chaos.
Yep.
Unless we act quickly, Arcadia will fall into disorder, and Stark will follow.
Can't we get help?
Everyone with the power and will to help is doing so. But you are so much more important than anyone else. You can travel to Arcadia to bring order to chaos. At least until we find the Guardian and return him to his realm.
Τον βρήκα.
What about the Vanguard?
We investigate your lead tomorrow, yes? If we find what we are looking for, if they have the Guardian or know where he is, then we are one step closer to victory. But we still need to find the entrance to his realm. And the situation in Arcadia is not getting any better, not without your help.
I don't know anything. What can I do?
By just being there, you are helping. You are strong in the balance, April. And your power flows into those you meet and helps them against the tides of chaos. Whatever you do, however you do it, you are helping.
I still feel so helpless. I don't understand half of what you tell me, and as for the other half, I can't help being skeptical.
Good. Do not trust everyone or everything, and make a stand against that which you do not believe. Just be sure to accept the truth when you find it, and embrace the good in the world.
Okay.
I'll do my best. What are we going to do now?
Tomorrow, we will visit with McAllen, find what he knows and use it. Then the day after, you will go back to Arcadia. At most, we have a week. But it should be enough. As for today, relax, be with your friends.
I don't think I'll ever be able to relax again.
We pay a heavy price for our knowledge, yes. But try to enjoy yourself, because the hard work begins in the morning. I will see you then, yes?
Wait. Where are you going to be this time?
We will meet here, yes? I'm afraid I cannot go back to Venice, not now. There are people looking for me.
The Vanguard?
Yes. They know what I am, who I am.
They
will not rest until they have me. So we must work very fast to destroy them. Tomorrow, then?
Tomorrow. Have a good night, okay? Be careful.
Thank you, señorita. And you.
Okay, πάμε πίσω στο σπίτι να τελειώσουμε το κεφάλαιο τότε, γιατί είμαστε ήδη 1 ώρα και 10 λεπτά.
Ναι.
Το περιστέρι.
Ναι. Πάμε πίσω στο Venice.
Ναι. Να μιλήσουμε και με τη Φιώνα, πώς τη λένε.
Φιώνα.
Και τον Ζακ και την Amy, το φίλο μας τον Ζακ.
Πόπο, ναι.
To the bridges. Για τα παιδιά εκεί κάθε μέρα όλη μέρα είναι.
Από ό,τι
φαίνεται.
Με
το στέκι και έτσι. Oh.
Hey, what are you doing?
Δεν μας μιλάει καν.
Οπ. Τι στο...
Α, κρυφά ακούγε.
Charlie, Emma, what are you guys doing here?
We locked ourselves in to wait for you. I hope you don't mind.
No, of course not. By the way, I think Zach was spying on you guys. I caught him leaning up against the door, and he hurried back into his room the second I arrived.
He's such a loser. And he seems to have a personal vendetta against you now after what you did to him. Or what he claims you did last night.
Gotta love the guy. So what's up? What's the occasion?
We want to know what's going on with you, April.
What do you mean? Nothing's going on.
Don't lie to your best friends. That's way below you. We know something's going on. There's no point denying it. For 3 days straight, you've been away all day. You've been acting weird and hanging around Cortez, of all people. And then today we find out you've been up to Metro Circle by yourself?
Oops.
I mean, April, for God's sake, what is going on?
Αυτό.
Ας τους πούμε ψέματα τώρα,
If I told you, you wouldn't believe me.
Try us. We're your friends. Whatever it is, I'm sure we can help. Somehow.
Γεια μου. Τα ένα, ναι.
I've been...
Είμαι ο σωτήρας του κόσμου.
Ναι.
Chosen to save the world.
Stop kidding around, April. We're serious.
So am I. I told you, you wouldn't believe me.
You're actually telling us the truth. What do you mean you've been chosen to save the world?
As in, there's something really bad going down. I can't say exactly what, but Cortez is with the good guys, and I've been... drafted.
Look, April, if you're having some kind of nervous breakdown, you can do anything to...
God, I knew I should have kept my mouth shut. Forget it. I don't even believe it myself, so why should you?
I believe you, April. I've seen things these past few days, strange, inexplicable things. And my grandma taught us that there's more to this world than meets the eye.
Transformers.
And after all, it's you saying these things. My friend, April. I've never known you to lie or even exaggerate the truth. If you believe it, I believe it. And I'm sure the same goes for Emma.
Thank you, Charlie. It means a lot to me. I wish I could tell you everything, but I don't think I can.
I understand. When you're ready. But if there's anything at all we can do to help, well, don't hesitate to ask.
There are a few things you could help me with.
Great. What?
Like I said, I can't really tell you very much about what's going on. Not yet, anyway. Tomorrow, after I've had a good night's sleep, I'll try explaining as much as possible.
Σε επόμενο κεφάλαιο 30 με λεπτά
But there's
διάλογο.
one thing you can do for me. I have reason to suspect that somebody's out to get me, or Cortez.
Who?
Long story, but I could need some backup. These goons, these agents, they could be closing in, and whatever advanced warning you're able to give me...
We'll do our best. What do they look like?
I don't know.
Not sure, but you'll know when you see them, I'm sure. Anybody suspicious around, let me know.
This is kind of exciting, but you gotta tell me, what are they after you for? Did you do something illegal?
Not really. It's what I might do that they're worried about. But please don't ask me any more questions today. Just keep your eyes and ears peeled for anything weird. I need a good night's sleep, and tomorrow I should be able to tell you more. But thanks for helping me out, guys. I really appreciate it.
We're all hanging out at the cafe tomorrow night, April, so you're just gonna have to join us.
I promise.
Με τη νέα
Now
μου
get some
ID.
sleep. Sorry to tell you this, but you look totally exhausted.
Well,
I'm glad
You
we
have
had
no
this
idea.
talk. Thanks for checking up on me, guys.
Μ' αρέσει που τους λέει.
Sure. Good night.
Δεν έκανε κάτι
Good
παράνομο.
night, Charlie.
Μπήκα στο αστυνομικό τμήμα, άλλαξα δεδομένα. Έκλεψα δεδομένα από το αστυνομικό τμήμα. Άλλαξα. Πλαστογράφησα πράγματα.
Well, ναι.
Τίποτα παράνομο. Για να τα λες, έχει κάνει σινεμάτικο.
Είναι με τα ισόρραχα.
Πολύ συντηρητικά ισόρροχα βλέπω για 2300. Έτσι κοιμάται. Με τα πόδια. Άλλα τα πάνω.
Οπ. Τον βρήκανε.
Ο Guardian.
Gordon.
Guardian Gordon, για ξέρεις.
Ναι, ναι.
Τυχαίο δεν νομίζω. Οχ.
What's that noise?
Ο μπαμπούλας στην τουλάπα.
Έκανε ένα πόρταλ μέσα στα όνειρά της. Στον ύπνο της.
Δεν θέλω Arcadia. Τώρα που υπόθεση εδώ άρχισε να γίνεται γαμάτι.
Where's that light coming from?
Είναι η Νάρνια.
Φαντάζεσαι.
Oh!